I'm pretending to cultivate immortality in kindergarten. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Zhang Jingshi's voice. Lin Zhangren smiled and nodded. I did notice something was wrong, but I want to ask Sister Zhang a few questions first. Sister Zhang said she had asked the people below? Did she mean just ask casually, or those music experts? After all, since you have decided to make music, you must have trustworthy music experts under you, right? Zhang Jingshi looked at Lin Zhangren in surprise and stopped wiping for a moment. Did you really see it? Sure enough, some of your abilities are better than your sister's. As for the people below, I did ask them, and I didn't ask casually. I have a person named Zhang Cheng under my command. He is an expert in this field that I recruited before. He has been with me for 2 years. The star of this competition, Steve, was introduced to me by him through someone. Lin Zhangren was surprised. So Steve is actually the expert you found? Yes, Lin Zhangren asked again. What about the music studio called New Star? Zhang Jingshi laughed. Brother Zhangren hasn't answered my question yet, but he asked me so many questions all of a sudden. Lin Zhangren explained, I just want to sort out my thoughts, and then I will know what the situation is. She thought for a moment and continued to help Lin Zhangren wipe the lipstick off his shoulder until it was completely wiped clean. I haven't heard of this studio either, but after investigation, I found that it is a spontaneously organized music team from the public. They seem to be very strong. What's the problem with the studio? Lin Zhangren said his observation very affirmatively. Yes, that's the problem I'm talking about. Although the strength of this team is very strong, it is far from that strong. Among the 50 singers who advanced to the competition, 15 of them are members of the New Star music team, but in my opinion, only 5 of them are strong enough to advance. The others are just average, and many of them are not as good as singers from other studios. Oh? There is such a thing, she pondered. Although I'm not so proficient in music, I did find that there is a gap between the final 50 singers. Lin Zhangren said embarrassedly, there is one more thing. I hope Sister Zhang won't be angry if I say it, but I'm telling the truth, just say it. Sister won't be angry no matter what you say, Zhang Jingshi said slowly. What I want to say is that although the team managed by my sister is strong enough, in my opinion, it is definitely not strong enough for all 20 contestants to enter the final list. Only about 10 can enter. However, since Steve was found by my sister, what we said privately is that Steve may give my sister some special privileges when scoring. This is normal. Zhang Jingshi smiled and stared into Lin Zhangren's eyes. No wonder you said not to make me angry. This is just you saying it. If someone else told me, I might really be angry. Because I have never asked anyone to take shortcuts for me, but I believe that Brother Zhangren's strength can be seen, and just like you said, sometimes people have friendships even if they don't say it. She nodded. Steve may do that. Lin Zhangren looked at the beef on the plate. So today's strange things are not that big, because the final ranking of the little New Star list tomorrow is voted by netizens. Even if the judges use backdoors during the elimination rounds, it doesn't matter. It basically won't affect the final results. But I suddenly had a guess on the way here just now. Will this New Star studio be merged into my sister's hands in the end? Zhang Jingshi frowned slightly and laughed. No. Why would Brother Zhangren have such an idea? If we merge other studios, at least I as the boss will definitely know about it. Although I am usually very busy and pay attention to many businesses, the music team is basically managed by Zhang Cheng when I am not around, but he will definitely tell me if there is such a thing. Lin Zhangren suddenly asked a question that Zhang Jingshi had never thought about. What if Zhang Cheng betrays me? Zhang Jingshi was stunned. Lin Zhangren, I'm just giving an example. Because this competition has been suddenly held on such a large scale, with celebrities invited and netizens voting, I think it is beyond Sister Jiang's expectations, right? And if the New Star studio is merged into Sister Jiang's team without anyone noticing, it may lead to a situation where 35 of the 50 final contestants selected today are actually Sister Jiang's people, which is equivalent to none of your people being eliminated. Lin Zhangren continued, but today, more than 30 studios came. But the others who had some strength were all wiped out. If such a list and the videos of the past 2 days are posted online, they will always feel fake at first glance. Zhang Jingshi frowned slowly, and realized something, thinking, if this is the case, there is no need for a merger. Almost all of the 20-something singers under my command are on the list. Once such a list is posted, it will definitely arouse suspicion among many netizens. If 15 more people are added, what else can it be if not a shady deal? And if we think about it in a worse way, if Zhang Chang really betrayed me and gave money to Steve, netizens asked Steve how he would explain it. Steve posted again that I had someone pay him to let my singer pass the test, and if he worked with Zhang Chang, then my reputation would collapse. And this collapse would not only involve my music team, but also directly involve quite a number of other teams under me and the Zhang group. There would be a constant stream of people questioning me for doing something shady in other activities. Linz Hengren, after all, Sister Zhang is backed by the Zhang group. If someone really wants to make trouble for you, even some small things will be magnified by others, and there will be a chain reaction. Zhang Jingshi picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks. I said I felt something strange today. It turned out that my group's pass rate was too high, so high that even I felt it was abnormal. She fed the beef to Linz Hengren's mouth, and Linz Hengren ate it. Zhang Jingshi picked up a napkin again and gently wiped the grease from the corners of Linz Hengren's mouth. Linz Hengren asked with a smile, Sister Zhang, you don't have to feed me so carefully, right? Zhang Jingshi was stunned for a moment, then realized that she had done this subconsciously, her face slightly red, but she still wiped his mouth. Thank you for telling me this, although what I just said was all our imagination, but I have had a very bad premonition today, as if these things are about to happen, and the most unsolvable thing about this is that no one except you can see such a plan, because no one will question the evaluation of the two celebrity judges. After all, no one thinks that their ability is stronger than that of these two judges. The singers will not say their doubts. And they will only ferment on a large scale after posting them on the internet. Linz Hengren interrupted, I don't think I'm that good either. This made Zhang Jingshi laugh, and her gentle smile was unusually beautiful. Come on, brothers Hengren, don't be modest. I can see that it's not a surprise that my sister has never beaten you, because you really know everything and are very proficient in it. With a master like you, I'm afraid the apprentice you taught will not be able to win, and will lose to you. At this point, Zhang Jingshi suddenly sighed, feeling that the intrigues between companies were exhausting. Actually, although I have messed up a lot of projects over the years and seem to have made a lot of money, I have actually messed up a lot of things. I'm not that capable, especially since the Zhang family is only the second generation with only Kyankian and I. My father is also old, so the family's arrangement is that she will manage the company when she grows up, and I will be responsible for company publicity to help the group expand its influence. She explained, do you know why so many second-generation rich people do all kinds of messy things? It seems like a waste of resources, but in fact it is to promote their own groups, because it is difficult to gain popularity, but once it spreads through various news, the company will make a lot of unexpected money. Zhang Jingshi stared at Linz Hengren, but it's also tiring to do these promotions all the time. After all, my own abilities are limited. Unless there is an all-round person like Brothers Hengren by my side, otherwise, she raised her head and asked tentatively, if Brothers Hengren is willing to follow me, you can name any price, as long as it is within your ability. Linz Hengren interrupted her and smiled, I'm sorry, Sister Zhang, I don't want to lie to you, but I never planned to follow anyone. This answer was what Zhang Jingshi had guessed a long time ago, and she smiled, that's right, I knew that with a personality like Brothers Hengren, it would be impossible for you to follow others, but to be honest, after meeting Brothers Hengren, I suddenly had an idea these days. If I weren't because I can't leave the company, every word she said seemed very sincere, I really want to work with Brothers Hengren and be your assistant. Sister has met so many people, but I have never been so optimistic about a person's future as this time. I dare say that you will definitely succeed in the future, and there is a great possibility that you will surpass Sister in the Zhang family. The woman's red lips slowly spit out what she had always thought, if there really comes such a day, I hope Sister and you can be partners, not enemies. At least Sister will not take the initiative to be your enemy. After all, after these few contacts, Sister really likes you and admires you very much. Thank you, Sister Zhang, for thinking so highly of me. I think with Sister Jiang's words, we will not become enemies. That's great. She used the same fork to pick up a piece of beef again, but she didn't put it into Linz Hengren's mouth, but ate it herself. After chewing, she sighed that the beef was really good this time and tasted great. At this time, Linz Hengren's mobile phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and found that it was his mother calling, probably asking Linz Hengren what time he would be back. Lin Zhengren simply answered and hung up. And then looked at the time again. I'm a little sorry, I have to go. I didn't realize it was already past 9 o'clock. There's still a game tomorrow. Zhang Jingxi was a little reluctant, but still nodded in understanding. Okay, sister will take you. The two walked out and came to the door. The staff lady just saw Lin Zhengren and bowed hurriedly. Because Zhang Jingxi would never be alone with a man at night, she felt something was wrong from the beginning, and now she realized that this should be Zhang Ji's boyfriend. When they walked outside, a Rolls-Royce was driven over by a driver. Zhang Jingxi said, I'll have someone take you back. Lin Zhengren thought it was unnecessary. No need, Sister Zhang. This place is not far from my home. I can just take a taxi back. Okay, she knew that sometimes she had to go along with the boys, so she suggested, but we were just chatting during dinner tonight. We haven't started eating yet. Let's make an appointment next time and have another meal alone. As for what we talked about at the table, I will remember it and will find a way to solve it in the next 2 days. Lin Zhengren smiled, then took a taxi and said goodbye to Zhang Jingxi and went home. Looking at the shadow of the taxi disappearing on the road, Zhang Jingxi bit her red lips gently. This is the first time I feel shy around a boy. As soon as she finished speaking, another Rolls-Royce drove over from a distance. It was Zhang Jin's car. Chapter 127 The Shura Field of Two Sisters. Zhang Jin's car passed by Lin Zhengren's taxi. Lin Zhengren in the taxi naturally saw this familiar car, and Zhang Jin's eyes also caught the figure in the car, and her eyes changed slightly. After the taxi disappeared and the Rolls-Royce stopped, Zhang Jingxi raised her red lips, crossed her arms, and looked curiously at Zhang Jin and Fang Meng who got out of the car. Zhang Jin walked to her sister with cold eyes, with a strong aura. But although Zhang Jingxi was gentle, she was not inferior in aura. Her tone was as if she was deliberately tender and said, Qian? Why are you here so late at night? Are you going for a ride with Xiaomeng? Zhang Jin frowned slightly, observing the surroundings until she saw the pet shop with the lights turned off but the door open. Zhang Jin clenched her fists. Obviously her sister had just met Lin Zhengren in there. Such a hidden place, she thought of it. The two sisters stared at each other, and there seemed to be a faint electric current between their eyes. The air was full of gunpowder, as if they could not tolerate each other. Only Fang Meng, who was at the end, had started to fight. She stood there and took a carrot out of her pocket and took a bite. She ate and watched the show. Anyway, her task for today had been completed, and the confrontation between the eldest and second daughters had been going on for a long time since they were young, so she had to get used to it. Zhang Jin, you already knew who the other person was, right? That's why you deliberately didn't let me come over. Zhang Jingxi looked at her sister tenderly. Sister, I don't know what my dear sister is talking about, and what do you mean by deliberately not letting you come over? Sister doesn't understand. What's the point of pretending to be stupid now? I'm talking about the childhood sweetheart. Oh, that thing. I didn't know who the other person was before, and I only found out on the night Grandpa came, and today's matter is very important to you. Of course I can't let others disturb you. Zhang Jin stared at Zhang Jingxi. Important? Yes, of course it's important. This is a date between a man and a woman. Fang Meng at the back whispered. Let me say one thing, about when the eldest lady knew that the other person was Lin Zhengren. This is true Qian. The eldest lady did know it on the night Grandpa came. Zhang Jin retorted, but that's my classmate. When we were young, we said that no matter what we do to each other, we can't disturb each other's lives, and we can't disturb the people around each other. You broke the rules. Zhang Jingxi laughed. Qian, we have said this before, but your words seem a little funny, don't they? Although I only found out that the other party was Lin Zhengren on the day my grandfather came, we both knew a long time ago that the person we were engaged to was a high school student. Zhang Jingxi snorted. Besides, your reason is too lame. Lin Zhengren is still my fiancé. You came to me today to disturb my date with my fiancé. Aren't you also disturbing my personal life? You're breaking the rules too. What did you say? I disturbed your personal life, really? And that's what I said, and I can say it a second and a third time. I said you disturbed my date, Qian. You disturbed my date with my fiancé. Fang Meng actually knew from the back that Qian was at a natural disadvantage in this fight. Because this time the eldest lady really had a good reason, and Qian. Zhang Jin, when did Lin Zhengren become your fiancé? Zhang Jingxi said confidently. Of course it's mine. How could it be yours? It was originally mine many years ago. Even if you broken because of some accidents, so what? I asked you twice that day whether you wanted to give it back to me, and you agreed both times, but I didn't know it was Lin Sehengren. You are just playing tricks. It was you who said you didn't want to watch it that night, and so what if it was Lin Sehengren? Would you not give it to me just because you knew it was Lin Sehengren? Do you still like him? Don't you say at home every day that you don't like him? Zhang Jin actually knew that she was not confident enough. What about you? Do you like Lin Sehengren? You don't even know him. Since you don't like her, there is no need to meet her on this date today. You won't be together, so what's the point of meeting? Can't you just make a phone call? He's the grandson of Grandpa's old comrade-in-arms. It would be too rude to make a phone call. For example, although you didn't see him at first, didn't you think about calling? Is it reasonable for you to ask your sister to call now? Qian, you are anxious, Zhang Jingshi said before Zhang Jin could speak. Besides, who said that I don't like Lin Sehengren? Don't you know him? I know him, I like him, and I like him very much. I have decided to be with him and marry him. What can you do to me, Zhang Jingshi? What did you say? Zhang Jin didn't expect her sister to say such a thing so directly. Do you believe what you said, Zhang Jin? I'm just saying this. And why don't you believe it? I really like him. In the future, I will give birth to a baby for Sehengren. When the time comes, let our baby call you aunt, and the girl will call her Lin Shishi. Don't even think about it. I won't agree to this. I won't let you be with him. You want to laugh. What's the point of you agreeing or not? At most, you don't have to come on the wedding day, and I'll show you the video. Zhang Jin clenched her fists and stared at Zhang Jingshi with gritted teeth. Zhang Jingshi also crossed her chest with her hands tightly clenched and stared at her sister with sharp eyes. The two foreheads were almost touching each other. Zhang Jingshi, you have always known how to snatch my things since you were a child. This is not the first time. But I warn you, you can do anything else, but don't even think about Lin Sehengren. Why do you act as if he is yours, Qian? I usually give in to you because I have a good temper, but do you think I will still spoil you in this matter? Do you think I will be afraid of you? The atmosphere was tense. You said you gave in to me. Why? How many times has my sister taken care of you since you were a child? By taking care of me, I mean you have always been causing trouble for me, snatching my things, and trying to suppress me in everything. If that's the case, I have taken care of you many times, and I really did. For all the troubles you caused when you were a child, how many times have I been your scapegoat? Are you being a scapegoat for me? For example, that antique vase worth millions that I broke from my dad when I was a child, wasn't it knocked over because you threw something and I dodged? Weren't you the initiator, who told you to hide? And why did I throw you? Wasn't it because you were free that day and ate my food? Eat your food? Dad bought those snacks. When did they become yours? My dad bought them for me. I liked them. Nonsense. Dad started buying them for me before you were born. Feng Meng felt that the topic had gone off track. What a mess they were talking about. But think about it. No matter how much they quarreled about this matter today, there would be no result. After all, no one knew what they were quarreling about. Maybe they just didn't like each other. Half an hour later, the quarrel stopped temporarily, but the two still looked at each other unconvinced. Zhang Jin also knew that she was at a disadvantage, and just wanted to end these things as soon as possible. Anyway, you have already met today. Don't meet Lin Sehengren again in the future. The child marriage is over, Zhang Jingshi. Why, Zhang Jin, what else do you want? After saying that, she suddenly became stunned and walked in front of Zhang Jingshi. Then he stared at the lipstick on her right lip, which was obviously a little lighter, and wiped it gently with his hand. Why does your lipstick feel so light today? It's like, Zhang Jingshi blushed, like it's stuck to something, right? Well, you guessed it right, my lipstick is stuck to my fiancé's shoulder. When he hugged me just now, Zhang Jin, who didn't want to quarrel, opened her eyes wide and shook, gritted her teeth and looked at the other party, Zhang Jingshi. Chapter 128 End of the music competition and heartbeat. Feng Meng was also shocked when she heard this. Is this true or false? If she hugged, isn't that a bit too much? Although the eldest lady usually spoke to people around her in a gentle and easygoing manner, she was always very self-disciplined when it came to matters between men and women. In fact, Feng Meng already felt very strange and surprised that the eldest lady changed her clothes and found a place to date Lin Sehengren for the sake of the child marriage. If she hugged again, although the so-called hug of the eldest lady was probably a lie, even so, Didn't it prove that perhaps the eldest lady really felt that Lin Sehengren was not simply interesting because of Qianqian? If she really fell in love with him? Fang Meng sighed silently, listening to the two sisters quarreling again. She always felt that the future life would be very abstract. These two would quarrel like this because of a boy. Fang Meng had never even thought about it before. The night was getting deeper and deeper. No matter how serious the war of gunpowder was, it would not continue indefinitely, and there would always be a time of fatigue. At most, the two sisters were on edge for a longer time tonight, but it would definitely end in the end. The two Rolls-Royces seemed like two angry sisters, driving away in their own directions after a quarrel. In Zhang Jingxi's car, the eldest lady in a silver-white dress was clearly on edge just now, but once she was not with her sister, her face remained the same. She didn't seem to be angry about what happened just now, but instead found it interesting in the car. It turned out that Qianqian really started to care about Lin Sehengren. Otherwise, she wouldn't have talked back to herself for so long. However, although she did start to feel curious about Lin Sehengren because of her sister when she first met him in the supermarket, she has now clearly realized that a relationship with Lin Sehengren is no longer because of others. But she is really attracted to Lin Sehengren in her heart. Thinking of the scene in the cat cafe where she was pushed down by those cats and leaned on his arms, Zhang Jingxi didn't feel embarrassed, but felt her heartbeat accelerated and shy. Looking at the night sky outside the window, she also remembered important things in this shyness, took out her mobile phone and found her absolutely trustworthy subordinates to call. The other party's phone was connected quickly. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Jingxi looked out the window. "Check what Zhang Cheng has been doing recently. Tell me all his whereabouts and who he has met during this period. By the way, pay attention to whether he has any connection with today's new star music. Yes, then, make a fake music chart for me tomorrow, and find some netizens to make some fake votes for me, but it should look as real as possible," she reminded. "Hurry up, and do it tonight." Although the other party didn't know what Zhang Jingxi was going to do, he was absolutely loyal to Zhang Jingxi. "Okay, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I will find someone to work overtime tonight to finish it. Thank you for your hard work. After tonight, I will ask the finance department to give you and your subordinates some rewards." After a brief chat, the phone was hung up, and Zhang Jingxi called Lunji again. Although Steve is also a big star, his status in the music industry is still a little bit lower than Lunji. Even if Steve can be bribed, Lunji has cooperated with Zhang Jingxi before. So if there is an inside story about what happened today, then he must be able to see something. The call was connected. Zhang Jingxi smiled. "Lunji, are you asleep?" "Not yet. Is there something for Mr. Zhang?" "Well, I want to talk to you about today's competition. It's quite important. I'll ask someone to pick you up." As long as Zhang Jingxi knew what Zhang Cheng wanted to do, she only needed to use some simple strategies to solve it. That night, Zhang Jingxi met Lunji in an office. After a brief chat, Lunji handed Zhang Jingxi a list of singers that he had secretly memorized today, and said, "These are the people I think can really advance today. I heard Steve keep saying that they passed today, and I felt like there was an internal decision at the time. But I was still thinking that Mr. Zhang shouldn't do this, because it really doesn't make much sense to do this in the music industry. I didn't expect it to be like this." Zhang Jingxi laughed and took the real list of advancers from the other party. "Thank you for your attention. It's much simpler with this list, and it saves a lot of trouble." Later that night, she sent the video of the people on the list to Lin Sehengren again, asking him to confirm it. Compared to others, she now inexplicably trusts Lin Sehengren more, and she can't tell why. After Lin Sehengren confirmed that there was no problem, she was relieved. The next morning, Lin Sehengren and Zhang Zuli met up and went to the competition venue together. There were fewer contestants at the competition venue today than yesterday. At a glance, there were basically only about 60 people. This is including the cameraman and some staff. Zhang Zuli stood next to Lin Sehengren, and even she sighed. "Why are there so few people today? Don't the eliminated contestants need to come directly?" As soon as Lin Sehengren saw the scene today, he knew what Zhang Jingxi was going to do. Sure enough, the back door of the music competition venue opened soon, and Zhang Jingxi walked out with the two judges as yesterday. Just while chatting and laughing, Zhang Jingxi looked at Lin Sehengren in the distance and smiled at him from a distance. Lin Sehengren also smiled. 10 minutes later, today's competition began under the announcement of the host. Today, the two judges didn't need to do anything. As long as the 50 contestants took turns to sing on the stage and record the video. In this way, They can be listed on the little new stars list, and then rated by netizens. After the competition, Zhang Zuli and Lin Sehengren sat in the audience area to rest and wait. Zhang Zuli looked down at the little new stars list posted on her phone, which showed that the voting time was only a few hours and would end at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was only half a day, the number of votes had reached several thousand in a short period of time. Zhang Zuli was surprised. The voting speed is really fast, but why do I feel that my ranking is not very good? Sehengren, look, she anxiously handed the phone to Lin Sehengren. Lin Sehengren saw that Zhang Zuli's votes were only 1 or 200, but the votes for the new stars and the contestants under Zhang Jingxi had already reached 3 or 400. Lin Sehengren smiled and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry about it, this ranking is fake, and the netizens who voted are also fake. I guess the ranking will be redone tonight or tomorrow. And the list of contestants will also change." Why? Lin Sehengren also briefly told Zhang Zuli about the inside story he talked about with Zhang Jingxi yesterday. Zhang Zuli was stunned after hearing it. "Really? I was wondering who you were meeting yesterday, and it turned out to be Zhang Jin's sister." Zhang Zuli felt as if she had participated in something big. She sat in the audience lounge and looked at the other 50 or so contestants, watching them all nervously staring at the votes. Zhang Zuli swallowed her saliva and leaned towards Lin Sehengren and asked in a low voice, "Does that mean today's ranking is just something Zhang Jingxi did to find out the traitor?" "It should be, so there is no need to worry about the ranking. The real ranking will probably be released tonight or tomorrow." Wow, is this a business war? This is my first time to come into contact with it, so exciting. Lin Sehengren, just as Lin Sehengren thought, the final ranking ended after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The top 35 showed that they were all from Zhang Jingxi and Xing Music. And at the moment the ranking list was released, a large number of posts and videos about Zhang Jingxi's shady dealings suddenly appeared on the internet. The number of reads and video plays was not small. It was obvious that someone had already filmed the video and bought traffic and waited for this time at 2 o'clock. However, these posts that were supposed to infuriate people had no effect for some reason, and the comments below the posts were also very strange. Netizen, "If my mother had a chicken, she would be my father. What kind of ranking is this? What kind of shady dealings? Why didn't I see them?" Netizen, "My dog looks like me and I look like my dog. Yeah, there should at least be a ranking for exposing shady dealings, but there is no ranking online." Netizen, "I shut out on Sunday, so today is Monday. This video is so popular. But the rankings of the competition haven't been posted online yet? Did they say that the rankings will be posted online at 2 o'clock? Netizen, "Wow, Yuan, I saw the rankings. They were just posted. But they don't seem to be the same as the rankings for exposing shady dealings, and the names of the contestants don't match. Is this picture of exposing shady dealings photoshopped? After all, the rankings haven't been posted yet, and shady dealings aren't that bad." These two reversals confused all the netizens, but it was a small matter for them to be confused. But Zhang Cheng, who was in charge of managing Zhang Jingxi's music team at the backstage, didn't understand it all. Because this was different from what he had imagined, netizens should have been furious. But the netizens now seem to be completely different from those before 2 p.m. Before 2 p.m., the netizens were actively voting and some asked if there was any shady dealings. Zhang Jingxi even explained in the comments that there was no shady dealings. But after 2 p.m., the netizens seemed to have never seen the rankings. And what did it mean that the rankings of the competition were not posted online until 2 p.m.? Did it end at 2 p.m.? And when was this new ranking made? How come he didn't know anything about it? With a face full of doubts, he wanted to investigate and see what was going on. As a result, Zhang Jingxi appeared in the backstage with a group of people, blocked Zhang Cheng's retreat, and said with a smile, "Manager Zhang, where are you going? I just suddenly saw in the backstage. When did the 15 contestants of Xing Music Studio become our people? When did you pull you under my command?" And even I, the boss, didn't know. The forehead of the man named Zhang Cheng was covered with sweat in an instant. He looked at the people the other party brought. Mr. Zhang, this, Zhang Jingxi took out a few photos and handed them to him. "You took my money, and then teamed up with other companies to set a trap for me. You are really good enough. Let me remind you that you will go to jail for spreading rumors and slander. I have asked someone to call the police. You just prepare to stay in there for 3 years, traitor." Zhang Jingxi's plan was very simple. Since Zhang Cheng wanted everyone to think that there was a shady deal in this game, then after the ranking appeared, the other party would definitely deliberately hire a group of people to vote for their team. So Zhang Jingshi simply played along and directly made a fake list. He also hired a group of fake netizens to participate in the voting, and then let other people under his command confuse Yang Cheng and make him think this was true. As for the new list, that is, the real list that Lunji gave to him and that Lin Suhengren also looked at, it will be posted online after 2 o'clock. This way, it is foolproof. However, after such a toss, there will naturally be some changes in the follow-up of the competition. The real 50 qualified contestants were picked up again on the afternoon of the 6th to record their performances. Only then did they officially enter the little new star list. The time of the list was also changed to last for half a month. The final result will be selected after half a month of voting by netizens. On the afternoon of the 6th, after recording the song, Zhang Zuli stood beside Lin Suhengren and looked at the new, real little new star list. Zhengren, look. I'm ranked in the top 20. Lin Suhengren still had confidence in Zhang Zuli. It's not accurate just after it was released. Let's see what the ranking is tonight. Yeah, Lin Suhengren's mobile phone suddenly popped up a message. It was sent by Han Wenwen. Brothers Suhengren? It's almost evening on the 6th. Is the game with Lily over? When will you come to see me? Lin Suhengren replied simply, I'm still busy. I'll call you when I'm done. Han Wenwen replied with a jealous fox emoticon. Okay, then I'll keep waiting. Brother Suhengren hasn't even called me these days. Zhang Zuli saw Lin Suhengren sending another message and asked curiously, who are you messaging? Lin Suhengren was extremely honest, my girlfriend. Zhang Zuli's face was immediately filled with jealousy. She looked to the side. She thought it was He Qing. Okay, but can't you talk at home? Although I agree that you can have to, but I haven't gone home yet. In front of me, Lin Suhengren put away his phone and looked at the jealous Zhang Zuli. He reached out and touched her head. You have worked hard these 2 days. After the ranking results are out, I will accompany you to the zoo. Zhang Zuli blushed and looked at Lin Suhengren, and whispered delicately, the results are not out yet. I may not win the championship. You will definitely win, and even if you don't, I will accompany you. Zhang Zuli was in a daze, but soon wanted to prove herself. She clenched her little fists and confidently proved her strength. What do you mean you'll accompany me even if I don't win? If I don't win the championship, I will be embarrassed to go myself. Don't worry. I will definitely win the championship. At this time, Zhang Jingshi came over with a group of people in the distance. Seeing Lin Suhengren talking and laughing with Zhang Zuli, she felt an inexplicable strange emotion in her heart. Brothers Suhengren, Lin Suhengren and Zhang Zuli looked at Zhang Jingshi. Lin Suhengren, Sister Zhang. Zhang Jingshi looked at Lin Suhengren. This competition was a little messy, but the result was good. 7 of my members were finally on the Little Rising Stars list. We'll see who will be the champion then. Thank you for your help this time, Sister Zhang. You're welcome. Of course, everyone wants a fair competition, and I'm also doing my part to ensure fairness. Well, then I'll see you in half a month when the results come out. I have something else to do and I have to go. Goodbye, Brothers Suhengren. Goodbye, Sister Zhang. After saying goodbye, Zhang Jingshi turned around and left and returned to the car, which then drove off into the distance. Although Zhang Zuli knew that she was Zhang Jin's sister, a woman's sixth sense still made her feel that Zhang Jingshi was very gentle to Suhengren. In the car, Zhang Jingshi looked at Lin Suhengren through the rearview mirror in the center of the car. Her slender fingers clenched. There was a slight blush on her face. I really don't want to say goodbye to you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 The Vixen Who Traveled Through Time. Lin Suhengren and Zhang Zuli took a car back to the studio and walked home together. On the way home, Zhang Zuli kept paying attention to the Little New Stars list. Originally, this Little New Stars list was actually not very popular. Even if there were fans of Lunji and Steve who cared about it, the popularity of the competition in a small town would definitely not be very high. But because of the farce in Jiangcheng, inexplicably, many netizens began to care about what this music competition was all about. Many people tried to listen to it, and by chance, the ranking of the play volume was pulled to an unprecedented height. It has only been an hour and there are already thousands of music plays. Zhang Zuli's song ranking has also reached the top 15. Top 15, Zhang Zuli reported almost every ranking, and the twin ponytails behind her also jumped with excitement. Lin Zhengren reminded, although it is good to care about the results, you don't have to hold your phone all the time, right? Why are you so nervous? Nervous? Zhang Zuli suddenly put away her phone and pretended to be as natural as Lin Zhengren. I'm not nervous. Didn't I say I will definitely win? I'm just watching. Lin Zhengren looked ahead, thinking that He Qing and Zhang Zuli's competitions had come to an end. Although the results of the music competition will not be announced for another half a month, the two little girls can have a simple rest for a while. On the way home, a couple suddenly passed by Lin Zhengren and Zhang Zuli on the street. The couple held hands and talked and laughed sweetly. Occasionally, they heard a conversation, which seemed to be about a movie. I heard that a movie called Love Farce is very popular recently. Let's go and watch it tomorrow. Okay, let's go to the city to watch a movie tomorrow, and then book a nearby hotel at night and don't go home. Zhang Zuli walked with Lin Zhengren and heard the conversation between the two couples. Her face flushed. Some envy, of course not envy of booking a room, but envy of dating. But suddenly I realized something. I am now Zhengren's girlfriend. What am I envious of? Wait, since I am his girlfriend, why do I have to win the competition to date Zhengren and watch a movie with him? Why can't I just go? Seeing Zhang Zuli's imaginary expression, Lin Zhengren probably guessed what she was thinking. What are you thinking about? Zhang Zuli put her hands behind her back and blushed. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm not thinking about anything. At most I just think she tried to muster up the courage to say, I think it will take another half a month for the results of the competition, but there is still one day of National Day tomorrow. It stands to reason that tomorrow should be my time to accompany me, right? Do we have to practice singing tomorrow? She hesitated and struggled with her tsundere personality. It's rare that the competition is over. It stands to reason that we can do something else tomorrow. She expected Lin Zhengren to say something. But Lin Zhengren deliberately teased her. There's nothing to do. Don't you like practicing singing? I think practicing singing is quite interesting. Zhang Zuli felt that this guy was a big fool. Why didn't he let me call him a big idiot? Obviously he is. Yes. She frowned. That's not what I meant. I meant practicing singing is also very interesting. But, Lin Zhengren asked. Zhang Zuli paused. But, the competition is temporarily over, she suddenly lowered her head with a red face. We can go on a date. I can't practice singing every day. I want to go on a date. I didn't hear you clearly. Can you speak louder? Zhang Zuli blushed and shouted. Oh. I said I want to go on a date. I want to go on a date with you, an idiot. I finally became your boyfriend and girlfriend. It can't be the same as before. Lin Zhengren stared at Zhang Zuli's shy look after she finished speaking. The girl lowered her head again. But it depends on your wishes. Even if I want to. I have to be free, Lin Zhengren said simply and directly. Let me think about it. Anyway, I promised you two things before. Why don't we do them separately? I will accompany you to the zoo after the results come out in half a month. Now, to celebrate your entry into the little new star list, how about I accompany you to the movies tomorrow? Zhang Zuli's originally tangled expression turned into surprise. She raised her head with light in her eyes. Really? Really? Accompany me to the movie tomorrow? Well, I will accompany you to the movie tomorrow. Let's watch the love movie that the two people just talked about. Okay. I've bought the tickets. I'll treat you, she asked excitedly. Then what time will we meet tomorrow? 8 in the morning. You're tired these 2 days. You can sleep in at home. Okay. Then I'll call you at 8 tomorrow. Zhang Zuli smiled happily, and she walked even more excitedly. Back to the intersection close to both homes, Lin Zhengren and Zhang Zuli waved goodbye. Zhang Zuli was still jumping up and down when she got home. She kept repeating, watch a movie, watch a movie, watch a movie with Zhengren. She was just a happy little girl these few days. You accompanied Miss Zhang to participate in a grand competition among Jianghu gangs. Under your guidance, Miss Zhang was invincible in the competition and shocked the audience. She won the top few places. However, during the competition, you found that an evil force tried to sabotage the competition at this time. You accidentally learned that the human Emperor-Empress was involved in this competition as a behind-the-scenes person. You and the Empress had some old acquaintances. After a brief discussion, you decisively killed the evil forces and allowed the competition to proceed normally, and during the competition, you took the opportunity to inform your fiancé before meeting the family at night. You thought that the other party, that is, your fiancé, was the eldest Princess Zhang Jin, But you never thought that the person who came to meet you was the Imperial City Empress herself. It turned out that she was the wife arranged for you by the family. As a monarch of a generation, the Imperial City Empress appreciated your talents very much. During your conversation, the Imperial City Empress fell into your arms by accident. You sighed that the Empress's body was soft, sticky and sweet. Lin Zhengren, she invites you to stop wandering around the world and stay by her side forever, and promises to give you rich rewards. Of course you know this is an option, but the opportunities and treasures in the world are always much more than the wealth and opportunities in a country, and you don't want to be controlled by others, so you decisively rejected the invitation of the human emperor and empress. And she was a little disappointed, but because she was curious about you, she was not angry about it. Instead, she promised to be friends with you and would never take the initiative to oppose you in the future. She also said that if it wasn't for the foundation, she would even think about wandering around the world with you, but some things are not destined to have results. You parted ways with the Imperial City Empress, and continued on the road of adventure with Miss Jiang, waiting for the victory of this game. It seems that you didn't get much in this adventure, but Miss Jiang's strength has improved, and you got double feedback. But the friendship with a human emperor and empress is not something that ordinary people can have, and what you don't know is that when she talked to you, she unknowingly put a trace of love into you. Kings have no love since ancient times. But the other party has injected the only remaining thread of love into you, proving that the other party and you are still destined to be together, and also proving that if she has a choice, you are the only choice. What the future path of the two of you will be is still unknown. Through this competition, you have gained a total of 2 spiritual energy levels, 5 physical strength, 5 strength, and 5 energy. Your current spiritual energy level is level 55 key refining stage. Your current attributes are strength. 85 The ability to not decay strength and be immune to diseases has been unlocked. Energy. 73 The ability to make your offspring strong and have sex 7 times a night has been unlocked. Stamina. 74 When the value reaches 70, you can obtain the special abilities of double physical strength and triple endurance. Unlocked affinity for all things. Level 1 primary affinity. You can quickly master everything and far exceed ordinary people. You have gained the special abilities of double physical strength and triple endurance. From now on, your body will no longer feel tired unless you have gone through a very intense battle, and the core of the body is strengthened. The aura level is increased by 2 again, and when doing concentrated work, the body's concentration and endurance will be magnified 3 times. Due to the breakthrough in endurance, your lifespan will be improved, and it can be further improved with physical strength in the future, and endurance can produce a wonderful dream reaction with the 7 times a night ability and the energy. As long as you always care for your wives, not only will their faces slow down aging, but their lifespan will also increase with the number of times you do something, but because it is you who gives it, the final upper limit is still limited by you. Your current aura level is 57. Listening to the system talking a lot like a bamboo tube pouring beans, Lin Zhengren felt that his physical strength had increased a lot. Now it is level 57, and it is only 3 levels away from 60. At that time, a new talent skill can be unlocked. This is only the first year of high school, which is much faster than I thought. Maybe by the time I go to college, my level may be much higher than I imagined. A message popped up on the phone at this time, sent by Han Wenwen. Lin Zhengren knew that this fox was waiting anxiously. She had sent him 3 or 4 messages since the end of the game this afternoon. But he was too busy to find her these 2 days. So Lin Zhengren didn't delay and went directly to Han Wenwen's house to see what she had been doing these days. Walking to the familiar neighborhood, Lin Zhengren came to the door of a fox's rental house. Knocked on the door. Brother Zhengren, Han Wenwen's voice in the house was happy but soon switched to another jealous tone. Just come in, no need to knock. Lin Zhengren took out a key and opened the door. Who knew that as soon as he entered the rental house, he would smell a strong fragrance. This is the smell of Han Wenwen, an indescribable charming fragrance. If you are with her often, this smell will not be too strong, but as long as you don't see her for a few days, this charming smell is always particularly strong. In addition to this fragrance, there is another smell in the room today, the smell of fried chicken. Lin Zhengren looked up and suddenly frowned. Han Wenwen was seen in the room wearing a Chinese costume that looked like an ancient woman's. The woman's robe was red and white, and a pair of jade legs were straight out of the robe. She was standing in front of a small wok, learning how to fry chicken steak. Her hair was also changed, tied in a very retro style, really like a fox in human form, but it was not abrupt, but unexpectedly beautiful with this outfit. Her long hair fell on her shoulders and back like a black waterfall. Lin's Hengren took a look, and the first word that popped into his mind was the 4 words demon cult witch. You traveled through time? When did you come back? Lin's Hengren asked. Han Wenwen looked at Lin's Hengren with fox eyes, and smiled charmingly. Just came back, Mr. Lin. Remember to close the door. Lin's Hengren didn't know what she was going to do, but Han Wenwen was always like this, and she didn't return to normal for a few days. Walk over. Han Wenwen turned off the fire and cut off a small piece of thin chicken steak with a spatula. Then he put it in Lin's Hengren's mouth with a toothpick. Ah, Mr. Lin, try the pheasant meat of our demon tribe, it's very fragrant. Lin's Hengren looked down at Han Wenwen's outfit, especially with her expression, which made her look more attractive than usual. However, Lin's Hengren was not an ordinary person after all. He opened his mouth and tasted it. Han Wenwen asked, how is it, Lin's Hengren? It's okay, just a little fuzzy. Han Wenwen rolled her eyes at Lin's Hengren, snorted, and cut a piece herself, instantly breaking her pretense. Brothers Hengren, you're talking nonsense. I've been learning for a whole day, let me try it myself. She put a piece in her mouth, tasted it carefully, and then felt a little disappointed. It seems to be really fuzzy. Am I really not suitable for cooking at all? Lin's Hengren sat on the bed and looked at the messy hanfu packaging on it. Did you buy this dress online? Han Wenwen walked to Lin's Hengren and circled around him. When I was shopping today, I saw a clothing store open, and I found this dress when I went in. How about it? Doesn't it look good? Lin's Hengren's evaluation was very sincere this time. With this dress and a few tails, you look like a real vixen. Han Wenwen chuckled, bent down and supported her knees, looking at Lin's Hengren closely, and staring at her. If it doesn't look like it, I won't buy it. I bought it just to seduce Brothers Hengren. I want to eat Brothers Hengren. Chapter 130. I only belong to you. No words were spoken all night, the little fox deliberately said. Lin's Hengren looked into the eyes of the fox, and after realizing what she meant by this, he raised his hand and casually gave her a chestnut. The little fox cried out in pain. Lin's Hengren, you read too many novels, right? Where did you learn all this nonsense? Han Wenwen covered her head with one hand, suddenly turned her head and snorted, and also sat on the bed, one body away from Lin's Hengren. She didn't look at Lin's Hengren, rubbed her head with one hand and put the other hand on her smooth and white thigh. Isn't it written like this in novels? A man and a woman stay together all night without talking, and then those who understand will understand. Lin's Hengren was embarrassed. No wonder He Qing said that Wenwen always talked to her about nonsense. There is no doubt, it is absolutely certain that most of the yellow garbage in He Qing's mind now was learned from this fox. At this time, Lin's Hengren's mobile phone rang. He took out his mobile phone and found that it was his mother calling. But Han Wenwen didn't know who it was, just turned around to look at him. Lin's Hengren picked up the phone. Hello, Mom? What's wrong? Lin's idly asked on the phone. After all, her son was not at home all day. Ranran, are you coming back for dinner tonight? The little fox's eyebrows changed slightly, and a jade hand was placed on Lin's Hengren's leg, as if she wanted to express something. Lin's Hengren saw her meaningful look and knew what she meant. I'm not going back for dinner tonight. I'm going to eat outside with others and go back in the evening. Lin's idly was used to it. Not coming back again? Well, then your dad and I won't wait for you. Be careful outside, Ranran. I know, Mom. The little fox smiled unconsciously when he heard the hang-up sound, but still turned his head and asked knowingly, Brothers Hengren, who are you going to eat out with tonight if you're not going home? Lin's Hengren deliberately teased her, and said seriously, I made an appointment with a friend this afternoon, and I'm going to go out to eat with him after I leave your place, so I can't stay here for too long. Han Wenwen immediately turned around, not understanding. Friend? Aren't they eating at my place? Seeing Lin's Hengren's eyes, Han Wenwen realized that he was teasing her. She looked at the boy she liked with an angry, helpless and a little shy expression. Brothers Hengren, you're so annoying. You weren't like this before, Han Wenwen said stubbornly, and I don't care whether Brothers Hengren really made an appointment or not. Anyway, you just got here and I can't let you leave. Lin's Hengren looked at his phone and another message popped up. It was from Zhang Zuli, asking if Lin's Hengren had arrived home. While replying to the other party, Lin's Hengren answered Han Wenwen, Don't worry, I won't leave, but what are we going to eat tonight? Is there anything else besides your burnt chicken steak? Of course. After that, Han Wenwen curiously leaned over to see who he was messaging. Who again? Lily, asking me if I've arrived home. Lily? Have you finished replying? Yes, I have. She said she has started eating and asked me to go to bed early in the evening. The clever little fox certainly knew the meaning of Zhang Zuli's words. It seems that something must have happened between brothers Hengren and Lily in the past 2 days. So she suddenly put her hand in front of Lin Hengren's mobile phone screen, and a half smile appeared on her face. Since you've replied, there's no need to chat anymore. Besides, brothers Hengren, what do the 2 words Lily mean? Did it brothers Hengren always call her by her full name before? Lin Hengren looked up and said as a matter of course, I changed the name. Han Wenwen took out his mobile phone and put it aside. She supported her upper body with both hands on the bed, leaned forward and stared at Lin Hengren as if questioning, what's the reason? It can't be that nothing happened and she changed it inexplicably, right? What reason can there be? If you want to change it, just change it. She knows that she is your girlfriend now. Well, you're so smart. Han Wenwen's eyes became jealous, and she snorted and sat there sulking with her cheeks puffed up. I knew there must be a reason why brothers Hengren came so late this afternoon. I sent you a message at around 3 p.m., and now, she took out her phone and checked the time. It's already past 6 o'clock. I changed my clothes and waited for brothers Hengren at home, but brothers Hengren was not in a hurry to come and didn't miss me at all. I came late because of the competition, not for any other reason. Lin Hengren saw that there was suddenly a red mark on the ring finger of Han Wenwen's right hand. It seemed that something had scratched it. What's wrong with your hand? He asked. Han Wenwen looked at her fingers and didn't seem to realize it. I don't know either. Maybe I accidentally scratched it when I was getting clothes this afternoon. I didn't even feel it. Lin Hengren stretched out his hand. Let me see it. Jealous but obedient Han Wenwen handed her hand over, and Lin Hengren held the fox's paw. Han Wenwen's hands were very slender and wide, and they were different from the other 2 people's hands, and they looked more delicate. Lin Hengren gently touched the little wound with his hand. Han Wenwen frowned slightly and pursed her lips. Lin Hengren glanced at her. Does it hurt? The little fox nodded. A little bit. Do you have any band-aids at home? He asked. Han Wenwen pointed to the drawer of the bedside table. I remember there seemed to be a few in there. I bought them before. Lin Hengren flipped through and found that there were indeed some, so he opened one and wrapped it around Han Wenwen's finger. Han Wenwen examined Lin Hengren's gentle movements. Although jealousy and anger were always mixed together, Han Wenwen could never get angry with Lin Hengren. Okay, you got hurt and you don't know how to be more careful next time. Lin Hengren let go after he was done, but Han Wenwen didn't pull her hand out, but took the initiative to hold Lin Hengren's palm. I've been thinking about brothers Hengren these days. How can I know if I'm hurt? After saying that, she lay diagonally on Lin Hengren's legs. Like a fox that is lazy and coquettish to its master, her tone has become very gentle. I miss brothers Hengren. I can't see you and want to send you a message, but I'm afraid of disturbing brothers Hengren's game with Lily and disturbing your time together. How can you have a boyfriend like brothers Hengren, who makes Wenwen's heart full of you? She let out a long sigh. I didn't understand the meaning of those who pursued me being jealous of each other before. Now I understand what it feels like to know that the person I like is with another girl. It's so uncomfortable. Lin Hengren reached out and stroked the fox's fur and touched her head. The little fox buried her face in Lin Hengren's legs. There was a strong jealousy and sadness in her eyes. So I came here as soon as the game was over? I knew you were waiting for me, he comforted. Han Wenwen raised her head, sat up straight and approached Lin Hengren, sitting directly in front of him, her face close to him. What else? Brothers Hengren is planning to go home to eat, take a shower and sleep before coming over? When you finish those things, the fox you raised will be waiting to die in the rental house, she said slowly. Don't you feel sorry for it? Don't you feel sorry for a little fox who only has you in his heart? Lin Hengren wanted to put his hand down, but Han Wenwen was not very happy. Why don't you touch my head? After saying that, she saw the other party slightly spread out his hands and opened his arms. Han Wenwen was stunned and laughed, and quickly got into his arms. Her face rested on Lin Hengren's chest, his 2 hands embraced her body. There was obviously so much unhappiness in her heart, but it disappeared in an instant. This is the first time that brothers Hengren hugged me. It's so comfortable in brothers Hengren's arms. Lin Hengren held her injured fox paw. Han Wenwen asked, has brothers Hengren hugged anyone else before? No, you are the first. Han Wenwen raised her head slightly and looked at him with her fox eyes. Really? You haven't hugged He Qing and Lily before? Don't lie to me. When have I ever lied to you? But you are good enough. I came to your room for less than 10 minutes and you said a lot of things. If I don't hug you, Are you going to chatter endlessly? What do you mean by chattering? Can't I act coquettishly with my brother's Hengren? Can't I be jealous? Han Wenwen enjoyed Lin Suhengren's embrace, and one hand turned to grab Lin Suhengren's shoulder, and even if he was chattering, so what? You won't let him talk to you? Besides, from the 1st to the 6th, brothers Hengren only sent a few messages to him at night. What's the use of those few words? Han Wenwen complained. Even if I'm easy to coax, you can't just send a few words on the phone to get rid of me, right? We agreed before that you would coax me on the 6th, so I kept talking, asking brothers Hengren to love me and know how much I miss you these days. What have you been doing these days? When do you miss my brothers Hengren? Serious, very serious. Besides this matter, Han Wenwen shook her head in his arms, and her two smooth long legs had already gone to bed and were slightly bent beside Lin Suhengren's legs. It was just that her dishonest feet rubbed Lin Suhengren's calves from time to time. That is to play games and shit game videos. But I feel that when I am alone, my game skills are very slow to improve. Only when brothers Hengren is around can I learn better. It's amazing. Oh, by the way, I have reached the master level in the past few days. Master? That's pretty fast, isn't your little fox powerful? She smiled, but it will be difficult to upgrade later. It will probably take a long time to reach the remaining 2 levels. By the way, I also found that there seems to be a game video blogger competition on the internet recently. I saw that the prize money is more than 10,000 yuan. At first, it was said to be held in the first half of the year, but this morning when I looked again, it seemed that it was postponed to the second half of the year, but it said that you don't need to go out and can play at home, but you need to play in a double row. Han Wenwen looked at Lin Suhengren and put a finger on Lin Suhengren's mouth. Brothers Hengren, do you have anything to do in the second half of the year? Then you can accompany me to participate in the competition? With brothers Hengren there, the money will be given directly to us, right? I don't know how to answer you. The concept of the second half of the year is too general, but the competition has just started, and I don't know when it will be held. Lin Suhengren thought that this competition was probably organized by Zhang Jingxi, right? After all, Lin Suhengren actually searched it specially after returning home last night, and this was the only competition with a large amount of prize money recently. Then let's talk about it after the specific date is announced, and I will arrange the time at that time, he replied. Han Wenwen nodded happily. Then it's settled, you will accompany me to participate in the competition at home at that time, okay? As soon as the word came out, the red lotus on Han Wenwen's waist suddenly fell down, revealing Han Wenwen's underwear on the root of her thigh. Lin Suhengren looked over and asked in confusion, Wenwen, where are your safety pants? Is that how you wear them? Han Wenwen noticed his gaze and quickly covered them up with a red face. Of course, otherwise why would I wear safety pants at home? She deliberately said. Brothers Hengren, what's with that expression? I'm not going to tell you. The purpose of wearing this is to seduce brothers Hengren. Anyway, I'm brothers Hengren's person. Why should I be afraid of this? After saying that, Han Wenwen couldn't help herself and told the truth in Lin Suhengren's ear. Actually, I forgot. I thought I wore it, but don't worry, brothers Hengren, I won't wear this outside. I'll only show it to you at home. Someone was speechless. Suddenly leaning on his chest, Han Wenwen suddenly moved her nose, sniffing the smell on Lin Suhengren's body like a puppy. His expression changed slightly, staring at Lin Suhengren. Brothers Hengren, what's that smell on you? What smell? I don't have any smell on me. He also sniffed it. Han Wenwen said, I forgot about it. Brothers Hengren doesn't know about it. Now I'll tell brothers Hengren that I have a very special skill since I was a child and I've never told anyone about it. That is, my nose is very sensitive, especially sensitive really? Lin Suhengren didn't care. Really, and what I mean by especially sensitive is not the kind of thing that everyone thinks, that is, it can only smell the temporary smell of some objects, but if I smell it carefully, I can even smell the things you touched a few days ago. Really? Han Wenwen said meaningfully. I know brothers Hengren may not believe it, so let me smell it carefully and tell brothers Hengren what I smell, then you try it. The little fox sat down again and her nose, or even her whole body, leaned on Lin Suhengren's chest and smelled carefully, smelling this and that, and then smelling Lin Suhengren's arm. She picked up Lin Suhengren's hand and smelled it. Then she frowned and glared at Lin Suhengren, and then smelled his neck and lips. Lin Suhengren found it interesting. What did you smell? Han Wenwen raised the corners of her mouth and smiled inexplicably. A lot of things, like when brothers Hengren was with Lily these 2 days, she leaned on your shoulder, right? I don't mean leaning with her arm around yours, but leaning on the side of your shoulder. Han Wenwen pointed to Lin Sehengren's right arm. That's it, am I wrong? Lin Sehengren remembered that the day before Zhang Zuli was going to participate in the competition, she did bury her face in his shoulder. And Han Wenwen continued, and Lily also hugged Brother Sehengren's shoulders. Lin Sehengren sighed, you are really amazing. After all, that happened 2 days ago. You can smell it, amazing, right? It's not just that. Han Wenwen sniffed Lin Sehengren's chest, and then asked, I wasn't sure at first, but after smelling it for so long just now, I'm sure I smelled another woman. Lin Sehengren, Han Wenwen bit her lip and put a finger on her lips and thought for a while. The smell is very light, and it is mixed with a scent of high-end shampoo. Judging from the smell, Brother Sehengren should not be hugging the other person, but the other person accidentally bumped into Brother Sehengren or something. She picked up one of Lin Sehengren's hands. Brother Sehengren also used this hand to support her. Right, there are rare moments that can make Lin Sehengren feel surprised. Your ability is incredible. Have you had this skill since childhood? Han Wenwen nodded. Well, but I may not be able to smell the scent of other people so accurately, but Brother Sehengren and I have known each other for more than a day or two. Foxes are most sensitive to the scent of their owners, so I can smell Brother Sehengren's scent most clearly. But you said the smell? What if I changed my shampoo? Can you still smell it so well? Of course I can. The smell I'm talking about is not the smell of shampoo, but the smell that belongs to Brother Sehengren alone. So no matter what shampoo or shower gel you use, it's useless. Only I know this smell. Also, the topic has gone off track. Who is that girl, Brother Sehengren? She smiled and seemed very open-minded, but with an indescribable emotion. Brother Sehengren wouldn't want 4 girlfriends, right? After all, judging from the smell, but it seems that he has been with her for a long time. Brother Sehengren, don't say we are strangers. Han Wenwen reached out and pulled a little piece of clothes on Lin Sehengren's shoulder. Because there is a smell of lipstick and makeup remover here, she wiped it for you. Lin Sehengren, you are really amazing. Brother Sehengren, the little fox couldn't help it. Where did this girl come from again? No, just a friend, but she accidentally fell so I helped her, so the lipstick got on me, and she wiped it off for me. Really? Of course. Then is she pretty? It's okay. Han Wenwen smacked her lips. It's okay. It's very beautiful. Because Brother Sehengren has an unusually high standard. How about compared to me? You two have different styles. I can't comment, but you are both pretty. Han Wenwen snorted in anger and lay back in Lin Sehengren's arms. I don't want to talk to Brother Sehengren anymore. What a playboy. Let me remind Brother Sehengren, I allow Brother Sehengren to have several girlfriends not because Wenwen is broad-minded or because I don't care, but because I have no say in this matter. What can Wenwen do if Brother Sehengren wants so many girlfriends? She spoke her true feelings. I can't live without you, but I don't want to make you unhappy. So even if I'm jealous, I can only let Brother Sehengren be playboy. But even so, I'm very narrow-minded. I'm also very stingy. He Qing and I have such a good relationship, but I still don't want you to talk to her and be affectionate with her, let alone other girls. Han Wenwen asked seriously. I've wanted to ask this for a long time. Brother Sehengren, tell me the truth. How many do you want at most? Don't say you haven't thought about it before. If you haven't thought about it before, then think about it now. And you've said it today, and you only have this one chance. If you exceed this number, don't blame Wenwen for using a trick. Trick? What trick? He was curious. Han Wenwen described it to him fiercely but gently in his ear. The secret is that when I grow up, I will squeeze Brother Sehengren dry, so that you will have no interest in other girls and will not let you get out of bed. Lin Sehengren stared at Han Wenwen's serious eyes, thinking that if you were an ordinary person, it would be possible, but now, it is basically impossible to say so. He stretched out his hand and gave this fox another head slap. Can you be more serious? But Han Wenwen still pouted. Lin Sehengren thought, but I really haven't thought about this question before. Let me think about it, and I can answer you. Really? Then Brother Sehengren, tell me quickly. Han Wenwen cautiously tested. 3? 4? It can't be 5, right? Lin Sehengren blinked and replied, at most 7, 1 a day is the most. How much? 7 is too many. No. Brother Sehengren means that you already have 7 girls you like. She was so anxious that her fox eyes widened. Lin Sehengren smiled and said, of course not. How can I have so many girls I like now? But isn't the maximum you asked? I thought about it and I would like 7 at most. This is the limit. It's meaningless to have more. Meaningless, Han Wenwen looked angry. You mean 7 is not enough? You are not tired at all to have one Brother Zhengren a day, right? Tell me how you hug him. Is Brother Zhengren a gibbon? Wenwen. Han Wenwen didn't dare to talk back, but she was jealous. She picked up Lin Zhengren's arm and bit it directly. But don't look at her grinning, she just couldn't bear to bite him. She couldn't bear to bite him hard. Too many. A few less, a few less. After she finished speaking, she suddenly sighed. Forget it, what's the point of asking you to say a few less? Since Brother Zhengren thinks so, he will probably do so in the future. No, I said it was the upper limit, and the upper limit does not represent the actual number. Anyway, it is smaller than the number 7. Han Wenwen pointed at Lin Zhengren's mouth and said angrily, but I said there is only one chance. This is what Brother Zhengren said. If it is smaller than 7, you must not add more. Well, I said, keep your word, keep your word. Then Brother Zhengren has to promise me one thing. It's not a new request, but something you promised me before. No matter how many girlfriends he has, the one he loves the most must be me, not anyone else. Am I not spoiling you enough now? Since I entered high school, you have called me the most times out of the blue. She was very close to Lin Zhengren and shook Lin Zhengren's arm. Promise, promise. I don't want anything else. It's not like I want an extra portion of what you give to others. I just want you to spend more time to see me, even if it's just a little bit, like coming to see me secretly like today. Okay, Lin Zhengren nodded slowly, but you haven't wanted to tell He Qing and Lily about you and me, is that why? Han Wenwen bit her lip happily. It's not that I don't want to tell them. After all, I'm not actually Brother Zhengren's girlfriend. I'm Brother Zhengren's secretly raised little fox. She leaned close to Lin Zhengren's ear. In Wenwen's heart, Brother Zhengren is like the master. Everything from me to the bottom belongs to you, so it's special. Chapter 131 Playing with Fire. Lin Zhengren had just raised his hand and hadn't done anything yet, when Han Wenwen fell directly into his arms and hugged his body. She deliberately lowered her head. It meant that Brother Zhengren, please touch my head, I'm ready. Lin Zhengren had to admire this fox's ability to act like a spoiled child. It was as if she was born with it. Stroking Han Wenwen's long hair with her hands, Han Wenwen buried half of her face in her chest with a look of enjoyment, and her legs bent unconsciously, leaning on Lin Zhengren's legs. Brother Zhengren's hands are so big, and there are so many muscles on his body. Han Wenwen closed her eyes, and one hand moved dishonestly on Lin Zhengren's chest. Her fingers gently slid from Lin Zhengren's abdomen to his chest, and then from his chest to his abdomen. The strong muscles still made the girl a little fascinated. Even in the end, she still felt that these clothes were really a nuisance. She wanted to reach directly into Lin Zhengren's shirt. As a result, she was worn by Lin Zhengren with a bang on his head. Han Wenwen moaned again in her throat. Brother Zhengren is not a girl. What's wrong with me touching him? Don't be dishonest here. Lin Zhengren asked. What are we eating tonight? Did you say that there are other things at home besides chicken chops? Han Wenwen raised her head and stared at the other's profile, but her hand was still touching his belly. Yeah, let me tell you what else to eat at home. Brother Zhengren can pick it. She stretched out her fingers and gave examples one by one. There are burnt chicken chops, unpalatable expired snacks, and the delicious meat. Brother Zhengren can pick any one of them for dinner. After that, she ignored Lin Zhengren's expression, which he had guessed long ago, and smiled. Lin Zhengren also deliberately asked, are you sure? Yes, sure, then I'll choose you, but have you washed it clean as food? Han Wenwen said proudly, yes, of course I washed it clean. I took a shower as soon as I got up in the morning, so where do you want to eat first? Brother Zhengren? Lin Zhengren looked at Han Wenwen. Let's start with the neck. He suddenly had the idea of punishing this fox. After all, this guy's hands have been dishonest for a long time. Okay, Han Wenwen sat up straight but was not tall enough, so she knelt directly in front of Lin Zhengren, put her neck close to Lin Zhengren's mouth, pulled the clothes under her shoulders, revealing her white swan neck. Hey, Brother Zhengren, eat it. There was a slight blush on her face. Lin Zhengren stretched out his hand and did not do anything like before. Instead, he suddenly put his arms around Han Wenwen's willow waist and held her in his arms. She faintly let out a sound. The boy's breath was patting Han Wenwen's neck. Although Han Wenwen usually acted like a spoiled child and would even actively seduce and tease Lin Zhengren, even so, a girl who had never been touched by a man would always reveal her true nature in the moment of intimate contact. This simple hug and the warmth of the breath made Han Wenwen's body tremble violently, and her face instantly covered with a real blush. She lowered her head to examine Lin Suhengren's seemingly serious expression. It was like a beast looking at its captured prey, which made Han Wenwen's heart beat very fast. Lin Suhengren saw Han Wenwen's frightened look and said word by word, "I'll ask again, did I really eat it?" Han Wenwen's eyes seemed to be dripping with water. Feeling her waist being held by him, she bit her lip and turned her head to the side, with a little moisture in her eyes. "I was wrong. Don't do that kind of thing so early. I'm not ready yet, and you're not staying tonight. If I do that kind of thing, I'll be scared to be here alone tonight." Her fingers slowly clenched. "I'll find a better time to give it to Brother Suhengren, okay? Find a night when you stay here or Brother Suhengren can't help it. I can use other methods tonight, such as..." Lin Suhengren laughed when he heard these words and let go of her waist. "Slowly got out of bed. Hurry up and change your clothes. I'll go downstairs to take you shopping." After being released, Han Wenwen sat there and looked back at Lin Suhengren blankly. It was because she was afraid that Lin Suhengren would be angry. After all, she refused. Of course, if Lin Suhengren insisted, she would definitely be willing. But suddenly she saw Lin Suhengren's half-smiley expression, and he slowly said, "You're both naive and playful." Only then did she realize that he was teasing her. She almost thought it was true. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. She curled up on the bed with her back to Lin Suhengren. "Brother Suhengren is so bad. You used to be so serious. Why are you like this recently?" Her heart was pounding, and her hands were tightly grasping the quilt. Her breathing became rapid and nervous. Just now, she even had some thoughts of comforting Lin Suhengren about that matter, and these thoughts made Han Wenwen even more shy at the moment. Han Wenwen's body trembled again when she heard the call, and her red face slowly turned back to look at him. "What's wrong?" Seeing that she was still blushing, Lin Suhengren was curious. "Haven't you recovered yet? Change clothes and go downstairs to buy something." The little fox looked at Lin Suhengren, slowly sat up from the bed, then she opened her arms. With a wronged look on her face, Lin Suhengren saw that she seemed to be really scared, so he walked over and Han Wenwen quickly knelt down and hugged Lin Suhengren. After a long time of recovery, Lin Suhengren went downstairs with a shy Han Wenwen to shop at night. On the way, Lin Suhengren asked her if she wanted to eat outside, so as to save the trouble of going home to pack up. But Han Wenwen really liked the feeling of the word home. She felt that if she could stay at home with Lin Suhengren, she would not need to go out to do anything. Unless there were other people present. No, just eat at home. At night, the two of them returned to the rental house with some side dishes, noodles and a roast chicken. Han Wenwen sat next to Lin Suhengren very weakly. The two of them sat on a blanket on the ground to eat, with a simple dining table in front of them. She took off a chicken leg and fed it to Lin Suhengren. Brother Suhengren, eat first." Lin Suhengren took a big bite. Han Wenwen asked, "By the way, how were Lily's results in the past 2 days? Did she win the championship?" "He Qing won the championship last time. Last week in the dormitory, she told me that she was very excited when she won the championship." Thinking of what happened in the past 2 days, Lin Suhengren replied, "At present, Lily has only entered the final ranking. As for the specific results, it will be announced in half a month." "Half a month? So slow." "Well, it didn't take so long. But something went wrong, so the competition organizer deliberately extended the time this time to ensure authenticity." Han Wenwen expressed her thoughts. "Since the competition is over, what is Brother Suhengren's plan for tomorrow?" "Accompany Lily to the movies. We have an appointment." Han Wenwen stood there like a stone man, then quickly took away the chicken leg that he had bitten, and nodded angrily. "I knew you wouldn't be free to accompany me tomorrow. After all, this week is the time to accompany Lily, and next week I can officially accompany you." Han Wenwen chewed on the fragrant big chicken leg, knowing that there was nothing she could do about it. The three girlfriends had to be fair, and coming to see her secretly today was already a special treatment. She didn't know how many times she reminded him, "Then don't forget, you have to stay here next night." Brother Suhengren said, "You can't regret it." "Well, no regrets." Han Wenwen smiled and leaned on Lin Suhengren's shoulder. "Lin Suhengren, can you sit properly when you eat? Last time I accompanied you to the snack street, I found that my clothes were still stained with oil when I returned to the dormitory." "Really? Then I will be careful this time. I just leaned on you to eat. I will never." Before she finished speaking, a drop of oil from the chicken leg fell on Lin Suhengren's pants. Lin Suhengren looked at her speechlessly. Han Wenwen blinked awkwardly, grinned and squinted her eyes, and wiped Lin Suhengren's pants with her hand, but the oil on her hand stuck again. Even more sluggish, "No, no, no, I can wash it for you. Besides, Brother Zhengren can prepare a few clothes and leave them at my place in the future. Anyway, my home is Brother Zhengren's home. How can you go home without a few clothes to change? Isn't it better to be afraid of oil? Lin Zhengren felt that there was some truth. He came here too many times, so he could prepare some things. I'll buy a few clothes and leave them at your place when there's a chance. Really? Okay. Then I'll make a place for Brother Zhengren to put his clothes. After dinner, Lin Zhengren chatted with Han Wenwen at home again. I don't know what they were talking about. Time unknowingly came to 9 o'clock, and Lin Zhengren went home in the reluctant eyes of the little fox. She also went downstairs to see Lin Zhengren off, and kept watching Lin Zhengren go home until he disappeared. That night, there was a house near the intersection. A guy with 2 ponytails was insomniac in his bedroom again. Last time, it was insomnia due to entanglement and unhappiness, but this time it was completely insomnia due to happiness and excitement. When she thought about going to the cinema with Lin Zhengren to watch a romantic movie tomorrow, Zhang Zuli happily lay on the bed and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her bright, lively and cute big eyes were still staring at the ceiling at 3 o'clock in the morning. Humming, watching a movie tomorrow, she felt fulfilled and satisfied. The next day, when the sun appeared again, the girl, whose hair looked a little golden in the sun, sat up from the bed, holding her head and staring out a bright window. I didn't sleep all night again. No way, but looking at the time, it was too late to make up for the sleep, so Jiang Zuli hurriedly got out of bed to take a shower, put on the clothes she had picked for a long time yesterday, and prepare for today's date. After taking a shower, she looked at herself in the mirror and looked energetic. It should be okay. This time is different from the last time. This time it is a happy insomnia. I shouldn't fall asleep while watching a movie. Yes, it must not be. Zhang Zuli called Lin Zhengren on time at 8 o'clock in the morning. The two met at the intersection. Zhengren. Good morning. Where are we going to watch a movie? Zhang Zuli waved one hand, her little canine teeth were white and playful. Lin Zhengren took her to a taxi and said, we are going to the city. You probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let's find a place to have breakfast. Chapter 132. A long-awaited date. During the taxi ride, Zhang Zuli was tense and blushing as she looked out the window. It looked like she was really nervous on the first date. Her hands were tightly clasped together. Although it was the first date, it was not the first time that Lin Zhengren had played with her alone since childhood. He turned his head and looked at the nervous look of the little girl, wondering if it was because she hadn't played with him alone for a long time. She looked so tense. The taxi didn't go to the city center because it was too far away. It only stopped at a large shopping mall on the edge of the city. There are many people playing here on weekdays, and the facilities are very complete. In addition, it is the National Day holiday. Although it is the last day, there are still many people and couples coming in and out of the mall. It is very lively. Lin Zhengren asked Zhang Zuli what she wanted to eat for breakfast. Zhang Zuli put her hands behind her back and saw a fast food restaurant nearby. She thought for a while, hamburger, let's go. The two went to the hamburger restaurant. When they entered the door, Zhang Zuli took the initiative to suggest, let me order. Lin Zhengren did not refuse. But when he wanted to see what Zhang Zuli ordered, Zhang Zuli hurriedly pushed Lin Zhengren's back and wanted him to sit down somewhere else. You go sit down first. Don't have to watch here. Go sit down and rest first. Don't you need me to get the food? No, I'll call you when I can't get it. Go find a place to sit quickly, otherwise there will be no place later. After Lin Zhengren left, Zhang Zuli whispered to the clerk, excuse me, is there any couple set meal here? The clerk nodded, yes, we have recently launched 2 couple sets in our store. You can take a look. Okay, let me see. The lady pushed a product picture from the desktop to the other party and pointed to the location of the couple set meal. These 2 are newly launched. Zhang Zuli saw that the first set meal was 2 hamburgers, 2 chicken rolls, 2 cups of Coke, and snacks to choose from. She thought to herself, what kind of couple set meal is this? Isn't this a set meal for 2 people? Is it a couple set meal with a picture of a heart? Do you understand why people come here to buy couple sets? As a result, just after she finished complaining in her heart, the clerk said, if you buy the first set, you will also get a small heart toy. Zhang Zuli's little tiger teeth were exposed when she spoke, and she decisively refused. Let me take a look. Do you really think I'm a child? The second set is 4 hamburgers and 6 chicken rolls. plus a large couple's drink and 4 snacks. The most distinctive feature of this set is the straw. This type of straw is the type that is very popular on the internet, with 2 straws combined in the middle. Zhang Zuli was moved as soon as she saw it, but the second set was nearly twice as expensive as the first set. She thought to herself that she was still young, and the hamburger shop was not unable to do business, but rather too good at doing business. Damn capitalists. Is there anything you can give for the second set? No, dear. The clerk smiled and showed 2 rows of neat teeth. Aren't these all the same set meal names? There are cheap ones, but no expensive ones, because few people buy the cheap ones, so the toys are given away, otherwise no one would buy them. Zhang Zuli didn't know what to say, but her cheeks still blushed when she thought of the straw. Then give me the second set meal, okay, please wait. So after a while, Lin Zhengren saw Zhang Zuli coming with a large plate full of breakfast, a plate of chicken rolls, hamburgers, and various snacks, plus a large glass of milk. Lin Zhengren was stunned. You didn't eat last night, Zhang Zuli exclaimed. I ate. Lin Zhengren remembered that she had sent him a message last night, and she did eat. Then why did you order so much? Can you finish it this early in the morning? Sundeer never lies, because when she lies her face turns red with embarrassment. She puts the plate on the table and pretends to be dumbfounded. I didn't know he would have so much. I saw there was a set meal and ordered it. I didn't look carefully to see that there would be so much food. It doesn't matter. It won't be wasted. I'll eat more. Before she came, she deliberately pulled out the 2-in-1 couple straw, because she always felt that her purpose was obvious when she directly inserted it into the drink. That's Zhengren. I found that the straw seemed to have a problem when I bought the set meal. He seemed to give me the couple straw, so if you want to drink the drink, Lin Zhengren knew what it would be when he saw her hiding it secretly. He answered casually and teased her deliberately, I'm not thirsty, you can drink it, huh? This sentence scared Zhang Zuli to death. Then what was the point of buying such a big drink and so many sets of sets? But even so, Zhang Zuli still said, okay, then I'll drink it myself. She inserted the couple's straw with 2 tips on the top and the bottom of the straw, and then drank the drink sadly by herself, and took a few bites of the hamburger. She looked decadent. Lin Zhengren also took a few bites of a chicken roll, and said helplessly, I'm a little thirsty suddenly, give me a few sips. Thirsty. Upon hearing this, the listless Zhang Zuli suddenly became energetic, and her whole body glowed. She put down the hamburger in her hand and handed over the drink excitedly. Hey, drink it quickly. You drink with the other end. Lin Zhengren took 2 big sips after taking it. Zhang Zuli stared at Lin Zhengren's Adam's apple moving when he drank the drink. Although the 2 people did not use the same straw tip, the middle of the straw was the same. And she just drank a few sips. Is this considered an indirect kiss? Zhang Zuli's face became redder and redder, and she always felt like. Lin Zhengren handed the drink back to her. It's okay if we can't finish so many burgers. We can just pack them up and take them away. Zhang Zuli took the drink hesitantly, and her expression was obviously excited. Okay, she smiled, but Zhengren, don't worry, I'm still very hungry now. There shouldn't be much left. After that, she took a few more sips of the drink in excitement and ate the burger in big mouthfuls. Her appetite came up. Half an hour later, as Zhang Zuli ate with relish, there were really not many left. There was only 1 burger and 2 chicken rolls left. Of course, this so-called feast was not much, because Lin Zhengren ate nearly half of it. But the 4 packs of snacks and a chicken roll were enough to make Zhang Zuli hold her stomach. My stomach is enlarged, she said while holding her full stomach. After breakfast, the 2 sat at the dining table and began to look through the playing time of the love movie. It turned out that there was no show in the morning, but there was one at 10:30 in the morning. Of course, this is a default rule. After all, few film festivals will suddenly play love movies in the first show in the morning. Because lovers are creatures that can never get up early. They only go out shopping when they have had enough of being in bed, and the peak of ticket sales is at night. Zhang Zuli looked at the movie time above. There is no movie in the morning, what should we do? Don't look at her asking, but she actually knew last night that the current performances are all lies, because if you have to wait to watch the movie at 10:30, the daytime will inevitably increase significantly. Today's appearance is the scheming Zhang. Who knows that Lin Zhengren said, if there is no movie, let's watch something else. How about this one? It says that it is a rising work of Chinese comics. 2 lives have not affected Lin Zhengren. He still occasionally watches some entertainment works. Who is not a 16-year-old boy? Jiang Zuli actually likes to watch it. But after watching this, will you still watch the love movie at 10:30 in the morning? She was embarrassed to ask, because she said that she was treating today, but she only had enough money to watch one movie. And Zhengren took the initiative to ask to watch it. Okay, Zhengren, have I seen this slogan before? Am I remembering it wrong? I remember it has risen before, who knows? Anyway, rising a few more times is a good thing, and it will be prosperous. So the two went to the cinema together and bought tickets. When checking the tickets, the ticket inspector asked unexpectedly, "Excuse me, are you two a couple?" Jiang Zuli was stunned and looked at Lin Zhengren. Lin Zhengren nodded. Jiang Zuli said happily, "Yes, we are a couple," the ticket inspector explained. "Then we have an event for couples to watch the movie this morning. As long as you touch the tip of your nose to the other person's face, you can enjoy a free bucket of popcorn." Jiang Zuli was moved. "Really? But where can I do this?" "Here." She obviously wanted to do it but deliberately asked Lin Zhengren, "Zhengren, do you think it would be embarrassing to do this here? But he gave me popcorn, and if I don't take it, I will lose it." As a result, Lin Zhengren pointed to the sign next to him. Jiang Zuli looked and found that it said that the event would start at 10:30 a.m. It was exactly the time when the love movie started. The ticket collector also said, "The event hasn't started yet. This event will start at 10:30 a.m., so if you two are willing, you can come and watch it again at 10 a.m. Jiang Zuli's face fell. She thought that it would be better not to say anything, because she would definitely not be able to watch the movie at 10:30 a.m. She didn't have any money. Lin Zhengren observed Jiang Zuli's aggrieved expression with a smile on his face. He had his own ideas. The ticket collector asked again, "By the way, would you like to buy popcorn and drinks?" The two who had just eaten didn't want them. After the ticket collector tore up their tickets, they walked into the cinema together. Unexpectedly, as soon as they walked to the door of the screening room, Jiang Zuli exclaimed through the door, "Wow, so this is what the cinema is like. Why does it feel so dark inside?" Lin Zhengren was curious and puzzled. "You haven't been here before?" Jiang Zuli shook her head. "As a matter of course, no. Who would I come with? Mom and Dad are very busy. I usually have to practice singing and I don't have any particularly good friends. It's just you. I just know you. How come you have been here before?" Lin Zhengren thought it was outrageous. This guy has lost his memory, right? Did you forget? The last time I accompanied you here, weren't you still talking about what happened last time you fell asleep? Yeah, she suddenly remembered that she had been talking about not seeing it clearly last time, but how could she forget it? "But," Jiang Zuli said blankly, "I really don't have any impression of the process of watching a movie with you last time. I only remember that I watched it with you and then fell asleep." Lin Zhengren thought for a moment, that may be because you were too sleepy last time, and you were confused throughout the whole process, or even sleepwalking throughout the whole process. It's possible. Then I will observe carefully this time. She clenched her fist and said so. The two opened the door, and suddenly they couldn't see anything in the dark. Jiang Zuli seemed a little panicked. "Zhengren, how can we find our position in such a dark?" Lin Zhengren held her little hand. "Just follow me, and you will be able to see it with your eyes in a while." Feeling that the big hand suddenly held her tightly. Jiang Zuli in the dark, don't mention what she felt at the moment, excited and sensitive. Her heart was beating wildly. Her eyes were fixed on the pair of hands that were not very visible. With a red face, she followed Lin Zhengren to the middle position. Lin Zhengren looked at the number and let go of his hand. "This is it." Jiang Zuli was impressed by his amazing ability. "How can you find it in such a dark place?" "It's not that dark. Don't you realize that you can see clearly now?" Jiang Zuli looked around and felt amazing. Her vision was really clear. "Really? Did you turn on some small light? You don't believe me when I say you are not a good student. Your eyes have adapted. Sit down. I know your eyes have adapted, but it still feels amazing." Lin Zhengren sighed that it was like she was here for the first time. The two sat next to each other. Jiang Zuli looked at the back and the front, and found that except for a couple watching in the distance, there were no people at all in the morning. "There are so few people, we came out too early, but we can just book the whole place." How comfortable. Jiang Zuli had never been here sober before, so she looked at the huge screen in front of her and felt that everything was fresh. It was just that the armrest in the middle with Lin Zhengren was a little awkward. Why design something like this in the middle? There is a distance between people. Oh wait, although I was dazed when I watched a movie last time, there was this armrest? Why didn't he remember it? Lin's Hengren saw Zhang Zuli's puzzled expression, so he taught her, "This thing can be bent." He stood up the armrest. Zhang Zuli was stunned, "So it can be done like this?" I said that if those couples come to watch a movie, it would be a big hindrance to have this thing. Lin's Hengren looked at the big screen. "The movie is about to start, let's watch the movie." Zhang Zuli looked at the big screen with his eyes, thinking that although it was not a couple's movie, it was the first time with Lin's Hengren. No. The second time to watch a movie. This time I must not fall asleep halfway like last time. I must finish watching it. And if possible, I can do it the same as before. Her face turned red again, recalling the scene of holding hands when entering the cinema. It would be nice if we could hold hands again. His hands were really big and warm just now. Well, don't fall asleep and hold hands. The movie started, and Zhang Zuli's eyes lost their spirit in an instant. Her upper and lower eyelids kept fighting, and she fell asleep in less than 3 minutes leaning on the chair. She leaned slightly and fell asleep on Lin's Hengren's shoulder. Lin's Hengren seemed to have guessed this a long time ago, because when he woke up this morning, although the little girl was energetic, he could still tell the difference between someone who had stayed up all night and someone who had slept all night. Even if she didn't feel sleepy when she was shopping, she had just eaten so much that the blood in her brain was used to digest the food. Plus, with such a comfortable environment in the cinema, it would be strange if she didn't fall asleep. But for this reason, Lin's Hengren specially chose this morning show, not to watch any movie, but to let this silly girl with twin ponytails sleep. Only after she had a good sleep could she continue to watch the love movie at 10:30. Zhang Zuli beside him slept very peacefully, and Lin's Hengren looked down at her slightly tired and playful appearance. When it comes to playfulness and cuteness, Lin's Hengren has always felt that Zhang Zuli is the cutest of the three of them. He Qing's words are not cute, but cute. Zhang Zuli looks like a noisy little girl from head to toe, and her height and appearance are different from when she was a child. But at that time, she would jump and skip because of happiness, and twist her head and say arrogant words stubbornly. Lin's Hengren always felt happy when he saw her. The movie, which lasted more than an hour, ended. After walking out of the cinema hall, Zhang Zuli stood in a daze at the entrance of the cinema, with lifeless eyes. "Where am I now, Lin's Hengren?" At the entrance of the cinema, "The movie has been watched." "Of course, you must not have watched it because you just fell asleep." Zhang Zuli's whole body was petrified like a statue. Slowly turning her head, the stone fragments on her neck fell off. "Look! It's over. Why did I fall asleep?" Her invisible tears fell from her eyes. Lin's Hengren wanted to laugh. "I guess you didn't sleep much last night? Anyway, you fell asleep." Zhang Zuli hugged her head, and this time she shouted in her heart in confusion, "Why did I fall asleep again? 2 dates are ruined. What have I been doing?" She sniffed aggrievedly, and really wanted to wipe the non-existent tears with her arms. Lin's Hengren walked forward. Let's go shopping after watching the movie." Zhang Zuli sighed and followed him silently. Although Zhang Zuli was very regretful after waking up from a sleep, she was indeed much more awake. The two walked slowly step by step on the street. When they came to the outside of the mall, they looked at the various shops on the street that were booming. Zhang Zuli looked, and suddenly realized how long it had been since she and Hengren had been shopping aimlessly like this. Obviously, she had been with him since the 4th grade. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades, until junior high school. She and he were almost inseparable. We ate together, went to school, and went home together every day. We stayed together for 3 years. At that time, I didn't feel anything, but now looking back, it seems that a long time has passed. I can't even remember how many little things happened in those 3 years. Lin's Hengren also spoke. "It seems like a long time ago that I last walked with you alone on the street without any purpose." Zhang Zuli looked up at him, her twin ponytails bouncing up and down with her steps. "Well, it seems that we basically haven't gone shopping together since we entered junior high school. Ever since He Qing came, it's always been a few of us, and we haven't gone shopping alone." Lin's Hengren, "Although I can't tell because I'm with you so often, but occasionally I think of the past and find that you are really different from when you were a child. You're much prettier and a lot more honest." Zhang Zuli didn't expect him to praise her so neatly. Shyness covered her cheeks and she lowered her head slightly. "No, not really, but I may have looked better in terms of appearance. After I entered high school, some people began to confess their love to me. Didn't I tell you about this during the military training before? They also praised me for being cute and wanted to chat with me to get to know me." But, except for you, I didn't have any feelings for others, she whispered. I would rather watch you from afar in class than waste time talking to them. Lin's Hengren glanced at her. Let's go out for a walk from time to time in the future. I used to teach you and He Qing to practice singing and taekwondo because you two had a weak foundation at that time. Now that the foundation has been laid, the rest of the road will be much easier. You can take a lot of time to relax outside like today. Well, okay. Zhang Zuli had a smile on her face and asked without any preparation, speaking of Zhengren, do you feel happy being with me? She looked away shyly. I don't know what you are like, but I am so happy every day when I am with you. For example, now I am just walking and doing nothing, and I feel very happy. And in the past, every time I was alone with you, even if I was just practicing singing in the room, I would be excited and wake up very early in the morning. She remembered that she was like a nervous person every day. I got up very early to pack my things, just thinking that you can come to me early and lie on my bed to sleep early. Speaking of this, and I have always said that I don't like you lying on my bed, but it's all fake. In fact, I like the casual feeling of you when you are with me. She turned her head and looked at Lin Hengren, because in this way, it seems that we are very familiar with each other, and we can do whatever we want without any restraint. In the eyes of others, we are like a couple. Lin Hengren stared at Zhang Zuli unexpectedly. Zhang Zuli pursed her small lips and slowly grinned happily, with crescents in her eyes, but I really didn't expect that we would really become a couple one day, and you would become my boyfriend. It always feels like a dream. I've thought you would be my girlfriend for a long time. She opened her eyes trembling. Lin Hengren, because I'm also very happy when I'm with you. She looked at him dreamily, and suddenly coughed. She didn't dare to look him in the eye again, and looked away again. That's really a coincidence. I can only say that we are really a perfect match. Lin Hengren stretched out his hand. Zhang Zuli waited for a while and didn't hear Lin Hengren speak. She turned her head and saw him stretching out his hand. In just a brief moment, she understood what the other party meant. She looked at his beautiful palm in disbelief. The snow-white little hand moved slightly, and slowly raised her hand and placed it in his palm. When the two hands touched each other, Lin Hengren held it. Zhang Zuli bit her lip slowly. The alarm on the mobile phone rang, and Lin Hengren took out the mobile phone from his arms to see the time. Time's up. Time's up? What time is up? Zhang Zuli thought it was time for a date, but they had just held hands when she saw Lin Hengren take out 2 more movie tickets from his pocket. They were tickets for the 10:30 show of a romantic movie. It's time to watch a movie. I guessed that you would fall asleep in the last show. You still had dark circles under your eyes this morning, so I bought the tickets for this show in advance, which is the 10:30 show. Now is the perfect time to go, he deliberately asked. Do you want to go? Zhang Zuli stared at the 2 movies that she had wanted to watch since yesterday. She couldn't help but burst out laughing, her energetic eyes staring straight at Lin Hengren, one hand held by him, and the other hand behind her back. She laughed and scolded him, you big idiot, of course you have to go. Lin Hengren took her hand and walked quickly towards the cinema. Chapter 133. 3 people gathered together. At this time, the cinema was obviously crowded. A long line formed. When it was Lin Hengren and Zhang Zuli's turn, the ticket inspector stared at the 2 familiar faces in front of her blankly. Lin Hengren handed the ticket to the other party. She laughed unconsciously. You 2 look a little familiar. Do you want to participate in the event? After touching the noses to prove that you are a couple, we can give you a big bucket of popcorn. Zhang Zuli saw Lin Hengren nod, and she nodded repeatedly. Participate. The ticket inspector clapped her hands. Then please start. Zhang Zuli looked back and found that many people behind her were staring at her. But fortunately, Lin Hengren was not shy. Boys are bold and girls are easy to be bold, so Zhang Zuli was bold enough to support his chest in tiptoe. The 2 people's faces came close and rubbed each other's noses. Their eyes also looked at each other in that short moment. The girl's heartbeat accelerated. Then she put her heels down again, and the ceremony ended. Zhang Zuli shyly touched the tip of her nose with her other hand. Itchy. The ticket seller handed the other party a 4-arm-high popcorn. Here, this bucket of couple popcorn is for you. I hope you 2 can be sweet and never separate. Lin Hengren wanted to take it, but Zhang Zuli reached out and took the bucket of popcorn in advance to look at the amount, and said to Lin Hengren with emotion, it's quite a big bucket. It's worth it. The couples in the queue behind were also eager to move when they saw this big bucket of popcorn. Although they were shy, they would not miss it if they didn't make money. This time when she entered the cinema for the second time, Zhang Zuli was not so unfamiliar. Anyway, it was enough to be held by Lin Sihengren's hand. She knew that it was always right to follow the big fool. After finding a seat and sitting down, Zhang Zuli did not wait for him to come this time. She skillfully put up the middle armrest and then put the popcorn in the middle. Although it was impossible to book the theater this time, both sides were full of people, but this did not affect the good mood of the two people watching the movie. I said I was going to treat you, but in the end I made you pay. She felt a little guilty. Lin Sihengren looked at the screen. It doesn't matter who spends the money. Anyway, you are mine, so there is no difference? Zhang Zuli bit her lip and wondered how he could say such a shy thing so easily. If it were her, she would never say such a sentence unless it was a special case like last time. Seeing that she was shy and didn't speak, Lin Sihengren deliberately teased her and asked again, "Isn't it?" Zhang Zuli was stunned by his shouting and nodded slowly. "Of course it is." Lin Sihengren pretended not to see it. "Huh? I didn't hear clearly." Zhang Zuli bravely picked up a popcorn and put it to Lin Sihengren's mouth, as if she was not convinced. "Yes. Even if you don't ask, I am of course yours. Isn't it okay to be yours forever?" Lin Sihengren ate the popcorn. It's always so fun to tease this girl. Zhang Zuli also shyly took a popcorn for herself. It's so sweet she took another one and put it in her mouth. The result was a bit outrageous. The bucket of popcorn that looked big was gone after just a few bites, and they didn't even finish it until the movie started. Zhang Zuli felt that it was not right when she touched the bottom. It was just a few bites? How did they finish it? She carefully studied the popcorn bucket for a long time and found that there was a cardboard in the middle of the bucket, and there was foam under the cardboard. In other words, this looks like a big bucket, but in fact, more than half of it is fake. Only the top layer is covered with popcorn, which makes it seem like a lot. Zhang Zuli couldn't help but complain. It's really difficult for the event organizers to come up with such a method. They want to give it away but don't want to. Lin Sihengren is used to it. This routine has become more and more common in the past 2 years. She put the bucket in the middle and ignored it. Zhang Zuli, who was refreshed after a nap, held his hand, interlocked their fingers, and sighed that she could finally enjoy this rare movie. This is the third time, and it can be considered that she can. 3 minutes later, Zhang Zuli's eyelids began to fight and she fell asleep on Lin Sihengren's shoulder in a daze. This time, she fell on his shoulder, and even Lin Sihengren was stunned. "Lily? You fell asleep again?" No response. Zhang Zuli slept peacefully, and this time her face was full of happiness. Lin Sihengren was speechless. For the first time, he clearly realized that her falling asleep after watching a movie had little to do with whether she stayed up all night last night. "I thought she didn't get enough rest before, but now it seems that she is simply allergic to the cinema." But Lin Sihengren had a hunch that she would have to come to this guy again if she had the chance. Sure enough, more than an hour later, when Zhang Zuli walked out of the cinema, she hugged her head again. "I didn't watch it again." Lin Sihengren was really used to this group of abstract guys. "Go home, but what is the movie that I have been looking forward to for so long? I thought I was very energetic, but why did I fall asleep again? I can only say that people's physiques are indeed different. Then can we still come to the movie on our next date? I still want to try the feeling of watching a movie in a cinema." This matter has obviously become her nightmare. "Let me think about it. Actually, if you want to watch a movie, you don't have to go to the cinema. Maybe you can turn your home into a cinema." She was led by the other party's hand and walked away. "Can you turn your home into a cinema? How do you do it? I'll tell you next time when I have time." Zhang Zuli pouted, thinking that it would take several weeks for him to accompany her next time. She wondered why she still fell asleep. It's so annoying. Taking a taxi home, Zhang Zuli returned to the familiar intersection at noon and stared at her clasped hands. The haze of the cinema disappeared in a few minutes, and a faint smile appeared on her face again. "Lin Sihengren, I have to go back to school in the afternoon, so today's date is over?" "Go home." Zhang Zuli was reluctant to end it like this. It was such a short date, and it felt like she didn't do anything but slept twice. She didn't want to let go of his hand. Seeing that she was unhappy, Lin Sihengren smiled and said, "Don't you have another date after the results of your competition are out? You can watch it then if you want to." Zhang Zuli thought so and nodded slowly. A taxi also stopped in the distance, but it was at the end of another intersection. A pure and sweet girl with a single ponytail got off the taxi. After the girl got off, a little fox came to greet her best friend, and the two best friends reunited. The taxi driver closed the door and drove past Zhang Zuli again. The wind generated by the vehicle caused the girls' ponytails to sway slightly to one side. Zhang Zuli took a deep breath, mustered up all her courage and took 2 steps towards Lin Zhengren. One hand pulled his clothes and stood on tiptoe. The arrogant and stubborn eyes looked deeply at Lin Zhengren, then, "See you in the afternoon, Zhengren." She opened her lips slightly and kissed the other's neck lightly. I don't know where she learned it from. She also licked it a little. After the kiss, Lin Zhengren was stunned. Zhang Zuli stammered and said, "I'm going home. Although I didn't seem to do anything this morning, I had a lot of fun." Then she let go of his hand, covered her mouth with the back of her hand, and ran away shyly. Only after running a long way did she show her little tiger teeth and wave her hand. "I'm leaving. Don't forget to accompany me to the zoo when the results of the competition are out." Lin Zhengren looked at Zhang Zuli's little girl, who seemed to have won, sighed helplessly, and raised his hand to her from a distance. "Slow down on the way." "Yeah," he said goodbye to her, but just when Lin Zhengren wanted to turn around and go home, he found that she was far away on the road. Xiao He Qing, with a pair of trembling almond eyes and incomparable purity, stared blankly at the scene just now. Her red lips were slightly open. And besides Xiao He Qing, Han Wenwen also looked at Zhang Zuli kissing Lin Zhengren stupidly. The three looked at each other. Lin Zhengren blinked. Curious when these two guys were there. The sun at noon was very big, making people feel warm. But at this moment, little He Qing didn't look so warm. She stared at his neck that had been kissed by someone, not very happy. She stared at the ground, not knowing what she was thinking. Han Wenwen took little He Qing's arm and stared at Lin Zhengren. Her jealous eyes seemed to be saying, "Can't you two find a place to kiss secretly? You had to do it on the street. Now you're in trouble, right, brother Zhengren?" Fortunately, Lin Zhengren had seen a lot of big scenes since he was a child. Others would panic when they were found out after dating too many girlfriends, thinking about how to explain and deceive them, but he, who had lived 2 lives, never panicked. He spoke frankly and honestly, with an upright look. "Why are you two here?" He even spoke with full energy and no guilt at all. Little He Qing slowly lowered her head, her voice soft and sticky. "Well, I called Wenwen last night, and when we were chatting, I mentioned that I hadn't visited Wenwen since she rented a house, so I thought that since I was going back to school today, I could come to her rental house to take a look, and I could go to school with you. I just got off the car." Han Wenwen had a scary smile. "I'm here to pick up Xiao Qing." Han Wenwen addressed the other party in an outside way. "By the way, does classmate Lin Zhengren have anything to do this afternoon? If you don't, why don't you accompany Xiao Qing and me to the rental house? I've prepared some food, and classmate Lin Zhengren hasn't been to my room before, right?" Lin Zhengren and Han Wenwen looked at each other. This fox seemed to be reminding Lin Zhengren very unhappily. "Brother Zhengren, don't you coax Xiao Qing? If you don't coax her, she might be unhappy all afternoon, and I won't be happy either." Silently turning her head, as if to act like a spoiled child, Lin Zhengren nodded. "It just so happens that I haven't eaten yet, so let's go together." Han Wenwen felt that brother Zhengren never panicked. Such a strong sense of security. The three of them returned to the rental house together. Han Wenwen took Xiao Qing's arm and introduced the surroundings. "Although my rental house is a bit small, the location is quite good, and there are cameras and other things nearby, so it is quite safe." Xiao Qing walked with her head down, occasionally glancing at Lin Zhengren. She felt a little aggrieved and jealous. Han Wenwen called out, "Xiao Qing." "Ah." Xiao Qing responded to her call. "What's wrong, Wenwen?" Han Wenwen thought that Xiao Qing was stunned. She tried her best to smile. "I said, what do you think of the location of my rental house? The one in front is my room." Xiao Qing only then realized that she didn't know when she had walked here. Looking around, she quickly replied, "Yes, it's not bad, the location is good." Han Wenwen took out a key and opened the door. "Here, let me show you my room." Xiao He Qing and Lin Zhengren looked at Han Wenwen's room. According to common sense, these two were both here for the first time. Xiao He Qing saw that although the room was small, it was still cozy. There was a bed, a table and some messy daily necessities. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a thick white blanket beside the bed. "What a beautiful room," she commented. Han Wenwen nodded. "Right? What do you think, classmate Lin Zhengren? As this is your first time here, can you give your comments?" Lin Zhengren, "What a beautiful room." Xiao He Qing glanced at Lin Zhengren again. Han Wenwen glared at Lin Sehengren. Then you can come in. I usually sit on the blanket because it's very comfortable. I can also sit on the bed. It's just that I didn't clean up the quilt, Xiao Heking responded and took off her shoes subconsciously when she entered the house. Where are the slippers, Wenwen? Ah, over there, but it doesn't matter whether you wear them or not. I don't usually wear them. I just go barefoot on the blanket. Han Wenwen took off her coat and walked into the house. But little He Qing had already looked at the corner. She unexpectedly found something, a pair of men's slippers. What is this? Men's slippers? Han Wenwen paused, and Lin Sehengren turned to look. In fact, Lin Sehengren usually doesn't wear slippers here, but at the beginning, when the two of them were not well, Lin Sehengren wore them several times during the period when Han Wenwen was sick. This pair was bought at that time. And as something he had worn, Han Wenwen naturally couldn't bear to throw it away. At this moment, Han Wenwen turned her head and looked, with some cold sweat on her forehead. Men's slippers. Little He Qing stared at the slippers in the corner. Yes, and it looks like it was bought a long time ago, right? It doesn't look like no one has worn it. It looks like it has been worn several times. Could it be? Little He Qing looked at Lin Sehengren, staring at Lin Sehengren. Then she looked at Han Wenwen. Is this what your uncle is wearing? Han Wenwen laughed, grinned and waved her hands. No, my uncle almost never came here. He only came once when I rented a house. In fact, these men's slippers were given to me when I bought shoes. Buy one pair and get one pair free. They are discounted items. But I wore them a few times and felt that they were too big, so I left them there. The little fox turned around and put the clothes he took off on the bed again. Didn't you see that there is a little dust on the slippers? He Qing did see the dust, so that's what happened. Han Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief with her back to little He Qing. She pointed to the self-heating hot pot and some cooked food on the table. By the way, I'm going to the bathroom to change clothes. You two can heat up the hot pot and chat. After that, Han Wenwen took the change of clothes and went to the bathroom. Before closing the door, she reminded with a smile. It will take me a long time to change, and then I have to go to the bathroom. I will probably come out in at least 10 minutes. Little He Qing saw that Han Wenwen seemed to be reminding her of something, and she nodded. Okay, got it. Han Wenwen then closed the bathroom door. Only Lin Sehengren and Xiao Heking were left in the room. Xiao Heking looked at Lin Sehengren secretly, her hands clasped together restrainedly. She whispered, then you should take off your coat and sit down to rest for a while. I'll heat up the hot pot we're going to eat. She reached out to help Lin Sehengren take off his coat. When they were alone together, she always unconsciously activated the hostess's blood. Chapter 134. The two are jealous. Let me mix some hot water first. Putting Lin Sehengren's coat aside neatly, Xiao Heking poured the cold water into the kettle like a wife, placed it on the small water heater at home, and clicked the heating button. The cold water slowly began to heat up, bubbling slightly. Xiao Heking found that Lin Sehengren was also sitting there helping to unpack the self-heating hot pot. She sat carefully next to Lin Sehengren. Next to him. Let me do it, you just rest, I'll do this little thing. The voice was soft and sticky. It's just tearing off the packaging, it's a simple thing, he replied. Lin Sehengren saw that she looked at him with eyes that looked like she wanted to ask something but didn't dare to ask, so he asked, are you thinking about what happened to Lily just now? Xiao Heking's hand slowed down and she nodded slightly. Well, you two just came back from a date. I remember you said before that the competition would end on the 5th or 6th. Today is the 7th, so you should have gone on a date. By the way, I asked Wenwen yesterday and it seemed that Lily had entered some list. It sounded pretty impressive. She tried to pretend that she was not jealous. Well, to celebrate her entry into the final 50, I accompanied her to watch a movie in the city. Watch a movie? Xiao Heking pursed her lips, and finally couldn't help thinking that she seemed to have never watched a movie with Lin Sehengren. At this time, Lin Sehengren also asked, by the way, it seems that we haven't watched a movie yet? We can go to watch it together next time we go on a date. Do you want to go? Xiao Heking turned her head to look at Lin Sehengren. The kettle had begun to make sounds, and there was a faint gurgling sound of bubbles. I want to. He reached out and touched little He Qing's head. Then let's go next time. Feeling the other's thick and warm big hand, little He Qing's snow-white little hand suddenly grabbed the clothes on Lin Sehengren's arm, and leaned her forward on his shoulder aggrievedly. So, you and Lily are together too? How far have you two gone? Lin Sehengren looked at little He Qing. We just held hands today. Little He Qing raised her head and looked at him secretly with trembling eyes. Didn't they kiss? She kissed your neck. Was it your first time, or have you kissed many times? Lin's Hengren covered her face with her hands. Are you so jealous? Today is the first time, and wasn't her unexpected attack the same as when you were in school? The first time Little He Qing knew that Lin's Hengren would not lie to her. Knowing that it was the first time, she felt much better. Otherwise, if they had kissed many times, she would really cry. She lowered her head and tugged at Lin's Hengren's clothes aimlessly, like a little girl who hadn't grown up. It's okay for the first time. In fact, I guessed a long time ago that you would definitely get together with both me and Lily. After all, the three of us have known each other for such a long time, and you and she are childhood sweethearts. Moreover, I can see that you really care about Lily and really like her. I can actually accept it. She smiled slowly, her voice very slow. After all, I'm a fool. When I was a kid, I listened to whatever you said. I didn't have a brain in my head, so I only knew to listen to you. Although you were unfaithful at the beginning, I thought about stopping you. I didn't want you to like other girls, but then I thought, if I can't stop it, what can I do? I feel that I can only accept it. I think Lily is a good person. She likes you very much, and I can be sisters with her. She repeated, I really think I can accept it, but when I saw her kiss you just now, I don't know why I still feel uncomfortable. I feel empty in my heart and feel very uncomfortable. You, she pleaded in a low voice, can you coax me? Lin's Hengren, if you coax me, this matter will be over, okay? I will be happy if you coax me, even if you coax me for one sentence, because I can't be angry with you, please. Lin's Hengren looked at her timid appearance, as if he didn't want her anymore. Opening his arms, Zio He expression was flattered, and her hands quickly hugged Lin's Hengren's neck. Half kneeling and hugging him. Lin's Hengren originally wanted her to be in his arms, but Zio He obviously had never hugged a boy. Subconsciously, she hugged the boy's neck like she saw on TV. This way she was closer to his body. After the hug, Zio He finally smiled. You feel so warm. This is the first time you hug me after knowing each other for so long. Lin's Hengren turned his head slightly to look at her. You smell much better than usual. Did you take a shower when you came? Zio He blushed and suddenly remembered what Wenwen said before about body fragrance. It is said that people who like each other can smell each other's unique fragrance when they are together. Zio He nodded. Yes, I took a shower, because school has started. Oh, by the way, Lin's Hengren, I suddenly want to ask you, not about Lily, but something else, that is, can you smell that special smell on me? It is said in the book that boys and girls who like each other in their genes can smell each other's unique smell. I can smell yours, but can you smell mine? Lin's Hengren didn't speak for a second. Zio He thought he didn't smell it, and her eyes wandered and said anxiously, you didn't smell it? Can you only smell the smell of shampoo or shower gel? Impossible. Then I'll get closer, you smell it carefully. She tried to move her chest closer to Lin's Hengren's face. But He Qing is different from the other two little girls. This stupid girl has too much upper body resources. Lin's Hengren was squeezed by the clothes and couldn't breathe. But little He Qing kept saying, hurry up and smell it. Lin's Hengren was helpless. No need to get so close to me. I can definitely smell it. I've smelled it since I was very young. There's a special dairy smell on you. Dairy. Little He Qing's rosy face was very adorable. She looked at him in front of Lin's Hengren. Is it true? There's actually some dairy scent on me. Well, similar to milk, right? With a special sweetness. I can't tell. Can't you smell it yourself? Little He Qing shyly shook her head. Of course I can't smell it. I haven't heard anyone say that I have this smell on me. Only you can smell it. She suddenly remembered. Oh yes, when I was a child, I accidentally spilled milk on my body when I was drinking it. My mother said that day that I smelled of milk. Do you think it was that time? Lin's Hengren smiled. How long has it been since then? Of course not. You have this smell on you. Little He Qing didn't understand. She only cared. Then do you think it smells good? Do you like this smell? Seeing Lin's Hengren nodded, she grinned happily. Lin's Hengren, you said you can smell my scent? What is it? He Qing thought for a moment. Looked at Lin's Hengren's upper body and bit her lower lip. It's hard for me to describe it. It's a cool smell. Huh? Can you use cool to describe a person's smell? I don't know, but it's really a special cool smell. It's not a fragrance, right? But it smells really good. It's because of this smell that every time I'm alone with you, I want to get closer to you and smell your scent more. The two smiled at each other and hugged each other again. Little He Qing whispered in his ear, "Lin's Hengren, it's okay for you to get together with Lily. Although I'm not very broad-minded, but after you coaxed me, I would definitely agree to your request of having several girlfriends. So I can accept this, but, can you not run away secretly with her?" "I run away secretly with her? When have I ever run away secretly with her?" He Qing thought the other party didn't understand and explained what she meant. "Don't you know what running away secretly means?" "I didn't know it before, but I learned it from Wenwen. That is to say, if a person has many girlfriends, you, as the head of the family, can't do everything with any of them, but you can at most hold hands with the others." She spoke in a rare tough tone, but of course her voice was still sweet. "And the main thing is that I knew you the earliest. I knew you when I was in kindergarten. You taught me not to be bullied and taught me a lot of things. In terms of intimate relationships, even if it's running away secretly, it should be you and me. It can't be you and..." When she said this, she saw Lin Sehengren's puzzled look at her and realized that her words were distorted. "Because I just said that I can't sneak away, and now I say that Lin Sehengren can sneak away with me." Xiao Heqing couldn't help laughing, and lowered her head shyly. "I don't know how to say it, anyway, what I mean is," she stared at the other party with her serious eyes, exhaling hot air from her mouth, "if she kissed me, then I want to kiss her too, and I want to kiss her more than Lily did. Can I kiss her twice?" Lin Sehengren stroked Xiao Heqing's fair face, and Xiao Heqing blinked her eyelids cutely. The almond eyes just waited quietly for Lin Sehengren's answer. It didn't change until she saw that the other party agreed. Lin Sehengren agreed and asked, "Okay, where do you want to kiss?" "Kiss the neck first." "But I want to kiss the other side, because Lily kissed this side." So Lin Sehengren turned his head. "Come on." Xiao Heqing was delighted to get close to his neck, looked at his attractive skin, swallowed her saliva, and slowly opened her mouth to kiss him. But she didn't get off immediately after the kiss, but continued to hug Lin Sehengren's neck and closed her eyes. Enjoy the contact between her lips and the other's neck. It can be seen that the scene between Zhang Zuli and Lin Sehengren just now made her more jealous than she said. She didn't want to kiss so quickly for the first time. Lin Sehengren let her do it, hugging Xiao Heqing's sweet body. "I just don't know if this counts as a kiss." It's more like his lips pressed against her neck for a while. After a long time, Xiao Heqing gradually got up again. This time her face was really happy, and the blush even ran to her ears. It was bright red. Lin Sehengren asked again, "There is another time, where do you want to kiss this time?" Xiao Heqing looked at Lin Sehengren's facial features, from ears to eyes to nose, and finally to lips. Her heartbeat suddenly became very fast. Staring at Lin Sehengren's lips, thinking that it should be okay to kiss anywhere. Anyway, Lin Sehengren meant that it was okay to kiss anywhere. "This time I want to kiss you." Before the word kiss came out, there was a sound from the bathroom door. This little sound scared Xiao Heqing so much that she quickly got off Lin Sehengren's body like a frightened kitten, flailing her teeth and claws, and was at a loss. "Sit aside again. Han Wenwen just came out of the bathroom at this time. I've changed my clothes, you too." The little fox's fox eyes looked at Xiao Heqing with a red face, lowered her head and pursed her lips. "Xiao Qing? Your face is so red." Xiao Heqing quickly covered her cheeks with both hands, trying to cover her whole face. No, right? Not red, not red." Lin Sehengren smiled and looked at Han Wenwen. "Wenwen has changed her clothes? It looks pretty good." Han Wenwen hummed, and there was an unspeakable jealousy in her heart when she saw the two sitting together, but she still tried her best to pretend that nothing happened. At this moment, the little fox was wearing a beautiful light red sweater and a classic pleated skirt. It's not time to wear a leg-revealing artifact yet, but every time winter comes, she will probably add a leg-revealing artifact to this outfit. In fact, Lin Sehengren feels that the girls are all wearing similar clothes, although some inconspicuous small details may be a new dress. Xiao Heqing looked at Lin Sehengren through her fingers. Lin Sehengren also looked at Xiao Heqing, his eyes seemed to say, "Next time I'll find a chance for you to kiss me alone." Xiao Heqing's face turned redder, but she smiled secretly and nodded. Of course, the two people's flirting would be discovered by Han Wenwen, who is so sensitive. At most, she pretended not to see it, continued to accumulate the jealousy in her heart, and walked to the kettle to check. The water is all heated up. She saw the 3 empty self-heating hot pots. "By the way, why did you two just unpack and leave it alone?" Han Wenwen found a few cups and sat next to Xiao Heqing, first poured hot water into the cups, and then put cold water into the bottom of the self-heating hot pot. At this time, He Qing realized that she had been holding back a urge to urinate for a long time. It was just that the atmosphere just now made her unconsciously forget about it. "I'm going to the bathroom," Han Wenwen nodded. "Don't worry, it will take 5 minutes for the hot pot to heat up." He Qing nodded and went into the bathroom without thinking much. Before closing the door, she turned back and shyly glanced at Lin Sehengren a few times, and then hurriedly locked the door to relieve herself. However, since the soundproofing in the rental house is not that good, the two little girls are controlled when they go to the bathroom. Otherwise, the noise is too loud and everyone outside can hear it. It will be very shy. But it is this kind of control that makes little He Qing give Han Wenwen and Lin Sehengren time to be alone. From the moment little He Qing entered the bathroom, the little fox's expressionless and even smiling face changed instantly. After she poured the water, she snorted in anger, and her jealous expression seemed to collapse. She turned her head away and didn't want to pay attention to Lin Sehengren. She did go into the bathroom just now to give the two people time to reconcile, but at the same time, she also accumulated more jealousy when she saw Lin Sehengren and Zhang Zuli being intimate, and also accumulated the jealousy between Lin Sehengren and He Qing. "Brother Sehengren, did you coax He Qing? Did you also finish your date with Lily?" Lin Sehengren heard the huge change in her tone and sighed that this fox's jealousy was really the strongest among the three. "Well, are you jealous again?" Han Wenwen looked back at Lin Sehengren, also aggrieved. "What else? Just now I saw Brother Sehengren and Lily on the street, and it's fine. When I get home, I have to hide in the bathroom on purpose, slowly change clothes and leave time for you and He Qing to make up. How can I not be jealous? It's so uncomfortable." Lin Sehengren leaned on the bed and stretched out his hand. "Come on." Han Wenwen held her mouth, first raised her head and snorted, as if she still didn't want to pay attention to him. But she was afraid that Lin Sehengren would close his arms again, so she quickly ran to Lin Sehengren's arms. She hugged his waist and buried her face in his chest. She acted like a spoiled child. At the same time, she whispered, "Don't you want to touch my head? I know, you are really a fox." As long as Lin Sehengren's hands stroked the fox's fur, Han Wenwen's mood would unconsciously improve a lot. But today she was really jealous a little too much. Even if she enjoyed Lin Sehengren's touch on her head and hair, it was still difficult for her expression to completely ease. How was Brother Sehengren and Lily's time outside today? Were they happy? What did they do? Lin Sehengren recalled today's process and said honestly, "Of course they were happy. I was always happy when I was dating you guys. As for what I did, I just watched 2 movies. 2, her smart brain began to wonder why it was 2, because watching movies is also a very tiring exercise. Her body was also quite stiff from sitting there. But she soon realized that this so-called movie should not be just watching a movie. So she looked up at Lin Sehengren. "Why 2? I'm afraid that Brother Sehengren's heart was not in watching movies when these 2 movies were broadcast." Lin Sehengren lowered his head and looked at the fox. "You really think too much this time. Lily and I were really watching a movie. The reason we watched 2 shows was simply because she didn't seem to sleep much last night, so the first show was used for her to sleep. What about the second show? We thought that she would be able to watch the second show after she slept well, because we wanted to watch the second show, but she fell asleep again, resulting in it looking like we were dating for the whole morning, but in fact she was sleeping most of the time." Han Wenwen blinked blankly. The charming eyes seemed to be unconvinced, and the sound was a bit ridiculous. Brother Sehengren is lying. How could he sleep twice in a row? This is a date. Is Lily so bold? Lin Sehengren laughed. "I don't know about this question, but she did sleep twice. By the way, don't you know how to smell it? You can tell by smelling it. Anyway, she leaned on me for a long time in these 2 movies." "That's right. Then I'll smell it to see if Brother Sehengren is lying." Han Wenwen held Lin Sehengren's shoulders with both hands, and her fox nose seemed to activate some ancient blood, looking carefully at every part of Lin Sehengren's body. From the face to the neck, then to the shoulders and then to the entire upper body. Lin Sehengren just wanted to laugh when he saw it. This scene was really interesting. "Don't smell it so carefully? Isn't it enough to just smell it?" Han Wenwen said while sniffing. "How can that be possible? Since you have to smell it, you have to smell it carefully, otherwise some details can't be smelled." After she smelled it once, she went back to the neck and smelled it again. Han Wenwen frowned. Because the smell of girls in this place is so strong. And there was more than one. One was even particularly strong, obviously the smell that He Qing had just left. Han Wenwen pouted in anger. Lin's Hengren couldn't help laughing when he saw her like that. How does it smell? Am I right? Yes, but did you hold hands? Yes, we did. And did you hold hands for a long time? Yes, I held her hand when she fell asleep. Han Wenwen was full of jealousy. Brothers Hengren didn't hold my hand all the time when I slept. Really? Oh, that's not right. It seems that you never slept with me when you were with me. Yes, I didn't sleep with you. That's because I really cherish the time I spent with Brothers Hengren. I'm afraid to see you less for a second, but one thing is for one thing. Brothers Hengren still didn't hold my hand when I slept with him. Lin's Hengren was helpless. Wenwen is cheating, right? Isn't what you said a paradox? Han Wenwen deliberately retorted, just cheating. I'm cheating. Who made Brothers Hengren so fickle? And you kissed on the street, aren't you afraid of being seen? I didn't expect her to kiss me when she was leaving. Luckily it was Lily who took the initiative to kiss you. If you had taken the initiative to kiss Lily, I would have been so angry that my stomach would have ached and I wouldn't have been able to eat all day. Lin's Hengren had never lied to these girls. It will always be like this in the future. Han Wenwen smacked her lips, very unhappy. Brothers Hengren. In the future, even if it's true, don't say it out loud, okay? And Xiao Qing also kissed your neck just now. Yeah, and you hugged her, right? Your whole arms are full of Xiao Qing's scent now. You have to hug her to comfort her, right? Han Wenwen was really convinced. It was okay when the three girlfriends were not together, although everyone knew they were sisters. But when they were not together, they rarely thought about this, but now they were just simply together, and all they had left was jealousy. Then Wenwen wants to kiss too. Where do you want to kiss? Han Wenwen stared at Lin's Hengren's neck and thought for a moment, suddenly smiled. I want to ask Brothers Hengren a question. Now it's others who kiss Brothers Hengren. Has Brothers Hengren ever taken the initiative to kiss others? Not yet. I've only held hands with you guys recently, and it's not to the extent of kissing as soon as we meet. Then I don't want to be kissed. She moved her face closer, and her nose touched Lin's Hengren's. I want Brothers Hengren to kiss me, actively kiss my neck, or even bite it. The little fox kept scratching the tip of Lin's Hengren's nose with her nose. Okay, just take the initiative to kiss me. Lin's Hengren thought of what happened last time. Are you not afraid of having your neck bitten this time? Han Wenwen seemed very confident. Of course, last night was last night, and now I am mentally prepared. Oh, by the way, I still have something to tell Brothers Hengren. She leaned close to Lin's Hengren's ear. Although my wish at the age of 18 is to dedicate myself to Brothers Hengren, it is not impossible to do anything before the age of 18. Wenwen knows that boys have this awareness very early, so if Brothers Hengren can't help it sometimes, Han Wenwen said softly word by word, just come to Wenwen. Although I can't take the last step, I can help Brothers Hengren in other ways. After that, she touched her lips with her fingers, her face flushed. Then she ate Lin's Hengren's head. Lin's Hengren, you are not a good student at all, are you? What are you watching all day? Han Wenwen covered her head. Although it didn't hurt, she pretended to be in pain. She looked pitiful. Wenwen is a bad woman. Doesn't Brothers Hengren know? Otherwise, why does Brothers Hengren always call me a little fox? It's just that I am a bad woman who belongs exclusively to Brothers Hengren. Chapter 135, First Kiss. After saying that, Han Wenwen tilted her head and pulled a little bit of her clothes with her hands, revealing part of her shoulders and swan neck. A charming fragrance that belonged to Han Wenwen came to her face. Brothers Hengren, hurry up, otherwise Xiao Qing will come out of the bathroom if you delay any longer. Lin's Hengren hugged Han Wenwen, looking at Han Wenwen's shy expression while biting her lips. Her face was full of expectation. Then I bite. Yet this time he bit Han Wenwen's neck without hesitation, without any prelude. Han Wenwen frowned unconsciously. So far, the little fox has clearly experienced twice what it feels like to have an electric current in her body. One time was when Lin's Hengren hugged her waist last time. The other time is now. The novels she has read say that when a girl is really touched intimately by a man she likes, the girl's whole body will react, and this reaction will not lie. It will be a feeling that is difficult to describe. Han Wenwen has always been curious about what kind of touch it is. The suddenness of last night did not make her feel deeply, but at this moment when Lin's Hengren's lips and teeth touched her neck, Han Wenwen trembled all over. Her delicate hands grasped Lin's Hengren's shoulders tightly, her eyes were like water waves, and her heart seemed to stop for a few seconds. It was as if something invisible passed through her body. The whole person suddenly lost most of her strength. Although she is already a big child, she still feels shallow after learning from books. Only when she does it in real life can she understand that feeling. The door of the bathroom opened and little He Qing walked out of the bathroom. She saw that only Lin Suhengren was sitting on the blanket beside the bed in the room, and the self-heating hot pot on the table was steaming. Han Wenwen was lying on her side, lying on the bed with her back to the two of them. She curled up and hugged the quilt, and her hands tightly grasped the quilt cover. Little He Qing closed the door and wondered, Wenwen? Why are you lying on the bed? The self-heating hot pot should be ready, right? Han Wenwen couldn't say a word now. She was afraid that she would be exposed if she opened her mouth, so she just shook her head. It was still Lin Suhengren who explained, don't worry about her, she just said she wanted to lie down. Let's eat first. Little He Qing responded and sat beside Lin Suhengren, looking at Han Wenwen who was lying on the bed with her back to him. Wenwen? Are you okay? Then let's eat first. Han Wenwen nodded slowly. Little He Qing looked at Lin Suhengren in confusion and asked in a low voice, what is she doing? Lin Suhengren also turned back to look at Han Wenwen. It was true that this fox was both naive and playful. Although Han Wenwen was the most active in matters of male and female relationships, she was actually the most sensitive and cautious about these things. The slightest intimate contact would make her blush unbearably, and she was even more shy than He Qing, who had a soft and sticky personality. You don't know, and I don't know either, but there must be nothing wrong, because she was still asking about you and me when you went to the bathroom just now. Little He Qing knew that Han Wenwen would ask, and said shyly, then what did you say? I just said it casually, and I guess she will have to ask you when the time comes. Little He Qing smiled secretly. But at this time, it was just that little He Qing didn't look. Otherwise, you would find Han Wenwen's face was red, and her lower lip was a little white from biting. She tentatively touched the bite Lin Suhengren had just given her on her neck, and she could still feel the residual warmth on Lin Suhengren's lips. It made her feel excited. It felt like this to be bitten by Brother Suhengren. What a magical feeling. Next week when Brother Suhengren is with me, I must return the favor. I will bite him too. The little fox swore. But thinking back, it was a good thing that it didn't happen last night, otherwise if Brother Suhengren didn't hug her waist first but kissed her first, I might not be able to say anything and would have done that. After another 2 minutes, Han Wenwen finally recovered. After all, she didn't continue with the next step, and Xiao Qing was there, otherwise she would definitely stay in Lin Suhengren's arms today. Han Wenwen got off the bed, as if she slid from the bed to the blanket on the ground, and exhaled a heavy breath of fragrance. Little He Qing saw her coming down. Wenwen. Han Wenwen smiled and took little He Qing's arm. Her complexion had recovered. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just curious why you suddenly lay on the bed just now. Han Wenwen didn't think about it carefully, just made up an excuse. There's no reason. I just wanted to lie down suddenly. Are you not uncomfortable? No. How can I be uncomfortable? I'm in good health. Little He Qing suddenly laughed and whispered, I also do this occasionally, running to the bed and lying down. Really? The two besties smiled at each other. He Qing said, then let's eat. It's all heated up. Yeah. After speaking, Han Wenwen glanced at Lin Suhengren, and her face turned slightly red again. It was time for dinner, and He Qing's hostess Jean awakened again. Seeing Lin Suhengren unpacking chopsticks, she took them and said, I'll unpack them for you. Lin Suhengren looked at the little girl in confusion. I can do it myself. He Qing stayed with Wenwen without saying anything, but her innocent eyes seemed to be saying, why do you have to do it yourself? I'm your girlfriend, so I can do all the small things like this. You just need to rest. Lin Suhengren wondered who taught her this concept. In the past, Lin Suhengren really didn't realize that He Qing's wife attribute was so strong. In fact, He Qing didn't think so much at all. She just thought that her husband would be the head of the family and make money in the future, and she would definitely not be able to help with the big things at home. Since she couldn't help with the big things, as a wife, she had to at least handle these small things well, a natural wife. She unpacked the chopsticks for Lin Suhengren and unpacked the chili oil and other things for him. How much chili do you want? Just put it all in. Won't it be too spicy? It's not good for your stomach. Seeing Lin Suhengren's puzzled look, little He Qing compromised. Okay, but you have to eat less chili oil. The chili oil sold in the mall is not very good. I will carry some good ones with me in the future. If you want to eat, just use mine. Lin Suhengren. Han Wenwen also opened her mouth. She was also stunned. She didn't expect her best friend to take care of people so carefully. The little fox really couldn't learn. She knew that she was only more careful in serving Brother Suhengren, such as massaging shoulders and so on. She would forget other things even if she learned them. Little He Qing asked again, what about sesame seeds? You can put all of them in. After pouring everything in, she mixed it for Lin Sehengren. He Qing picked up a piece of lotus root slice and was about to feed it to Lin Sehengren, but when she turned around and saw Han Wenwen's scrutiny, she blushed and put it down again. She said to Lin Sehengren, I've prepared it for you, you can eat it now. If Han Wenwen hadn't been there, she would have fed him mouthful by mouthful. Fortunately, Lin Sehengren was used to her silly look since she was a child. He touched He Qing's head with his hand and said, thank you. This simple touch made little He Qing smile happily. The little fox was envious and jealous. Seeing Wenwen in a daze, Xiao He asked tentatively, why doesn't Wenwen eat? Han Wenwen deliberately approached her and whispered, I can't eat either. How about Xiao He open the seasoning package for me? Xiao He exclaimed, and said in an awkward whisper, he's here, don't joke with me at this time, he will hear it. Han Wenwen sneered, is Xiao He really only so nice to classmate Lin Sehengren? He is my boyfriend, so I will definitely treat him differently from others. Xiao He replied as a matter of course in a voice that only the two of them could hear, don't tease me, eat quickly. Han Wenwen compromised, no more teasing, forget friends for the sake of beauty. Xiao He whispered back. I forget friends for the sake of beauty. This righteous look was also learned from Lin Sehengren. Xiao He was next to Lin Sehengren, thinking that they didn't kiss just now, and when they were alone together, they should be able to do that. The three of them drank water and ate hot pot. In the middle of the meal, Lin Sehengren also got up and went to the bathroom. Xiao He Qing saw that he had finished drinking the water, so she took the kettle and filled his cup again. But when Lin Sehengren entered the bathroom and closed the door, the two best friends looked at each other unintentionally. You look at me and I look at you, both holding back a secret smile. Little He Qing was embarrassed. What are you doing? What are you laughing at? Han Wenwen asked. What were you doing when I went into the bathroom just now? Little He Qing covered her face shyly. As expected, she wanted to ask, I didn't do anything, really nothing. But he was kissed by Lily, so I must have asked him to coax me. Lily? Han Wenwen was even more curious. Didn't Xiao He call her Jiangzuli before? Why is it Lily now? Little He Qing exclaimed, I can't explain this to you. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, you know that Lin Sehengren is a playboy. Han Wenwen admitted this and nodded heavily. I really know about this, really. She picked up the cup and took a sip of water, and Lily has known him for so long, and is so familiar with us. Do you think Lin Sehengren can let Lily go with his personality? What can I do? He wants to do this and I can't disobey him, so I can only agree. Stupid. After saying that, Han Wenwen felt that she was also a fool, no different from He Qing. He Qing stuck out her tongue. I am stupid in front of him, there is nothing I can do about it. He Qing thought about it, and her smart brain rarely turned in circles, but I just thought about it in the bathroom. In fact, even if we are both his girlfriends, we still have to snatch it a little bit in some things. She leaned close to Han Wenwen's ear and whispered, Lin Sehengren still has his first kiss now. I want it, huh? Han Wenwen was stunned. Little He Qing blushed. What? If I don't fight for it, Lily will take it away. And it's not just the first kiss, there are many, many first times that need to be fought for, because you can see from what happened today, Lily is not so passive, she is very proactive. Obviously much more proactive than before, Han Wenwen thought to herself, but I also want all of Brother Sehengren's first times. Then in that case, Han Wenwen, why do I feel that there is no difference from junior high school? A few years ago, you two were competing to confess your love to him, and now you are competing for the first kiss. Little He Qing was also stunned. It seems so. No, in fact, it is true. At that time, my relationship with Lily was just ordinary, but now we are sisters, the closest relationship. However, sisters are sisters, how can such things be discussed? Who doesn't want his first time? What kind of first time? What first time? Just the first time of the first kiss, he asked 3 times in a row. Wenwen. Don't play dumb, you know what I mean. Han Wenwen looked at Little He Qing meaningfully, poking Little He Qing's belly with her hand. I have noticed in the past 2 years that Xiao He is much more thoughtful than before. What kind of thoughtfulness is that? Little He Qing's belly was tickled by her, and she also played with Han Wenwen. Haha, stop it, Wenwen. If you make trouble again, I will return it, and I will tickle you too. The two best friends laughed at each other. After the commotion, Little He Qing said seriously, Okay, Wenwen, let's not talk about this anymore. I didn't know you had been living alone for a long time, and you actually kept it from me until now. If you had told me earlier that you needed money, I would have given it to you. I can ask my mother for it or I can earn it myself to help you." Han Wenwen had expected this and laughed. "I knew He Qing would help me in this way, so I didn't tell you. Besides, am I not doing well now? Now I have begun to slowly earn more money than I can spend. At least if I save a little I will have some extra money, and I am over the most difficult time." Little He Qing sighed. "You are really amazing. Even if Lin Sihengren taught me, I still haven't made much money." "You are not amazing, are you? I'm just a video blogger now, but He Qing is the champion of the town. What's so amazing about this? By the way, when I saw your pair of men's slippers just now, I suddenly thought of something. Wenwen, you haven't met a boy you like yet? Don't you plan to find a boyfriend?" Han Wenwen thought for a moment and whispered in He Qing's ear, "How about this? Since Lin Sihengren already has you too, how about I join in? Be his girlfriend?" "Hey, stop it, Wenwen. You have to find a boyfriend you like. How can you join in the fun?" The two besties started playing and fighting again, until they were lying on the ground. Lin Sihengren opened the door of the bathroom at this time and saw He Qing and Han Wenwen lying on the ground, tickling each other. The three of them looked at each other blankly. The two besties sat up awkwardly in an instant. Han Wenwen smiled, while He Qing covered her face and wondered how Lin Sihengren saw her naughty appearance. She was too embarrassed to see anyone. After the three of them finished eating hot pot and chatted briefly, Lin Sihengren went home to get his things. They said that they would take a bus to school together later. Of course, Zhang Zuli naturally sent a message to Lin Sihengren on the way, and also went together. So when everyone packed up their things and stood at the intersection in the afternoon, the scene in front of me was just like 3 years ago. At the crossroads, Lin Sihengren, Zhang Zuli, He Qing, and Han Wenwen were all standing at the crossroads. They looked at each other. But this time, the most awkward ones were Zhang Zuli and He Qing. After the two girls looked at each other, one shyly looked away and the other lowered her head and said nothing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. We will meet again. The four of them walked together slowly, and Lin Sihengren called a taxi. Little He Qing and Zhang Zuli stood on the left and right of Lin Sihengren, respectively. No one spoke while the taxi arrived. The air was very quiet. Zhang Zuli's feet were quietly tapping the ground in her shoes, while little He Qing lowered her head and rubbed her fingers in front of her. They didn't know how long it had been before they looked at each other again. They greeted each other at the same time. Zhang Zuli, Qing, why are you here? He Qing, Lily, I heard that you made it to the rankings in the music competition this week. The simultaneous questions made the two girls stunned and looked at each other. They were surprised that they were so synchronized, and secondly, they were surprised at how they addressed each other. In the past, the two of them called each other by their full names, but now it has become Lily Qing. The two girls blushed slightly and smiled. They answered together. Zhang Zuli looked up. Oh, yes, Sihengren and I went to participate in the competition and entered the top 50, but the final result will not be known for half a month. He Qing, Wenwen rented a house here before. I wanted to come and see it a long time ago, and it's a good time to come today when school starts. Han Wenwen blinked her fox eyes and looked at them with a subtle expression. Lin Sihengren interrupted and said, can you two hear each other when you talk and ask questions at the same time? The taxi came. Lin Sihengren sat in the co-pilot, and Han Wenwen, He Qing and Zhang Zuli sat in the back. During the driving, the car was still quiet, and the awkward atmosphere did not disappear because of the change of scene. The two women were still looking out the window and the other was lowering her head, with her hands on her thighs. Until Han Wenwen took out 3 lollipops from her pocket, put them in her palms and held them out. Zio Qing, Lily, do you two want candy? He Qing and Zhang Zuli responded and took the candy. Zhang Zuli looked at the black packaging curiously. What flavor of lollipop is this? Why is it packaged in black? He Qing, yeah, I haven't seen it either. Is it new? Han Wenwen said meaningfully. You two will know if you open it and try it. It's delicious. The three of them opened the packaging together and put the lollipops in their mouths. Suddenly, their expressions became distorted because of the taste in their mouths. Jiang Zuli and He Qing both took out their lollipops. Jiang Zuli asked Han Wenwen, "What does this taste like?" "It's so bitter." Han Wenwen also smiled with a twisted face and said, "This is a newly launched bitter melon fishy lollipop. It is said that the combination of the two flavors will produce a wonderful chemical reaction. I think this combination is very interesting, so I bought a few to try." Little He Qing pursed her lips and couldn't help but covered her mouth and laughed. "But this taste is so weird. Who would like to eat it, Han Wenwen? It's a new product. I guess everyone buys it out of curiosity, right? On the contrary, there are many people who buy it in the first batch. If the sales are not good later, it's a big deal that they will stop producing it." Jiang Zuli looked at the lollipop in her hand. "So this thing is still a limited edition prop? Then I have to try it again." Putting the lollipop in her mouth, she commented with a twisted expression, "It's still very unpalatable." The three girls laughed. At first, Jiang Zuli or He Qing were still thinking about how to deal with this sudden sister relationship, and didn't know how to start when they met. As a result, now in the laughter, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly felt that there seemed to be nothing special to deal with, just like before. Anyway, everyone was originally good friends. After that, Han Wenwen took out another lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Lin Zhengren in front of her. "Lin Zhengren, do you want to try it too?" Lin Zhengren heard the three people chatting and stretched out his hand. "Give me one to try." Taking the lollipop handed by Han Wenwen, Lin Zhengren opened it and put it in his mouth. He was stunned. There was an extreme mixture of bitter and fishy taste in his mouth. "Don't tell me, this taste is really strange." The unique rare mixed pill of the demon cult. After taking it, you will gain one more strength. On the same day, a piano performance was being performed in a large theater this morning. Jiang Jin was sitting on the stage in a silver-white long dress. She was graceful and looked at the piano keys with cold eyes, and her fingers jumped like dancing to play a moving melody. In the audience, Jiang Jingxi and Fang Meng sat together. The former was also wearing a long skirt today, with heart-like earrings hanging on her ears. She was very emotional. Kaianqian's piano level has been getting better and better recently, and she has improved a lot compared to before. Fang Meng appreciated the performance on the stage. "Yes, she has improved a lot, but I heard that all the piano teachers at home were driven away by her." "What, did she have an epiphany about this industry?" "Well, this is a long story. It's mainly because Kaianqian feels that those music teachers are not as good as someone, and plus Lin Zhengren seems to have given Kaianqian some guidance during this period, so after a comparison, Kaianqian thinks there is no need to learn from those previous teachers." Jiang Jingxi understood. "So, Kaianqian's piano playing is so good now because of the credit of Brothers Zhengren? It's really amazing. By the way, has Kaianqian been competing with Brothers Zhengren in some messy things recently?" Fang Meng: "Basically not, because Lin Zhengren is too strong in all aspects. Kaianqian really can't compare, but she is still observing each other." Jiang Jingxi looked at the stage and suddenly remembered what happened in the cat cafe that day. The scene of herself falling into Lin Zhengren's arms often appeared in her mind these 2 days. Jiang Jingxi never thought that she would care so much about a boy before, but after meeting Lin Zhengren, she felt that there is such a thing as fate in this world. It's useless even if you don't admit it. Suddenly, a man in a suit came over and bowed to Jiang Jingxi respectfully. "Mr. Jiang, the ranking of the little new star list this morning and the things you asked me to investigate." He whispered something in her ear. Jiang Jingxi looked at him unexpectedly, and said to Fang Meng, "Xiao Meng, tell Kaianqian that I have something to leave first." "She played well today." Fang Meng nodded. "I know, miss." Looking at Jiang Jingxi getting up and leaving, the people who followed her also walked out of the venue. Fang Meng slowly pursed her lips, thinking that the young lady has been very concerned about Lin Zhengren's classmate recently. More and more people feel that the young lady is not only curious about Lin Zhengren because of Kaianqian's affairs, but because of the more primitive curiosity of women about boys. "Even after so many years of exposure to the world of rich people, I still don't understand it," she said to herself. Outside the theater. On the way back to the car, Jiang Jingxi stepped on her high heels and asked the person next to her, "Are you saying that the girl named Jiang Zuli has reached the top 3? The other party replied, "Yes, Mr. Jiang. It's only been one night, and she has already rushed from the 20th to the top 3, and it seems that the rise is still fierce, and there is no intention to stop. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't be able to stop in the top 3. Jiang Jingxi looked into the distance and thought to herself, "Brother Zhengren, it seems that I have to pay some money whenever I run into you." Back in the Rolls-Royce, Zhang Jingxi took out a tablet and flipped through the rankings on the little new stars list. It was only a day since the competition. Due to Zhang Cheng's previous disruption, the popularity of the rankings is unprecedentedly high. There are even tens of thousands of comments on the rankings alone. The total number of music plays has reached hundreds of thousands. It shows that the singer who ranked first is Ping Yifei, a singer and artist under Zhang Jingxi. The song has been played 130,000 times, and received 60,000 votes. The second place singer is Chen Li, also a singer and artist under Zhang Jingxi. The song has been played 100,000 times, and received 30,000 votes. The third place is Zhang Zuli, whose song You Are My Star has been played 50,000 times, and received 25,000 votes. Zhang Jingxi was puzzled. How many plays are there? Why is the voting rate so high? It's almost halfway. Zhang Jingxi clicked on the comments under Zhang Zuli's song, and all the comments were praises. Netizen, Zhiangang, please slow down, I'm here, I found a good song. How can a song that's not so good be ranked so low? Netizen, kill the mother-in-law after drinking, the little girl singing this song has such a steady voice, I feel like she's going to be popular. Netizen, can't I just play Genshin Impact? The melody of this song sounds cheerful, but for some reason it has a sense of sadness, as if the author feels like he can't get love. I had to vote for it. Netizen, it's like drinking porridge after falling into a cesspool, you're just bragging. Have you ever heard such a boastful song? Such a boastful lyrics, and it's only ranked third? Go ahead, Garner. Ho ha ho ha, Zhang Jingxi just glanced at these abstract comments from netizens, but the unanimous praise could not be concealed. And at the current speed of rushing votes, the second place position is about to be unstable. But Zhang Jingxi was also expected. It's not the first time she has seen someone trained by Zhang Ran's younger brother. Fortunately, the singer who ranked first this time is a very talented old singer. Judging from the current number of votes, he should not be surpassed, and the upward trend is also fierce. Zhang Jingxi asked the person standing outside the car, you said that the previous investigation of Xing music has also yielded results. The person outside the car nodded, yes, Mr. Zhang, we have investigated everything. After investigation, it was found that the person behind Xing music is Panchang Electronics. The people of Panchang Electronics found Zhang Cheng and then organized Xing music to do the previous drama. The purpose was to create public opinion for the group, because they have a new product to be launched recently, so they probably want to take advantage of this public opinion to sell products. Panchang Electronics? Then they are really old friends. Zhang Jingxi was not unfamiliar with the name of this company. It was also a long-established enterprise in Zidong City, and it had always been at odds with the Zhang group. And the most important thing was that the other party was said to have invested a lot of money in music. The other party might feel a little scared when he entered the scene. Zhang Jingxi, after this matter fell through, did Panchang Electronics have any other actions? The man shook his head. I haven't found anything yet, but I just heard that the other party seems to be very interested in this little new star list. Oh, Zhang Jingxi looked at the little new star list, thought for a moment until she saw the music studio represented by Zhang Zuli, and suddenly realized something. She laughed to herself, Brothers Hengren, it seems that we may have to cooperate again soon. She put down the tablet and took out her mobile phone to find Lin Hengren's WeChat and sent a message. Brothers Hengren, do you have time to come out and have dinner with your sister in the next 2 days? After a while, Lin Hengren replied, Sister Zhang, I am a student, and I have to go to evening self-study in the evening. Zhang Jingxi thought of it too. Lin Hengren, but is there anything? Zhang Jingxi replied, well, there is something I want to discuss with you. Although it is just a guess, I am afraid that something may happen to the studio where Zhang Zuli is recently. Chapter 137 Meeting. Something happened in the studio, Zhang Jingxi guessed and replied, I guess it will happen after the little new star list is over. This matter is a bit difficult to explain on WeChat. We need to find a specific place to meet and talk about it. Brothers Hengren, see when he is free. Anyway, sister is always free. Lin Hengren over there thought for a while, how about setting it for Wednesday afternoon? There are 2 physical education classes on Wednesday afternoon. I will find a way to take a leave and rest then, so that I can meet Sister Zhang. Okay, then sister will wait for brother's call on Wednesday afternoon. Okay Sister Zhang, I won't chat if there is nothing else. I'm at school. Yeah. After a brief chat with Lin Hengren, Zhang Jingxi smiled and looked at the chat history on her mobile phone, turned to ask the person outside the car, "What is my schedule for Wednesday?" The person outside reported, "There will be a meeting on the live broadcast of the game on Wednesday. It is about the live broadcast of the game in the second half of the year." Zhang Jingshi did not hesitate at all. "I remember that meeting is not very urgent, right? If it is not a very urgent meeting, just postpone it a little. I have more important things on Wednesday." "Okay, President Zhang, then I will arrange it now and postpone the meeting to next week." Zhang Jingshi nodded. The man hurried to make arrangements, while Zhang Jingshi continued to look through the little new stars list on her tablet in the car. Every time she refreshed the page, she saw that Zhang Zuli's votes were getting higher and higher. "It's going strong," she commented. In the next 3 days, the song "You Are My Star" sung by Zhang Zuli seemed to have risen beyond everyone's expectations. Because rankings are time-limited, it doesn't appear that the same rise occurs from beginning to end. There are peak and low periods of playback. At least other songs are like this, but Zhang Zuli's song seems to be on a different platform from others. It has been rising at the same stable rate for 24 hours. It has ranked second in just 2 days, and on Wednesday morning, the number of votes even began to move towards the first place fiercely. In the girls' dormitory on Wednesday morning, Zhang Zuli got up and brushed her teeth as usual, walked to the bathroom in slippers, squeezed toothpaste on her toothbrush, and dipped the toothbrush in water before putting it in her mouth. At this time, she accidentally heard a few girls next to her discussing happily. "Have you listened to that song recently? It's the song 'You Are My Star.' It's so nice. I listened to it. I heard that this song seems to be on some chart recently, right? It's very popular. It's this singer I haven't heard of. Her stage name is Zhu. Is she a new singer? But this sister's voice is really nice, so playful. It seems that this singer only has this song. She should have just debuted. She is so talented." Zhang Zuli heard those people chattering while brushing her teeth. Her face changed from disbelief to shock, although she had some doubts in her mind at first that they were talking about other people's songs. But the name of the song and the stage name are exactly the same as hers. And it's also on some charts. This can't be wrong, right? Could it be that Zhang Zuli looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes full of excitement? "I'm going to be popular," she said to herself in her heart. Some things can't be noticed at all if they don't start, but once they start, Zhang Zuli finds that these voices seem to come out from some messy places all at once. She went from washing to eating to going to the classroom. When walking, she seemed to hear people talking about her songs from time to time. She was surprised why everyone seemed to know about it overnight. The competition she participated in was not a big one. She found a place to secretly take out her phone to check the list. She found that her song was now in second place. "You Are My Star" has a total of 650,000 views and 230,000 votes, ranking second. It is still far from the 900,000 views of the first place, but the number of votes is infinitely close, because the first place has only 270,000 votes. And once you open the comments of the first place, you will find that there are some comments supporting Zhang Zuli's song. The lyrics of this song are really good, but I always feel that it is not as good as the second place star. It feels like it is about to be surpassed. If the first place singer is not an old singer, he would have been surpassed by someone. This second place newcomer is too scary. I have seen the second place song in some short videos recently. It is really going to be popular. I bet here that this song will definitely be second in 2 days. "You Are My Star" will definitely be first. If I am wrong, I will chop it off on the live broadcast. The person above is so cruel. I will chop it off directly. Chop it off twice. Zhang Zuli was more and more excited about the comments that supported her. Some of them could not believe it was true. During the break, she hurried to tell Lin Zhengren the good news. However, Lin Zhengren was also very concerned about the voting rate of the song like Zhang Zuli. When Zhang Zuli called Lin Zhengren out during the break to talk about this, Lin Zhengren also smiled and replied, "I have seen it a long time ago. The voting rate of your song has been getting higher and higher in the past 2 days. If it continues like this, you will definitely win the first place." Of course, one family is happy and the other is sad. Lin Zhengren, Zhang Zuli and even their studio are happy. But the music teams under Zhang Jingshi are like wilted eggplants. Since the ranking list came out, these professionally trained singers have been worried. They didn't expect that they would be beaten so badly by a contestant from a small music studio. Every time they gathered together for a meeting, they couldn't say a word. As the biggest leader of this team, Zhang Jingshi also sat in the office and looked at the ranking. She smiled self-deprecatingly and helplessly. It seems that I am really going to lose again. Even the old singer who has released songs several times in the first place can't beat Zhang Zuli, who was trained by Zhengren's younger brother? What about the live broadcast competition in the second half of the year? She leaned back in the boss chair. For the first time, I feel that these teams I invested in are a waste of money. The ranking of the little new star list was finally at 1:10 p.m. on Wednesday. Zhang Zuli's playback volume completely surpassed the original number 1 under Zhang Jingshi's team. Successfully became the new number 1. And the voting rate is obviously still rising. There is still more than a week left, which is enough to completely crush the contestants below. The second class this afternoon is Chinese class. Lin Zhengren sat by the window in the classroom, staring at the campus scenery outside the window in a daze. Today's sunshine is very good, and the leaves on the street look very clear. Although the songs have grown well in the past 2 days, Lin Zhengren remembered the message Zhang Jingshi sent him on the first day of school. He felt that if something happened in the studio, his original plan would have to be brought forward. The head teacher called Lin Zhengren's name. Class monitor, come and answer this question. Lin Zhengren stood up as usual, and even answered it easily without looking at the textbook. The female teacher, who is the head teacher, looked at him in surprise and expectation. The answer is correct. Sit down. She could see Lin Zhengren in a daze below on the podium. But Lin Zhengren always got full marks in every exam, and he could answer any question like now, so he could let others be in a daze if they wanted to, and she really couldn't do anything about it. Zhang Jin, the elegantly sitting classmate, saw Lin Zhengren sitting down and looking out the window again, and looked at him in surprise with cold eyes. It seemed that he was sighing that he was so good that he could not listen to the class even when he was in a daze. And it was not just the first time. After class, Lin Zhengren walked out of the classroom to find the teacher. He said that he was not feeling well and could not attend the next 2 physical education classes. He wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest for 2 classes. The head teacher did not doubt Lin Zhengren's words, because Lin Zhengren pretended very well, and it was indeed easy for a good student to ask for leave. He agreed very easily. After getting permission, Lin Zhengren took advantage of the break to go to Zhang Zuli, He Qing and Han Wenwen's classroom and greeted the 3 little girls. When he appeared at the door of the classroom, the 3 girls walked out at the same time. Asked Lin Zhengren what was going on. Lin Zhengren explained, "You 3 don't have to wait for me to go to the cafeteria to eat tonight. I have to go out in the afternoon." Little He Qing asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to meet a friend, so you don't have to wait for me." Before the 3 asked, their class teacher came out and said that he had a meeting, so the 3 had to go back to the classroom. But when they went back, Zhang Zuli and He Qing looked at each other curiously. She was confused but thought that since they didn't sneak out, there shouldn't be anything wrong. After all, although there are many girls around Lin Zhengren, he doesn't meet everyone alone. Only Han Wenwen looked at Lin Zhengren's departing figure, her fox eyes slightly wrinkled. Meeting a friend? She unconsciously remembered that the last time she smelled Lin Zhengren, she smelled another girl. At that time, Zhengren's brother also said that the girl was a friend. Could it be that he was meeting her? There's something fishy. Not long after, physical education class started. Deputy Monitor Zhang Jin, who was also a part-time physical education representative, came to the playground to take roll call and found that Lin Zhengren was not there. After asking the teacher, she found out that he was not feeling well and asked for leave. Zhang Jin's expression changed at that time. Uncomfortable? Where is he uncomfortable? Physical education teacher. I don't know about this. Anyway, your class teacher just said that he was not feeling well. Feng Meng was also curious about why Lin Zhengren didn't come to class, and came to Zhang Jin. Kaianqian, Lin Zhengren didn't come. Zhang Jin, the teacher said that he asked for leave and was not feeling well. Not feeling well? That can't be. I saw that he was in good condition in the last class. I didn't find anything different about him than usual. After saying that, Zhang Jin looked at the boys' dormitory with some concern. Lin Zhengren, who left the school in a simple way, received a message as soon as he left the school gate. It was from Zhang Jin. "Zhang Jin, how are you?" Lin Zhengren wondered what this meant. Zhang Jin's second message followed closely. "I didn't see you during the roll call in the physical education class just now. The teacher said you were not feeling well and went back to the dormitory." Lin Zhengren thought that was the case and replied, "Nothing, just a stomachache. I took some medicine and it's much better." "Zhang Jin, if you still feel uncomfortable, I can ask a doctor to see you." Xiao Meng also knows medical skills. Lin's Hengren, no, it's just a small problem. Thank you for your concern, Zhang Jin. Okay, then you can send me a message if you have any questions. It's also my way of thanking you for teaching me to play the piano last time, Lin's Hengren. Okay, thank you. After replying, Lin's Hengren saw a Rolls Royce in the distance outside the school and thought to himself that Fang Meng also knows medical skills. Then this assistant is really versatile. The Rolls Royce in the distance stopped on the side of the road, and a driver got out of the car and opened the door for Lin's Hengren. Mr. Lin, please come in. Lin's Hengren felt that this title was a bit exaggerated, and saw Zhang Jingshi waving at him in the back seat of the car. Zhang Jingshi dressed up carefully today, but she didn't dress so gorgeously, in a simple and intimate style. She waved her arm gently. Brothers Hengren, I haven't seen you for a few days. Lin's Hengren smiled. Sister Zhang, I haven't seen you for a few days. They got in the car, closed the door, and drove away. Chapter 138 Zhang Jingshi's Proposal. While the car was driving, Lin's Hengren asked where they were going. Zhang Jingshi replied, I know a restaurant that serves good French food. How about taking Brothers Hengren there to try it? Lin's Hengren thought it was a bit exaggerated. No need, Sister Zhang. We came out this afternoon to talk about things, not to have a special meal. Besides, I have to go back in the evening. Let's just find a place to chat. Zhang Jingshi looked at Lin's Hengren with gentle eyes, but we agreed last time that we still have a meal to eat. Yes, but the main thing is that the French food in the restaurant Sister Zhang mentioned is definitely not cheap. I'm afraid that I don't know when I can pay it back after eating this meal. The last time I had dinner, it was Sister Zhang who treated me. She laughed. Is it necessary to be so clear? She thought of something. How about this? If Brothers Hengren really doesn't want to go to that kind of place, Sister asks you, what did Brothers Hengren eat last night? Lin's Hengren didn't know what she meant. Tomato scrambled eggs, made in the school cafeteria. Is it delicious? He shrugged. Not delicious. You can imagine the dishes made in the school cafeteria. Zhang Jingshi covered her lips with the back of her hand and smiled. I guess so. Then how about this? Don't go to any restaurant. Sister will make you a tomato scrambled egg meal tonight. Let's have a home-cooked meal and go directly to my music team's office. Although the driver didn't say anything, he was also surprised that President Zhang would actually cook for others. He had never seen such a thing in all the years he had been with Zhang Jingshi. Zhang Jingshi found an excuse for this meal. Anyway, cooking is also a hobby for me, and I make tomato scrambled eggs very well, and it's not expensive. Of course, if you feel bad that I have to pay for it alone, how about you buy the tomatoes and eggs? Lin's Hengren smiled. He really didn't care much about what to eat. Okay, then let's have dinner like this. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Zhang. What's the big deal? She called a driver. Let's go to the mall. The driver hummed. Okay, President Zhang. The car turned and went to the mall, and Lin's Hengren and Zhang Jingshi really bought some tomatoes and eggs for no reason. Then they went to Zhang Jingshi's music team studio. When they arrived at the place, there were still many singers practicing songs in the studio. When they saw Zhang Jingshi, many people stood up and greeted them. Mr. Zhang is here. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Jingshi nodded at them as a response. Lin's Hengren walked side by side with Zhang Jingshi, looking at the layout of Zhang Jingshi's music studio. This place is very different from the studio where Zhang Zuli is. Not to mention that the venue is about twice as large. And the three-story design, in addition to the elevator, there are circular stairs on both sides, personal lounges, tea rooms and other places. The style is grand and simple. And although it is a place where singers gather, the sound insulation is excellent. Lin's Hengren has been to Zhang Zuli's studio many times. He can hear the sound in the room clearly without being too close outside the room. Although the singers wear headphones to rehearse, they do not affect each other. But here in Zhang Jingshi's place, Lin's Hengren passed by the room and observed the singers in the practice room through the glass wall. If you don't listen carefully, you can hardly hear the singing sound inside. I have to sigh at the difference between rich people starting a company and poor people starting a company. Zhang Jingshi seemed to have seen Lin's Hengren's reaction, and said with some shame, I invested much more money in this music studio than in taekwondo. After all, the singer industry requires a lot of resources, but a small new star list showed its true colors. It's still a little short of the mark, Lin's Hengren's true evaluation. That's not the case. Sister Zhang's music team is still very strong. Compared with the contestants in other studios, it is almost a crushing existence. Jiang Jingshi said meaningfully. In the end, I still lost to you. Lin Zhengren smiled. Just good luck. Jiang Jingshi also raised the corner of her mouth. She didn't believe in luck. Strength is strength. The two came to the office and opened the door. Jiang Jingshi's office was simpler than imagined. There was nothing else except the water dispenser sofa, computer desk, and filing cabinet. Before closing the door, she told the people below, and she had a good memory, try not to disturb me if there is nothing important, and remember to knock on the door if there is something. The people below thought to themselves, when will they dare not knock on the door? But they still nodded. Jiang Jingshi closed the door and drew the curtains. Lin Zhengren blinked curiously. Jiang Jingshi elegantly picked up a document from the desk and sat next to Lin Zhengren. I have investigated everything in the past 2 days. You can take a look. Lin Zhengren took the document and flipped through it, and found that it was all information about a company called Panchang Electronics. Jiang Jingshi explained, this Panchang Electronics has been very prominent in the internet field in the past 2 years, and has been a competitor of our Jiang Group several times. However, because we are an old company with a group of fixed old customers, the other party has repeatedly hit a wall. Of course, people don't always win. They have occasionally won a few times, but even so, after several battles, the other party still didn't make any profit overall. Lin Zhengren continued to flip through it. He saw some photos on the information and the singer information of Xing music before. Sister Jiang, what you mean is that Panchang Electronics is the planner of the last music competition incident? Jiang Jingshi nodded. Yes, the Xing music in the last competition and Jiang Chang under my command received money from Panchang Electronics. Their company is going to hold a new product launch conference recently, and they probably want to use this competition to create public opinion and make customers look to them. Jiang Jingshi reminded. Of course, this is all done in secret. After all, there is no complete evidence to prove that it was really them who did it. But no one else dares to do this except them. There is a vice president in Panchang Electronics who likes to do such things that are not presentable, and recently because their plan failed, I heard that they seem to have set their sights on this little new star list again, and I guess they will take some action soon. Lin Zhengren examined Jiang Zuli and the music studio in his town and the information. Action, swallow up our studio. Jiang Jingshi smiled and nodded. It's highly likely, because even though Brother Zhengren has beaten me twice, I've never lost so thoroughly before I met you, and you don't have any resources behind you, but I'm rich and have connections, but I still lost. So don't say that or people are shocked. In fact, I think people from other companies will be shocked when they see this. Lin Zhengren sighed. I can only say that Sister Jiang is too fair. In fact, if Sister Jiang wants to win, there are many ways to win, right? But Sister Jiang obviously disdains to do the kind of thing. Jiang Jingshi couldn't help laughing. Brother Zhengren's words are really flattering to me. The times are different now. Many things on the internet are transparent. No matter how big the Jiang Group is, it's just the largest company in the city. It can't do whatever it wants, so winning by unfair means is the same as losing. And before I met Brother Zhengren, I never thought that the team I invested so many resources in would lose. She reacted. That's a bit far, she said seriously. In any case, as long as the people in Panchang Electronics are not fools, they will definitely think of Jiang Zuli's talent, especially since the studio behind you doesn't have any background. It's so easy to deal with such a music studio. They are now staring at this list all day long, and I think they are likely to be ready to take action. Lin Zhengren finished flipping through the information in his hand and closed it. Well, especially the boss of our studio will definitely not agree to the acquisition, because that boss is a very dreamy person. Although her team has been tepid in recent years, she has been committed to discovering and training new talents. So if Panchang Electronics fails to poach people, it may use other methods to force the studio to hand over people. Yes, there is another thing I haven't told my brother Zhengren, that is, some time ago, I actually talked to the boss of your studio about the acquisition, and even talked about buying Jiang Zuli. Lin Zhengren looked at Jiang Jingshi in surprise. Jiang Jingshi said meaningfully, why are you so surprised? My idea is that if I can poach Jiang Zuli, then Brother Zhengren will also come over, right? What my sister wants in the end is you, Brother Zhengren. The two looked into each other's eyes, and Jiang Jingshi's face was slightly red. Of course, my poaching plan failed in the end. The other party had no intention of being acquired at all and declined my offer. So this proves one thing. If I can't poach her, then the people from Panchang Electronics will definitely not be able to poach Jiang Zuli. but their people are not as gentle as me, so something will definitely happen to the studio. You can't say for sure. Zhang Jingshi leaned on the sofa with her legs crossed. It's highly likely. Fortunately, we knew what the other party wanted to do in advance, and we just avoided it in various ways in time. But I have to remind Brother Zhengren that even if we can get out of danger this time, but forgive me for being blunt, that small studio can't afford to support Zhang Zuli, a treasure who has revealed her head. Zhang Jingshi's voice suddenly became much gentler. Looking at Lin Zhengren, you won't stay there forever, right? I asked someone to check the contract signed by Zhang Zuli and the studio. It won't be difficult for her to leave if she wants to. Lin Zhengren suddenly laughed and looked at the other party. I understand what Sister Zhang means. Do you still hope that Zhang Zuli and I can come to Sister Zhang, who knew that Zhang Jingshi shook her head and smiled happily? No, I asked about this last time and Brother Zhengren has refused. In this case, Sister will not be so tactless as to ask again. What I want to say this time is, if Brother Zhengren trusts Sister, how about I open a studio with you, Sister Zhang and me? Yeah, she pointed at herself and Lin Zhengren sincerely. I will be the deputy general manager and you will be the general manager. I will assist you. Although you are still young, you will learn some company affairs quickly with Sister teaching you. You can write your name and my name is the person in charge. If you are afraid of risks, you can just write mine. When you are willing to be the general manager, we will write a contract and you can add your name at any time. You will still have more shares and I will have less. In short, Sister will definitely not cheat you. It's sincere? She let out a long breath, still a little afraid that Lin Zhengren would not agree. I know that things like cooperating to start a company are definitely risky unless you completely trust each other, so this time, Brother Zhengren is the one who provided the people, and Sister is the one who provided the money. I think that in the end, even if Brother Zhengren loses, he will not lose anything, and I believe that if we work together, we will only make money and not lose money, because the things we invest in are also people. Her eyes were as tender as water. Brother Zhengren, please consider it. Although Sister Zhang Zuli and Sister He Qing are very young now, their talents have begun to show. The speed of development will be very fast in the future, especially if there is no stable background. There will always be resistance in the future, but if you have a company, it will be different. They don't have to be controlled by others, and Sister will definitely help you seriously. Lin Zhengren really didn't expect Zhang Jingshi to bring up such a thing. Especially from Zhang Jingshi's description, this matter has almost no harm to Lin Zhengren. Zhang Jingshi took the information from him. I know you will definitely ask me why I did this, because there is no other benefit from doing this except getting Brother Zhengren, but to be honest, I actually think it is worth it. Maybe this is the appreciation of talent, although it may also be due to some other emotions. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Zhang, it's urgent. Zhang Jingshi looked outside the door. What is it? Just say it, the man standing at the door replied. It's the studio you asked us to pay attention to before. There's a problem. Chapter 139 The most troublesome thing and the simplest solution. What? Zhang Jingshi and Lin Zhengren looked at each other. They had the same thought in their minds. How could it be so fast? She stood up and went to open the door. Come in and tell me. When the person who opened the door saw that it was Zhang Jingshi, he immediately told the cause and effect of the matter. Boss Zhang, this is the case. The music studio where Zhang Zuli works, that you asked us to pay attention to before, was closed this morning. It was written that it was temporarily closed, and Zhang Zuli's song was also removed, suspended business, and the song was also removed. Lin Zhengren took out his mobile phone to check the little new stars list. Sure enough, he found that Zhang Zuli's song was still on the list, but the song name was blacked out, indicating that the song could not be played due to copyright issues and was being adjusted. The comments below suddenly became a mess. There were all kinds of questions about why the song could not be played and what happened. Zhang Jingshi comforted Lin Zhengren. Don't worry, let's investigate it first. She asked the man, have you investigated the specific reason for the suspension of business? The man replied, the specific reason is still unknown. After our people found out, we only know that when the studio got off work last night, the face of Boss Wang suddenly changed, as if he had suddenly received some news, and then he closed the door this morning. News? Could it be that they already have evidence against this studio? Zhang Jingshi thought for a moment. Is there any negative news about their studio on the internet this morning? The man shook his head. No, I have seen it. Lin Zhengren, it seems that it is the same as what Sister Zhang said. The other party's purpose is not to destroy the studio, but simply to poach Zhang Zuli, so even if there's evidence, it was not announced immediately. Zhang Jingshi nodded. It seems so, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. But if the evidence can be found so soon, I can only understand that Boss Wang had loopholes in his previous work and was exploited by others. After that, she asked the man, any other news? That's all for now, Mr. Zhang. We are still investigating the rest. Zhang Jingshi waved her hand to signal the other party to leave. She closed the door again and said to Lin Zhengren, Brother Zhengren, I will stop the little new star chart now. Otherwise, if Zhang Zuli's songs are removed and other people's songs come up, the chart will be distorted. Lin Zhengren looked at Zhang Jingshi unexpectedly. Sister Zhang wants to stop the chart? But now the chart is so popular, it will also affect the sales of songs. If you do this, you will lose a lot of money, not too much. Zhang Jingshi smiled gently. Although I really want my team to win and want to make money, didn't I also say that winning by unfair means is useless, and I have changed my mind about cultivating a team alone. Just now on the sofa, Lin Zhengren could see that Zhang Jingshi's personality was indeed quite special. She did not do things simply for the purpose of making money. After all, although she knew her own strength, the other party must still be ambiguous about how capable she was. But even so, the other party still dared to gamble. She was betting that she was not wrong about herself. Moreover, this matter is indeed beneficial to me. In order to run a company well, in addition to the entrepreneur's strength, it must also require a lot of helpers. It is impossible for one person to do everything. What President Zhang said on the sofa just now is almost harmless to me. Let's do this. After this matter is resolved, we will discuss the new studio in detail. I am willing to cooperate with Sister Zhang. Zhang Jingshi's eyes were dazed, and she seemed to be happier than earning tens of millions. Really? Brother Zhengren is willing to start a business with me. Lin Zhengren has never seen Zhang Jingshi so happy, and he couldn't close his mouth. Yes, really, he replied. Great. Then after this matter is over, Sister will be responsible for handling the messy basic work in the early stage of the company's construction. Brother Zhengren only needs to make some decisions at important times and be responsible for training our team. Lin Zhengren nodded. Even if there is no contract, Lin Zhengren's experience in various industries is now overwhelming most people, and he must be better than those so-called experts on the market. Zhang Jingshi wanted to say something else, but suddenly realized that she was a little too happy and lost her composure. Her face was slightly red. Okay, let's take care of the things in front of us first, and talk about it after we are done. Well, let's go find Boss Wang and Sister Wang first. At least we need to know the reason why she suspended the business. The two of them took a car and went to the residence of Sister Wang, the owner of the studio, without any delay. It's very simple to investigate someone's home address with Zhang Jingshi's connections. When they arrived at the door of the other person's house, they found that the other person lived in the community and the door was locked. Lin Zhengren knocked on the door. Sister Wang? Are you home? No one in the room spoke. Zhang Jingshi also said from the side, Sister Wang, I'm Zhang Jingshi from the Zhang group. I know you've encountered some troubles. I hope you can open the door. I'm here to help you. With Zhang Jingshi's words, there were finally some sounds in the room. It sounded like someone was walking to the door. Is Mr. Zhang here? Mr. Zhang, are you here to help? Zhang Jingshi still has a lot of weight in the hearts of others. Open the door first. Tell me what's going on. Otherwise you can't solve the problem if you don't go out. The other party slowly opened the door. After just one night, Lin Zhengren found that the female boss of the studio had become extremely haggard, and there was another person in the room. It was a very young and handsome boy. The boy also greeted Lin Zhengren and Zhang Jingshi. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Lin Zhengren recognized the other party at a glance. He was a male singer in the studio, an 18 or 19-year-old college student. Zhang Jingshi naturally saw the boy in the room and realized something instantly. Because the two of them were obviously not mother and son. Entering the room, although Sister Wang's room was not particularly luxurious, it was also very spacious and had everything. After all, a person who has been supporting such a large music studio without making much money for these years is always a bit powerful. Sister Wang asked Zhang Jingshi to sit down, and she hurried to pour water, but she saw Lin Zhengren curiously. Brother Lin Zhengren is here too. She saw Zhang Jingshi talking to Lin Zhengren during the last competition. But she didn't expect that the two of them were so familiar with each other and would come together. Who knew that before Lin Zhengren could speak, Jiang Jingshi sat on the sofa and said, "I am Lin Zhengren's fiancé." As soon as these words came out, not only Sister Wang and the young man, but also Lin Zhengren looked at Jiang Jingshi. Jiang Jingshi smiled. "What's wrong, Brother Zhengren? Did I say it right?" Lin Zhengren laughed, although it sounded a bit ridiculous, but it was indeed true. But Sister Wang and the young man were really shocked. Their eyes were wide open. Jiang Jingshi, the famous daughter of the Jiang group, was actually Lin Zhengren's fiancé? The main thing was that Lin Zhengren and them had known each other for a long time, and they never thought that he had such a relationship. Sister Wang's eyes changed when she looked at Lin Zhengren. "Brother Lin Zhengren, please sit down too. I'll pour you some water." Lin Zhengren waved his hand helplessly and said, "No need, Sister Wang. Sister Jiang and I came here today to ask what happened to the studio and why it was temporarily closed. I saw that Zhang Zuli's song was also removed from the Little New Stars list." Sister Wang looked at Lin Zhengren and then at Jiang Jingshi. Jiang Jingshi said, "Just say it directly. Since I took the initiative to come here this time, I'm here to help." As for the reason for helping, I think Sister Wang understands it now. Sister Wang nodded. Jiang Jingshi's meaning was obviously that she was doing this favor because of Lin Zhengren. So Sister Wang looked at the boy behind her. The boy went to the room and took out an envelope and handed it to Jiang Jingshi. Sister Wang explained, "This was sent to me by someone from Panchang Electronics last night. I don't know if President Jiang knows about this company. Since our singer Zhang Zuli became popular, in addition to you, someone from Panchang Electronics also came to talk, but I rejected them all. After I rejected them, I received this email last night. There was a mobile phone in the email, and there were 2 videos and a recording. Because of these things, I had no choice but to close the door." Jiang Jingshi took out the mobile phone video and opened it. Lin Zhengren also walked over to see what the video was. The result was actually similar to what Jiang Jingshi guessed. Both videos were intimidating videos of Sister Wang and the young man in certain places. Kissing and other things were captured on camera. As for the content of the recording, it is the sender's thoughts, which is simpler and more direct. "Sister Wang, I think you should have seen these 2 videos. The studio owner molested the male singers. This alone is enough to close down your company and end your career. In addition to the copyright issue, I found that several songs released by your studio 3 years ago were suspected of plagiarizing and using the songs of our company's singers. Our company now wants to sue you. I have sent you the lawyer's letter with the specific amount of the lawsuit, but as colleagues, I don't want to be so drastic. Because the amount of compensation is not small, I don't think you can pay it, so there are ways to adjust it. Sister Wang, just sell your studio to our company. Don't worry, we will still pay the money to buy your studio. You can use this money to open a new studio and make a comeback. At most, the scale will be a little smaller. But at least this way. We will not pursue your actions against the male singers under your company, and the copyright fee issue. I hope you will consider it carefully. By the way, please remove the singer Zhang Zuli's songs from today, otherwise our company will think that you don't want to negotiate with us. After removing the songs, I can give you 3 days to consider. I hope you will consider it carefully." After listening to the recording, Jiang Jingshi looked at the lawyer's letter inside. Needless to say, the amount of compensation is definitely a sky-high price that this small studio cannot afford. Even if it can pay, it will basically close down. And because the other party's company is much stronger than this studio, it is impossible to use lawyers to fight back, plus there are those kissing videos. Jiang Jingshi asked, "What's the matter with this compensation for copyright fees?" "Plagiarism," Sister Wang hurriedly explained. "This plagiarism is actually not like that. It was because there were some loopholes in our company's contract in the early days, which led to the other party poaching our 2 singers and then using some methods to frame a plagiarism charge. It was their doing." "What did the lawyer say?" "Have you asked?" "Well, I consulted a lawyer last night, and the charge was indeed established. It's all because our contract was not rigorous at the beginning," Sister Wang continued. "In addition, the obscenity in this video is not true. He and I," she pointed to the male singer behind her, "are we really in love or is he chasing me?" The male singer nodded. "Yes, Sister Wang and I are really in love, and I chased her." Jiang Jingshi was speechless, thinking whether it was really sincere or not. Would netizens believe it? The middle-aged female boss is with a young male singer. To the outside world, this is almost an unspoken rule. As for plagiarism, it is not uncommon for small companies to suffer losses in contracts. This is a process that all small companies will have. It depends on whether someone deliberately finds loopholes to cause trouble. Zhang Jingshi looked at Lin Sehengren. This matter is a little more difficult to handle than expected. I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money to solve it. She deliberately didn't finish her words, but Lin Sehengren knew what Zhang Jingshi meant. What she meant was that if she didn't have to care, it didn't matter from the perspective of Zhang Zuli, because even if Zhang Zuli was poached by the other party in this way, Zhang Zuli could withdraw personally. She only needed to pay a compensation, which was much less than the money to save the studio. And the facts were indeed consistent with Zhang Jingshi's thoughts, because all the contracts signed by Zhang Zuli were read by Lin Sehengren. As long as Lily wanted to withdraw, there was no problem at all, because Sister Wang never tied Zhang Zuli to the contract and had quite free management over Zhang Zuli. But if she really didn't care, the studio would definitely die, and Sister Wang's career would definitely end. The main reason was that Sister Wang was really good to Zhang Zuli over the years and was a good boss. However, if they want to save the studio and ask Zhang Jingshi to pay for the rescue, they will fall into the other party's trap, because the money is not a small number. This situation seems to be impossible to solve smoothly, but Lin Sehengren suddenly laughed. Because in fact there is a much simpler way than this. Just do it yourself. After all, he is not an ordinary person. This ordinary person does not refer to any relationship behind Lin Sehengren, it is just a simple literal meaning. He is different from ordinary people. Sister Wang was anxious. Brother Lin Sehengren, what are you laughing at? Zhang Jingshi was also curious, because she really didn't have any good solution, and a lot of evidence was in the hands of the other party, so if she wanted to solve it, she could only spend money to save it. Brother Sehengren, do you have any ideas? Lin Sehengren returned the things to Sister Wang. I don't have any ideas, but as long as I know the ins and outs of the matter, it can always be solved. Amid the doubts of everyone, Zhang Jingshi and Lin Sehengren left here temporarily. In the Rolls-Royce downstairs, the driver was waiting outside. Zhang Jingshi told Lin Sehengren the truth. If I were to handle this, I'm afraid it would cost quite a lot of money. I personally can't come up with so much money at once. It will take 2 days. Who knew that? Lin Sehengren said. No, Sister Zhang. It would be unreasonable to ask you to pay so much money alone. This matter itself has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with you? If it has something to do with you, it will naturally have something to do with your sister, because we will be partners in the future. She smiled gently. Lin Sehengren paused and explained, let's talk about Sister Wang's matter for a day. Maybe after tonight, this matter will be solved automatically. Zhang Jingshi didn't understand. Are you serious? I saw that you had a solution when we were in the room just now. How do you want to deal with it? You will know tomorrow morning. As long as you know the situation the studio is facing now, there must be a solution. That night, Lin Sehengren and Zhang Jingshi parted ways. He went back to school and asked for leave for 2 evening self-study classes. Then when he walked out of the school gate again, he checked the current panel. The most difficult thing can actually be done with the simplest method. All we need to do is destroy the evidence of the obscene videos and find the 2 singers that Panchang Electronics poached and ask them to take back their idea of suing for copyright fees. It's pretty easy. Chapter 140, the first use of inhumane means. Your current spiritual energy level is level 57, key refining stage. Your current attributes are, strength. 87, unlock the ability to keep strength from decaying and to be immune to diseases. Energy. 74, unlock the ability to strengthen your offspring and have sex 7 times a night. Stamina. 76, unlock the ability to break through the upper limit of lifespan, increase physical strength, and double cultivation. Affinity with all things. Level 1, primary affinity. You can quickly master everything and far exceed ordinary people. After reading the panel, Lin Sehengren took out his mobile phone to find the address of Panchang Electronics. Originally, he wanted to take a taxi, but then he thought that since he was alone tonight, there was no need to spend the money. Lin Sehengren walked into a small alley and touched the wall with his hand. Then he easily stepped on the walls on both sides with his feet, and quickly climbed to the roof alternately. Standing on the roof and looking at the city, he used the roof of the house as a springboard according to the address of Panchang Electronics on his mobile phone. He walked quickly into the distance. In fact, when Lin Sehengren was in junior high school, he had arm wrestling with his father. The purpose was to test how much strength an adult normally has. In this way, Lin Sehengren knew how much stronger he was than a normal person. With strength, speed was easy to calculate. Lin Zhengren started with very little strength, from less than 10% to slowly increasing it, and then calculated it according to the strength value at that time. When he used a value of about 12, his father couldn't beat him. Since his father was a civil servant and his strength was not the strongest, let's assume that the strength of the strongest human being was about 15 to 16. Then his current strength value was 87, which seemed to be 4 or 5 times the strength. But in fact, the value addition became higher and higher, and the physical strength and strength also had a multiplication effect, so Lin Zhengren couldn't describe how strong his current physique was. But it was not a big problem to jump around on the house. His figure shuttled at the speed of light in the dark. A little girl holding her mother's hand on the side of the road accidentally looked at the roof in the distance, because Lin Zhengren was too fast and it was dark now. The little girl could only see a black shadow flashing across the sky. She pointed to the distance and said, "Mom, look, there is a big black bird flying over the rooftop in the distance." The mother also looked at the roof curiously, but she didn't see anything. "Oh, a big black bird? There are no big birds in the city, just some sparrows." "Sparrows? Mom, what are sparrows?" "It's those small birds that usually hang on the trees." The little girl hummed and continued to look at the rooftop that had been silent for a long time. "That shouldn't be it. The bird looks pretty big." The mother smiled and said, "It could be a plane flying over. After all, it's late at night." "That's possible." The mother and daughter didn't care. In the distance, Lin Zhengren shuttled through the city and arrived at the head office of Panchang Electronics Group in about 10 minutes. He stood in the dark on the roof and looked at the 7-story building. At this moment, only a few offices in the building were still lit, and most people had already left work. The city is not like a big city, so not everyone works overtime so late. Lin Zhengren looked at the security guards outside the company and the cameras on the wall. Everything was easy to deal with, except the cameras. However, Lin Zhengren remembered that he had affinity with everything. He could make a program to simply hack the cameras. As long as no one found out within half an hour, it would be fine. So Lin Zhengren followed the side of the building, easily climbed down the stairs by grabbing various things with his hands, and came down from the roof. He came to an open electronics store. Lin Zhengren bought a USB flash drive and gave the other party some money and said he wanted to make a program. The other party asked what he wanted to make. Lin Zhengren casually said, "Make a game software." The boss was curious about how he was going to make it and agreed. So Lin Zhengren picked a computer with better configuration and turned it on. He opened a programming background, and the effect of affinity with everything quickly took effect. The first level of affinity with everything can probably make Lin Zhengren instantly have the skills of an ordinary person who has learned programmers for 40 to 50 years. It is still very simple to make a small program for black monitoring. The boss was watching Lin Zhengren programming the code and was stunned. "Brother, you are an expert hacker. Don't hack my computer." Facing the boss's ridicule, Lin Zhengren laughed. "No, I just made a game program for fun." After finishing the program and putting it in the USB drive, Lin Zhengren said goodbye to the boss. He went directly to the security gate of Panchang Electronics. The security guards at the gate seemed to be being scolded at the moment. A female leader was chattering something. The general meaning was, "Remember your duties. You are the security guards of our company." Although this job seems to have no technical level, the gate of our company, the most important and basic line of defense, is always guarded by you. You must remember your profession. Don't let suspicious people enter our company casually. Outsiders who come to find people must register and report. Understand? The security guards nodded. In unison, "I understand, leader." The female leader who criticized the security guards was about 30 years old. She was pretty, but not good looking. Seeing Lin Zhengren coming, she walked to Lin Zhengren in confusion. "Student? What do you do?" Lin Zhengren actually didn't want to deliberately use this special ability to change his original life on weekdays, because it was unstable. Otherwise, making money through many crooked things would be enough for Lin Zhengren to do nothing in his life. Of course, crooked ways can continue to increase the level. If you want to increase the level, you need to read more books and train the 3 little girls. Lin Zhengren still wants to reach the maximum level to see what it is like. "Sister, my father just went out for something. I have to wait for him here. It's quite cold outside. Can I sit in the security room for a while?" If it were an ordinary person, the other party would definitely not agree. Even though Lin Zhengren is a boy with a clear face and eyes, he is very popular with women, but this is a company after all. However, The role of charm value is reflected at this time. As long as the request is not particularly excessive, basically no one will refuse. Seeing Lin Zhengren so pitiful and handsome in the middle of the night, the female leader couldn't bear it. Okay, then you go into the security room and sit for a while. Lin Zhengren smiled. Thank you, sister, but you won't be scolded if I go in, right? Oh, I have the final say here, and it's always you who scolds others, not me. The female leader blushed, thinking that this little brother was really cute. It's cold outside, little brother, go in and sit for a while. Thank you, sister, you're welcome. After that, she watched Lin Zhengren enter the security booth, and she continued to hold a meeting with the security guards. Lin Zhengren came to the security booth, looked at the surveillance camera inside, and plugged in the USB drive. The program to hack the surveillance was completed. In fact, this program is very simple. As long as it runs smoothly, when they check it again tomorrow, it will show that the surveillance backup has been lost, and the surveillance in the next half hour will be invalid and will be replaced by the surveillance video of the previous half hour. Without surveillance, everything is simple. Lin Zhengren walked out of the monitoring room again. Sister, I have to go. Thank you, the female leader exclaimed. You only sat for a short while? Why not sit for a while longer? Lin Zhengren smiled. No need, sister, my father sent me a message saying he was coming over. I have to go. Thank you, sister, the female leader smiled. Okay, go slowly on the way, little brother. Yeah. Lin Zhengren walked out of the security booth and came to the empty wall, and jumped in easily. Then he observed that there was no one around, and swaggered into the group building through the main entrance. Go up the stairs, because the general manager's office is basically on the top floor, which is fixed for all companies, so it is still easy to find. When there are people working overtime in the corridor, Lin Zhengren stands by and hides. If there are no people, continue to go up. When you come to the corridor outside the vice general manager's office and the general manager's office on the 7th floor, it is indeed true that those who work overtime are always social animals. These big leaders have already left work. There is no one in the office. Thinking of what Jiang Jingshi said, the reason why Panchang Electronics likes to do these shameful things is mainly because their company has a vice general manager who gives advice. So Lin Jiang planned to start from the deputy general manager's office. The deputy general manager's office was an ordinary key door. Putting on gloves, Lin Zhengren found a wire in his pocket, and the affinity of all things worked again. It was equivalent to a 40-year locksmith. He simply tested the door lock and the door opened. Without the surveillance of the surveillance camera, almost no one would notice anything he did on this floor. Because no one came at all. Entering the office, Lin Zhengren drew the curtains and turned on the computer screen. The screen showed that there was a password, and the affinity of all things worked again. 40-year programmers are not afraid of such simple passwords. After a small experiment, the computer opened smoothly. Lin Zhengren directly searched for the video source file and checked the recently saved videos in the computer. After some research, he really found the intimate video of Sister Wang and the boy, and found the source. It seemed to be transferred from a USB flash drive. USB flash drive? It should be in this office too. Lin Zhengren deleted the video on the computer, looked at the locked cabinet again, and opened it again with a wire. It turned out that although there were many USB flash drives in the office, none of them were. After a careful search, he finally found a safe in the filing cabinet. The safe looked quite high-end, and even with years of experience in unlocking, it was impossible to open a safe. Lin Zhengren tried but couldn't open it. So he decided to use the simplest and most direct method. Violent destruction. Lin Zhengren took a deep breath, and then pried the door of the safe with his hands like he was cracking an apple. Great force worked wonders. The high-end safe made of unknown material made a creaking squeezing sound as Lin Zhengren pried it hard, and it was directly deformed and broken. He even used too much force, and the safe was directly split in half, and the things inside flew out. Lin Zhengren flipped through it helplessly, and finally saw 2 USB flash drives inside. He found a USB flash drive inside to check if it was the source file of the video. There was also a USB flash drive with some locked files. He didn't know what it was used for, so Lin Zhengren thought he might as well take them all and put them in his pocket. When he got home, he would slowly unlock the files inside to see what they were, and maybe there would be unexpected gains. Lin Zhengren smiled and let out a long sigh. I didn't expect to find these things in the first office. In this way, Panchang Electronics will not have the files of obscene videos. The problem is half solved, but Lin Zhengren looked at a broken, deformed and twisted safe on the ground. Lin Zhengren couldn't restore it to its original state, so he could only throw it away. Lin Zhengren rolled the safe into an iron ball and simply put it aside to throw it into the trash can later. She looked for the latest employment information and other things. She forgot to ask Sister Wang what the names of the two people who were poached by Panchang Electronics were. After all, it was because of these two people that the studio was accused of plagiarism. She took out her mobile phone to ask. Sister Wang quickly replied to the names of the two people and asked, "Brother Lin Zhengren? Have you and Mr. Jiang figured out a solution for today's matter?" Lin Zhengren simply replied, "Sister Wang, don't panic, there will always be a way, but Panchang Electronics only gave us a few days to think about it." Lin Zhengren, "It's okay, I have something else to do, so I'll take care of it first." Sister Wang, she put away her phone and didn't reply again. With the names of the two people, it was easy to deal with. Lin Zhengren found the two people's employment information and their home addresses. It was even easier to find out that the two people actually lived together. However, since the two people sued the studio for plagiarism, Panchang Electronics should have signed a contract with the two people. Otherwise, what would Panchang Electronics do if the two people rebelled? Lin Zhengren looked in the contract taken out of the safe again. Sure enough, he found the contract. It was not smooth. Obviously. The vice president of Panchang Electronics did not expect that someone would come to his office in the middle of the night to tear open his safe with bare hands to find the contract and the video USB drive and take it away. I can only say that this vice president is still negligent in prevention and not careful enough. After finding everything, Lin Zhengren put away the USB drive and the contract, closed the door and went downstairs, turned over the company, and then threw the iron ball of the safe into the trash can at the door of the company. After throwing it in, there was a loud bang, and the movement was quite loud. It seems that this safe is quite heavy. Lin Zhengren took out his phone and flipped through the map again. If we find the two people who were poached, the problem will be solved. It was so easy. It didn't even take 10 minutes. Chapter 141 Three People Who Can't Understand. In the silent night, Lin Zhengren shuttled through the city again and found the room of the two people. The next morning, early in the morning, it was slightly light, and Liu Yuang, the deputy general manager of Panchang Group, came to the company by car. He happened to meet the workers who drove the garbage truck to collect garbage for the company once every 2 weeks. A worker controlled the garbage truck to clamp the garbage can, and then poured the garbage inside into the garbage truck and squeezed it. There was a clacking sound in the car. It sounded like some scrap metal, but it was actually the remains of the safe that Lin Zhengren threw in last night. Liu Yuang ignored the workers and drove into the company. The security guard greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Liu." Liu Yuang's car stopped for a while. "Nothing happened in the company last night," the security guard reported. "No, Mr. Liu, nothing happened yesterday. Everything was normal." "That's good." Liu Yuang's words were just asking as usual. After all, Panchang Electronics is also a well-known company in the city. Even if there are thieves, they will not come to such a place to steal things, and there is really nothing to steal. He parked the car in the parking lot, entered the group building and took the elevator upstairs. On the way, there were employees who greeted him. Liu Yuang came to his office on the 7th floor and opened the door with his key. He sat in front of the computer humming a song, glanced at the time and flipped through the little new stars list, sneering, "I guess that studio won't call me tomorrow, they should call me today. After all, there is so much evidence." He turned on the computer. He found the video file skillfully. Then he found that the file disappeared. Liu Yuang was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had clicked the wrong button, and he exited and opened it again. The result was still nothing. He suddenly sat up straight and became nervous. He searched for the file name directly but still couldn't find it. He repeated the operation but still the same. "Damn. What's going on? This broken computer lost the file for me? Such an important thing was lost to me." He cursed twice, thinking that fortunately he had the source file USB flash drive, so he got up and took out the key to find the safe in the file cabinet. He wanted to take out the USB flash drive inside and put it back on the computer. As a result, it was not the USB flash drive that was gone, but the entire safe. Huh? Liu Yuang stood there blankly, his eyes wide open, and even thought he had seen it wrong. After rubbing his eyes, he realized that the safe was really gone. "Where's my safe?" The first thing he thought of was not that it was stolen. After all, It was impossible for a safe to be stolen. It was in his office. And it was heavy. Even if someone moved it, it was impossible for anyone to move it. He called the administration department. Hello, administration department? Did anyone come to my office yesterday? Where's my safe? The administration department was also confused. What safe? We don't know, no one touched it. How can the safe disappear if no one touched it? I put a lot of valuables in it. They're all confidential documents, but this, no one really touched it, Mr. Liu, and the safe can't be lost. Otherwise, I'll check the surveillance for you. Yes, there is surveillance, check it quickly. Okay, wait a moment. The administration department hung up the phone and cursed the crazy leader inwardly. Whose good person would lose a safe? After a moment, the administrative department opened the phone in disbelief. Mr. Liu, the surveillance video cannot be retrieved last night. It seems to be broken. There's only the video from the day before yesterday. What did you say? He looked at the office and said to himself, is it haunted? This is too ridiculous, right? Wait, he took out his mobile phone tremblingly and found the phone numbers of the two people he had poached. If all the files were lost, the files on the computer were also lost. What about the studio? And most importantly, there were many confidential information in the other USB flash drive in the safe. He called them, but as expected, the two people did not answer. On the other side, Lin Zhengren took another day off today to find Zhang Jingxi. In the warehouse of Zhang Jingxi's music team. Zhang Jingxi, Lin Zhengren, Sister Wang, and the young man looked at the two people standing in the warehouse for no reason. These two people were the ones who were poached by Panchang Electronics and used copyright to frame the studio. Zhang Jingxi looked at Sister Wang and then at Lin Zhengren. What's going on? Why are they here? None of the three could answer. But this morning when Lin Zhengren and Zhang Jingxi came to the music studio, they did hear the sound in the warehouse. When they came in, they found the two of them here, so they called Sister Wang again. Sister Wang felt incredible. The two looked at Sister Wang in horror, and Sister Wang asked them directly, why are you two here? The two shook their heads. We don't know, we were already locked up here when we woke up. Although they didn't know how they got here, they knew they were traitors. So subconsciously, she thought that the other party must have sent someone to kidnap her, and she looked scared. Sister Wang, although we are sorry for this matter, you don't have to do this. We were forced to do it. We were short of money, so we signed the contract with Panchang Company. We didn't mean to sue you for plagiarism. Please don't hurt us. Sister Wang suddenly became angry when she heard this. How dare you two talk about plagiarism? You two have been with me for so many years. Even if you leave me and want to be with someone else, I won't think it's a big deal. But you turn around and accuse me of plagiarism. Isn't it too inhuman? One of them said, I'm sorry, we really had no choice. If we could, we wouldn't want to sue the studio, but Panchang Company forced us to sign the contract, so if we don't sue the studio, we will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages now, and we have no choice. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, Zhang Jingxi found that there was a file bag behind the two of them. Zhang Jingxi was curious. Wait a minute, what's behind you? The two of them exclaimed and looked back. They just found out that there was something behind them. Lin Zhengren picked up the thing and opened it to find that it was the original document signed by the two people and Panchang Company. It was outrageous. Zhang Jingxi and Sister Wang were also stunned after seeing the thing. Lin Zhengren sighed. This is really weird. What is going on? No one knows what is going on, except Lin Zhengren. After all, this kind of thing is ridiculous. Even if it is put in a novel, it is ridiculous. Especially in a romance novel. It is better to put it in a fairy tale. The handsome young man reacted. Wait, let's not talk about why these two people are here, but if these two people are in our hands, and the documents are also in our hands, doesn't that mean we don't have to worry about paying copyright fees anymore? The handsome young man was very happy. Now we can quickly sign another contract with these two people, and then this matter will be half solved. Sister Wang blinked and realized the problem. That's true. If the things and the people are all there, then the most troublesome copyright fee will be solved. As for the problem of indecent assault, Zhang Jingxi interrupted. If it's just indecent assault, it's actually simple. While the other party hasn't posted it online yet, you two can directly announce it on the internet, saying that you are in a free love relationship and make it public directly. In this way, even if they buy traffic, they can't frame you for indecent assault. After all, This matter alone is not difficult to deal with. We are only afraid that they will use two methods at the same time, so we find it troublesome." The two nodded. Lin Zhengren reminded, "Then while the other party hasn't posted the two videos online for hype, you two should announce it on your own platforms now." He looked at the two people and said, "By the way, sign the copyright contract with these two people, and this matter will be resolved satisfactorily." Although Sister Wang didn't know what happened, she knew in her heart that there were no supernatural events in the world, so the appearance of these two people must have been done by Jiang Jingshi, General Manager Jiang, because only a big boss like her could do such a thing. She smiled. "Thank you, General Manager Jiang, then we will do it right away. Thank you for helping us." She even said it twice. Sister Wang looked at the two people who were tied up. "If you two are short of money, I will give you some money, but we have to rewrite the copyright contract." Since they were caught, the two people had no other opinions and nodded. Okay, we will sign it." After that, without wasting too much time, Sister Wang immediately started to work on the official announcement and contract. Just watching the two busy people, Jiang Jingshi suddenly laughed, walked to Lin Zhengren and whispered, "What's wrong with Brothers Zhengren? Is it haunted?" The matter was solved so easily and inexplicably. Lin Zhengren was also confused, as if he had no idea what happened. He laughed. "Who knows what's going on? This is the first time I've seen such an outrageous thing. If this matter had not been handled in a normal way, either Sister Wang would have been in trouble or Jiang Jingshi would have paid and worked hard. Lin Zhengren would not have done it himself. After all, doing it yourself is completely a deus ex machina in real life, because who would have thought that there are people in real life who practice immortality?" In a situation where he had no choice, Lin Zhengren actually didn't want this method to destroy his current life. After all, although he was different from ordinary people, if he wanted to live a long, stable and happy life, he definitely didn't need to rely on this method to obtain assets. Because it would never last long, just checking the assets from above is a headache. At this moment, Jiang Jingshi also looked at Lin Zhengren. Although she didn't know what happened, she always felt that it was Lin Zhengren who did it. It was just that she really didn't know and couldn't figure out how Lin Zhengren did it. She was really getting more and more curious about Lin Zhengren. Who wouldn't be curious? Thinking of this, Jiang Jingshi smiled. "Anyway, the matter is indeed resolved." Lin Zhengren glanced at her and smiled helplessly. "That's right, it's good that it's resolved." Chapter 142's Hangxi Company is established. After Wang Ji and the handsome guy next to her officially announced their relationship, their circle of friends immediately received many likes. Although the comments below were all blessings, they were actually shocked that the two of them would actually be together, and they didn't know when it would happen. Liu Yong, the vice president of Panchang Electronics, naturally knew about their official announcement at the first time. He even called the police in a hurry, pointing at his phone and said, "Officer, I suspect that these two people probably did this, otherwise my safe would never have disappeared. There are documents I need in it. And the things I want to threaten, I want to cooperate with them." The two police officers who were called looked at each other. One of them asked, "Mr. Liu, what you mean is that your safe was still there yesterday afternoon? It weighed 40 or 50 kilograms, and then it disappeared in the morning. Do you suspect that someone came to your office late last night to steal? And carried away your 40 or 50 kilogram safe?" Liu Yong nodded. Yes. Another policeman suddenly laughed, and coughed twice awkwardly to hide his smile. "Mr. Liu, we don't mean anything else. I just want to say that if someone passed your doorman last night and came to the office building where many people were working overtime, and this person successfully opened the door, cracked the password on your computer, deleted the password set data on your computer, and moved away the 40 or 50 kilogram safe, the most amazing thing is that your company's surveillance camera last night just couldn't be retrieved. I am a little suspicious. Is there an insider in your company? Otherwise, do you think this is something that an outsider can do? Unless he is a Superman, insider." He suddenly felt that it was really possible, because everything was a bit too coincidental. The police asked, "If the documents in your safe are spread out, will your company lose a lot of money?" Liu Yong replied, "It won't cause the company to lose any money, but there are documents in it, in addition to the documents for cooperation with a certain studio." "What else?" He sighed silently, actually not understanding what was going on, and was dejected. "Nothing, in fact, it's not worth much, police, so in that case, it's just the loss of a safe? Nothing else is missing." When Liu Yong heard this, He knew that the matter was probably going to be left unresolved, and looked at the administrative staff on the side. The administrative staff waved his hand hurriedly. Mr. Liu, I'm not a traitor, I stayed in the office yesterday, and I don't have the key to your room. Liu Yuan glared at the other person speechlessly, and sat on the sofa alone, thinking that although there was no direct loss, but the failure to buy the studio and the loss of another file, not to mention the loss of countless future assets, I'm afraid that a plan that I have been working on for so many years will also go down the drain. In the private kitchen of the music studio, when Lin Sehengren knew that Jiang Jingshi had a private kitchen here, he wondered if every big boss had this unique hobby. Others hide antiques everywhere, but Jiang Jingshi likes to hide some in various places. Kitchen? The luxurious and simple private kitchen is only about 20 square meters. Jiang Jingshi stood in front of the chopping board and checked the tomatoes and eggs that Lin Sehengren bought yesterday. It was still quite fresh after just one night. Jiang Jingshi turned back with the tomatoes and said, Brother Sehengren looks a little surprised. Lin Sehengren looked around. Yes, a little, mainly because I didn't expect Sister Jiang to have a private kitchen here, except for some temporary workplaces. As long as I stay in a place often, there is one, because occasionally I want to make something for myself to eat. Although most of the time I don't use it, sometimes I feel addicted to cooking. If there is no such place, I will be very uncomfortable. Lin Sehengren, I can still understand. Jiang Jingshi skillfully blanched the tomatoes and tore off the surface peel. Cut the flesh into dice, crack the eggs into a bowl and beat them with salt. Lin Sehengren admired Jiang Jingshi's skillful movements. She was obviously very good at cooking these dishes. Heat the oil in the pan. Jiang Jingshi turned her head slightly and glanced at Lin Sehengren. It will be ready in a while. This dish is very simple. Yeah, she was indeed very skilled in cooking, but her mind didn't seem to be on cooking. She was always absent-minded. On the one hand, she was a little curious about what happened in the warehouse this morning, and on the other hand, she always felt that the atmosphere was weird when she was alone with Lin Sehengren. She couldn't tell what was going on. Finally, in this trance, Jiang Jingshi's hand accidentally touched the edge of the pot, and she cried out in pain. Retracting her hand, Lin Sehengren reminded, Did you get burned? Rinse it with cold water. Jiang Jingshi responded and immediately turned on the faucet to rinse her fingers. Lin Sehengren also turned off the induction cooker. Feeling the cold hand washing her fingers, Jiang Jingshi's face was a little embarrassed. She had almost never made mistakes in cooking. She wanted to show her skills to her brother Sehengren, but she made such a low-level mistake. Lin Sehengren walked to her side to check, and their bodies were almost close. Jiang Jingshi could faintly smell the unique scent on Lin Sehengren, a kind of fragrance that makes people feel very comfortable. Should it be done? She asked. Lin Sehengren, do your fingers still feel hot? A little bit, then don't worry, just rinse for a while. Jiang Jingshi nodded. In her heart, she actually knew that there was no need to rush, but she asked him unconsciously. She whispered, I'm sorry to make fun of you, Brother Sehengren. I just said that I often cook, but I still make small mistakes like burning my hands. What kind of joke is this? Who has never burned their hands when cooking? By the way, does Sister Jiang have ointment for burns in the kitchen? Yes, she looked at a cabinet in the distance. It should be in there. Lin Sehengren responded and went to find it. After getting it, he opened it. Jiang Jingshi felt that it was almost done, so she withdrew her hand from the faucet. Her fingers were slightly red, but there were no blisters or anything. It was not serious. She was glad. Fortunately, nothing happened. Turning around and letting Lin Sehengren take a look, Lin Sehengren took Jiang Jingshi's hand and observed it, and found that it was indeed just a little red. It was timely to take a shower. But Lin Sehengren obviously didn't think much about it. The problem is not serious. Just apply a little ointment. Jiang Jingshi's eyes trembled slightly, watching him holding her hand. Her heartbeat quickened. He squeezed out a little ointment and applied it on Jiang Jingshi's fingers, tentatively applying it to her evenly. If it hurts, just tell me. Jiang Jingshi shook her head. It doesn't hurt, just apply it. After saying that, she bit her lip lightly and stared at her fingers that were slightly cool after being stained with the ointment and Lin Sehengren's gentle and delicate movements. After applying it, Lin Sehengren suggested, Anyway, the dishes are almost fried, let me do the rest. You do it? You can cook, it's just scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Even if I don't cook as well as Sister Jiang, it's the end. Isn't it okay to just fry it? Jiang Jingshi nodded slightly and saw him let go of her hand. Her face was slightly red and she said, Okay, then you copy it. I'll watch from the side, okay? Lin's Hengren started to pot again. Jiang Jingshi stared at her fingers for a while, and when she saw that Lin's Hengren had almost finished copying, she pinched a little more sugar and put it in. While putting it in, she sighed. Brother Hengren is also very good at cooking, isn't he? He is quite skilled. Lin's Hengren smiled, thinking that it was mainly because a certain skill was really useful. The dishes were out of the pot, and Lin's Hengren took out a plate, but Jiang Jingshi did not serve the dishes. Instead, she took out a pair of chopsticks and picked up a chopstick of eggs and fed them to Lin's Hengren's mouth, holding one hand below to prevent it from falling. Try it. After the last steak incident, Lin's Hengren was used to it this time. Eat the egg on the chopsticks. After tasting the taste, he was delighted. It tastes good. Sister Jiang's food is really delicious. You can't say that I made it this time. We made it together. Jiang Jingshi smiled and took another bite of the egg from it. There were other chopsticks next to it, but she didn't know whether she forgot or did it on purpose. She picked up a bite of egg with the same pair of chopsticks and put it in her mouth. After tasting it, she pursed her lips and nodded with a red face. It's good. Then she picked up another piece of tomato and fed it to Lin's Hengren again. How about trying tomatoes this time? Lin's Hengren naturally noticed that she used the same pair of chopsticks. Jiang Jingshi looked at Lin's Hengren tenderly with eyes as bright as water. What's wrong? Try it. Open your mouth. Lin's Hengren had no choice but to eat the tomatoes on the chopsticks again, tasted it carefully, and nodded in approval. The tomatoes are not bad, they are delicious. Jiang Jingshi's face was visibly red. Brother Hengren's evaluation is really direct, but it's okay as long as it tastes good. Just at this time, someone came in. It was Sister Wang and the young man. Because the kitchen door was not closed, Sister Wang clearly saw Jiang Jingshi feeding Lin's Hengren when she came in. Such an intimate action. The relationship between the two people is self-evident. Besides, Jiang Jingshi admitted it yesterday. Boss Jiang, Brother Lin's Hengren, the young man behind him spoke very sensibly. Boss Jiang, Brother Lin. Jiang Jingshi put down her chopsticks and turned to look at the voice of the person coming, Sister Wang. Lin's Hengren also looked at the two people at the door. Sister Wang? What's wrong? Sister Wang's face was full of gratitude. Nothing. I just want to talk to Boss Jiang and Brother Lin's Hengren about the studio through this incident. Soon, several people went to the office. Jiang Jingshi sat with Lin's Hengren, and Sister Wang sat with a boy. A secretary came over and wanted to pour tea for the four people. As a result, when the other party was about to pour water for Lin's Hengren, Jiang Jingshi stopped him and said, I'll pour it for him, you go out. The secretary didn't understand, but still nodded honestly. Okay, Boss Jiang. Jiang Jingshi gently picked up the teapot and poured water into Lin's Hengren's teacup very gently, and then scraped the edge of the cup carefully and pushed it in front of him. Well, it's done. Lin's Hengren said thank you. Sister Wang and the boy looked at each other. Their eyes were full of shock. Jiang Jingshi drank her tea and asked, Sister Wang, do you have anything to tell me? Sister Wang smiled before answering, Mr. Jiang, this is the case. We are really grateful to you and Brother Lin's Hengren for this matter. Jiang Jingshi smiled. You're welcome. After all, we didn't help much in this matter. Sister Wang knew that the other party must have done what happened in the morning, because no one else could do it. Now Jiang Jingshi disagreed just because some things couldn't be said openly. In short, Mr. Jiang, after all these things, I have thought about it. I used to be a little obsessed with music. For so many years, I have been thinking about making the team better by myself, but it has not been very smooth. Although Zhang Zuli has emerged in the studio now, Zhang Zuli is the most special singer in our team. We hardly taught her anything. We were responsible for helping her sign up for some small competitions. Almost all of her growth was taught by Brother Lin's Hengren. Even when she signed the contract with the studio, she signed a very special contract because she didn't need training. I know very well that we didn't play any role in Zhang Zuli's growth. She paused. What I mean by saying these words is that I am very clear about the level of my studio. I may not be able to train others by myself. This has been proven over the years. And if it weren't for Mr. Jiang and Lin's Hengren's help this time, I think I would have been doomed. The compensation would have made it impossible for me to turn over. I don't have the level to deal with those people, so if Mr. Jiang wants, I want to give the studio to you for free. After saying this, Jiang Jingshi was a little surprised. What did you say? Give me the studio? Sister Wang, are you quitting? It's not that I'm quitting, but if it weren't for Zhang Zuli's appearance, the studio would not be able to make a profit now. I have been just holding on for these years. Lin's Hengren actually understood. Although the other party said it vaguely, Sister Wang's subconscious idea was to cooperate with the Jing group. But with her current capital, she couldn't open her mouth at all, and she didn't have the qualifications, so she directly proposed to give the studio. After all, the only singer she could show off was Zhang Zuli, but Zhang Zuli was her own person, so if Zhang Zuli left, it would only be a matter of time for the studio to close. It's just that Sister Wang's ability to train people is not good, but she is very good at discovering talents and managing companies. It is impossible for her to have no skills after running a studio for so many years without any background. Thinking of this, Lin's Hengren suddenly noticed that Zhang Jingshi secretly touched him with her elbow. He and Zhang Jingshi secretly looked at each other. Zhang Jingshi's gentle eyes were smiling, and it was obvious that she also understood the other party's thoughts. So Zhang Jingshi asked him again whether he wanted to accept it. Zhang Jingshi took out her mobile phone and typed a line of words for Lin's Hengren to see. The mobile phone showed, "You know Sister Wang's ability better than me. If you want to keep her, keep her. Anyway, I am the vice president and you are the boss of the new company, so Sister listens to you." Lin's Hengren laughed helplessly. He took the initiative to speak. "Sister Wang, we can't accept the studio if you give it to us like this, and I understand that you have been in this industry for a long time. I have known you for so many years and I know that you are very capable. How about this, if you are willing? I want to cooperate with Sister Wang, and we will work together in the future." Sister Wang really wanted to cooperate with Zhang's group, but she didn't expect the other party to actually take the initiative to propose it. Zhang Jingshi spoke only after hearing Lin's Hengren speak. "Brothers Hengren and I are planning to set up a new company recently. As Brothers Hengren said, if Sister Wang is willing, she can join us. I can give you part of my shares, because we will definitely train many teams in the future, and we will definitely need to find a person in charge of the music team. We think you can take on the role." Sister Wang was flattered, surprised and surprised. "Really, Mr. Zhang? Are you really going to cooperate with me, but with my ability?" Zhang Jingshi replied, "Brothers Hengren believes in you, so I believe in you. After all, I am only the vice president of this new company, and he has the final say." The word "he has the final say" was light, but enough to let Sister Wang know who the focus was. Lin's Hengren said, "I have known Sister Wang for a long time. We have known each other for many years. So I trust Sister Wang. It depends on whether Sister Wang is willing to cooperate." She looked at Lin's Hengren with great gratitude. "Brother Lin's Hengren, President Lin, of course I am willing. If I can cooperate with you too, I will be more than happy." "Thank you so much, President Lin and President Zhang." Zhang Jingshi smiled. "Is it so happily decided? From now on, we will all be partners, okay? Thank you so much." She was so grateful that she could not express it in words. She could only grin. A week later, the new company was initially established. Although it was originally planned to open a studio, because of the participation of Sister Wang and Wang Lan, the three of them discussed and changed it directly to a limited company model. The new company name was discussed by Lin's Hengren and Zhang Jingshi. It used the combination of the two people's names. The full name is Zhangxi Media Company Limited. Zhangxi Media is a head office model with three branches, namely the music branch headed by Sister Wang and Wang Lan, the sports company headed by Taekwondo, which is temporarily headed by Zhang Jingshi, and the live broadcast branch. Since Wang Lan's studio has now merged directly with Zhang Jingshi's music team, they are all managed by Wang Lan, and she is also a partner. So at the beginning, Zhang Jingshi and Lin's Hengren planned to give Wang Lan 30% of the shares of the music company, but Wang Lan knew that she had no capital at all and had basically no cash in her hands. She was just a person and did not have the strength to ask for so many shares. So after a lot of evasion, she finally only asked for 20%, but she felt that she could not hold on to this 20%, and promised that she would definitely work hard to discover talents in the future so that the company could make more money to deserve the 10% of the shares. The remaining shares were simply determined after private discussions between Lin's Hengren and Zhang Jingshi. The rest of the company's approval procedures are also being processed at a rapid pace, and it is expected that Zhangxi Media will be officially established in a month. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Saturday's date is coming. Miss Jiang's hometown has encountered some attacks and false accusations from hostile forces in the past few days. Since this incident is a bit troublesome, you decided to take action alone at night and easily solve the troubles of the hostile forces later. You teamed up with the Empress of the Imperial City and Madame Wang to formally establish a sect of immortal cultivation, named Hangshi Sect, which will be an important milestone on your path of cultivation during the cooperation with the Empress this time. The Empress personally made a small bottle of golden red agate liquid for you to taste. After you eat it, you gain an increase in spiritual power level by 1 and an increase in strength by 3 in this adventure. You once again gain an increase in spiritual energy level by 1, an increase in energy by 1, and an increase in physical strength by 5, and you are about to establish a sect, and an increase in affinity with all things by 1. Your current spiritual energy level is level 59. Key refining period is about to break through. Your current attributes are strength 90. The ability to not decay strength and be immune to diseases has been unlocked. Physical strength 81. The ability to break through the upper limit of lifespan, increase physical strength, and double cultivation has been unlocked. Affinity with all things, level 2. Your affinity level for all things has been improved. Intermediate affinity, you have a strong talent for everything, equivalent to the proficiency of a gifted person in 30 years, and in the future, even if you do not sign a contract with your disciples, when you teach your disciples, they can also gain a very obvious learning speed, which is about 1.4 times the normal learning speed. The fairies who have signed a contract with you will also increase their learning speed to 3 times. Today is Friday. After listening to the system's description in the morning, Linz Hengren always felt that the 3 times learning ability would make the subsequent cultivation speed more and more exaggerated, and he was only 1 level away from level 60, and it was getting better and better. He got dressed and went downstairs from the dormitory, and as soon as he went out, he saw Han Wenwen, Zhang Zuli and Xiao He Qing. The 3 girls were standing anxiously at the door of the dormitory, and many boys around were also curious about who these 3 beautiful girls were waiting for. When the 3 of them saw Linz Hengren coming out, they immediately surrounded him. Zhengren, Linz Hengren, students Linz Hengren. Linz Hengren was curious, what's wrong with you 3? Why do you all look so anxious? The 3 girls looked at each other. Xiao He Qing's voice was timid but concerned. Linz Hengren, where have you been these days? Why haven't I seen you for 2 days? Zhang Zuli also asked hurriedly. Did something happen these 2 days, Zhengren? Although the teacher said you were resting in the dormitory, you should not be in the dormitory, right? I asked others, and they said you went out. Han Wenwen didn't ask so many questions, but there was only worry in her eyes. What happened? Linz Hengren looked at the 3 people's concern for him and the speechless looks of the boys around the dormitory building. The expressions of those boys seemed to be saying, why are such beautiful girls ruined by this boy? What else can this boy do except that he is more handsome than himself, taller than himself, better at studying than himself, better at sports than himself, more temperament than himself, and richer than himself? I don't accept it. Linz Hengren ignored the jealous looks of the boys around him and simply told the 3 girls what happened in the past 2 days. Of course, Linz Hengren simplified it. The general meaning is that Zhang Zuli's studio had some troubles, so he helped to deal with it. As for how to deal with it, Linz Hengren's words were vague, so the 3 little girls didn't understand. Linz Hengren, anyway, the matter has been resolved, and I won't ask for leave again, little He Qing hummed, so that's how it is. So you're not sick, right? She didn't actually understand what Linz Hengren was talking about the studio. She was only worried about Linz Hengren's health. Nothing else mattered. Linz Hengren answered as a matter of course I'm not sick. Being sick is just an excuse to leave school. Little He Qing was relieved all of a sudden, holding her proud chest and breathing a sigh of relief, grinning, that's good. Then there's nothing to worry about. I was so worried. The other 2 also breathed a sigh of relief. This was the issue they were most concerned about. However, Zhang Zuli understood a little. I was wondering why my song was taken off the shelves the day before yesterday, and the charts couldn't be opened. I couldn't get through to Sister Wang on the phone. It turned out that there was a problem and Hengren went to help. Linz Hengren asked, it should be back on the shelves now, right? How is the ranking? Zhang Zuli said happily, yes, it's back on the shelves, and it's still number 1. Han Wenwen took Xiao He Qing's arm and said, classmate Linz Hengren, can you remind us next time you are busy? We have been worried to death these 2 days. You just replied to us simply when I sent you a message. Isn't it busy? And as long as I send you a message, doesn't it prove that I have nothing to do? Lin Zhengren took the lead and said, okay, let's go have breakfast and go to the classroom together later. Yes, the three girls said in unison. The four of them went to the cafeteria, talking and laughing amid the jealousy of the boys around them. When Lin Zhengren returned to the classroom, Zheng Jin was chatting with Fang Meng. Seeing Lin Zhengren coming back, Zheng Jin stood up and asked, "You're back?" Lin Zhengren answered and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Fang Meng took Lin Zhengren's pulse. Zheng Jin asked Fang Meng, "How is it?" After Fang Meng felt the pulse, she was still a little shocked by the strength of the other party's pulse. She replied softly, "No problem, very healthy, even, not just ordinary health, much healthier than normal people." Lin Zhengren asked curiously, "What do you two mean?" Fang Meng took back her hand and replied, "Qianqian was very worried about you these 2 days. Fortunately, classmate Lin Zhengren came today, otherwise we would have to look for you." Zheng Jin's cold eyes flipped through the book as if nothing had happened. It seemed that she was relieved that Lin Zhengren was fine. Everything returned to normal. Lin Zhengren politely thanked him, "Thank you too for your concern." "I'm fine." Zheng Jin didn't say anything. Fang Meng smiled at him and returned to her seat. Friday was unusually peaceful. Maybe everyone was very happy that Lin Zhengren was back. So they seemed to be more cheerful than usual when talking and laughing. Saturday morning. Today is the day that Lin Zhengren agreed to spend time with Han Wenwen alone. So a certain fox got up excitedly early in the morning and hurried to wash and pick clothes. Little He Qing got up from the bed in a daze, rubbed her eyes and asked curtly, "Wenwen? You got up so early?" Han Wenwen had already changed her clothes and was sitting on the bed combing her hair in front of the mirror. The fox eyes couldn't hide a smile, because she had been looking forward to this day for too long. "Well, I have to go back to the rental house to shoot some game videos this week, so I have to go back early." He Qing saw Han Wenwen's exquisitely dressed appearance. She lay back on the bed and looked at her for a while, closed her eyes and was about to fall asleep again. "Then you can't play with me this week. Lin Zhengren also has to rest this week, and I have nothing to do." Han Wenwen smiled and said, "He Qing just won the game, so you don't have to rest well in the dormitory? Do you have to do something?" She remembered something and put down the mirror, and found a novel from the box under the bed. Smiling secretly, she walked to He Qing's bedside, her voice soft and meaningful. "He Qing, if you have nothing to do these 2 days, I'll give you a novel to read." He Qing slowly opened her eyes. "Novel? What novel?" "You'll know when you read it, it's very interesting." She leaned over and covered her mouth and whispered in He Qing's ear, "This novel is very pornographic." There was a brief silence. Then He Qing blushed and became energetic, opening her eyes. "Ah. Wenwen, what did you say?" Han Wenwen stuffed the novel into her quilt. "I won't say good things a second time, and He Qing has heard it, so I have to repeat it a second time. Just read it slowly these 2 days, it will be useful in the future." He Qing knew that others were joking when they said it was pornographic, but if Han Wenwen said that this book was pornographic, it must be really pornographic. "Wenwen, where do you find these books?" Han Wenwen stood up and said, "I bought them online." "Don't worry. They are just normal romance novels, but some plots are a bit more like that, just embellishments." She was almost done packing and waved her hand. "I'm going home, He Qing. You can read slowly in the dormitory these 2 days. Bye." He Qing blushed and stretched out her hand and waved, "Bye, drive slowly, Wenwen." "Okay." Han Wenwen left the dormitory, closed the door, and quickly went downstairs to find Lin Zhengren. He Qing saw that other roommates were sleeping and packing up to leave when they got home, so she covered her head in the quilt and stared at the name of the novel. The name of the novel is "My Husband Praises Me for Being Sexy." Although He Qing thought she knew everything, she still didn't understand many things, far less than Han Wenwen. "What kind of novel is this? What a weird name." She just flipped through a few pages and took a quick look. She immediately saw the new world that belonged to adults. "What is written on this? Is it possible to write this?" Her face turned red and her mouth opened. She couldn't believe there was such a plot. Chapter 144 A Date with a Little Fox. "Today I went to the bed and drew the curtains. My husband and I were going to do that thing again, so I went to brush my teeth so that my teeth would stay fresh and my mouth would smell good. I changed into a lace top and went to my husband's bedroom, planning to." He Qing's face was smoking as she read the plot, and she didn't want to read any more. She quickly closed the book and bit her lip. She put the evil book under her pillow, closed her eyes again, and said to herself, "This kind of evil book should be destroyed. How could someone write such a thing? I'm going to sleep. I just dreamed of Lin Suhengren. I want to continue dreaming about Lin Suhengren. Don't read this kind of thing, damn Wenwen." I don't know how long it took Xiao Heqing to fall asleep again, but this was only 5 minutes of content. For the first time in her life, Xiao Heqing had a dream with Lin Suhengren that was not suitable for children. Today's weather was great. Han Wenwen trotted out of the dormitory building, and she slowed down when she reached the school gate. Because from a distance, he saw Lin Suhengren standing at the school gate chatting with a girl. The little fox had a settled expression at first, and then walked over slowly. The girl in front of Lin Suhengren was pretty, but her face was a little round, but very cute. She was holding an envelope in her hand and her face was red. There were a bunch of girlfriends in the distance who were secretly cheering her on, as if saying something like, "Come on, baby." The girl stammered shyly, "Senior, I'm from the high school next door. I've seen you before, several times, so I want to make friends with you. I don't know if it's okay." Lin Suhengren hasn't spoken yet. Han Wenwen has already walked over and asked with a smile, "My female classmate, this boy has a girlfriend." The girl panicked when she saw Han Wenwen. "Ah, really?" Han Wenwen looked at the other person with fox eyes. "What do you think, classmate?" The other person finally realized what the other person meant by having a girlfriend. "Ah, I don't know, then sorry for disturbing you." She ran away in shame, and Lin Suhengren looked in the direction of the other person's leaving. Han Wenwen also watched him leave with her girlfriends, and whispered, "You've seduced all the girls in our school, and now classmate Lin Suhengren is seducing girls from other schools? It's endless." Lin Suhengren heard the name that had not changed when they were alone together, and looked at Han Wenwen, who was obviously jealous but pretended to be natural. He also deliberately said, "Classmate Han Wenwen, when did you see me seducing girls from other schools?" Han Wenwen puffed her cheeks and stopped pretending. "I saw it with my own eyes. Brother Suhengren is still pretending, but I was going to refuse, so this counts as seduction." Han Wenwen retorted, "Even if it's unreasonable, right?" Han Wenwen crossed her arms and looked away. "How unreasonable?" After giving him a slap on the head, the little fox howled. "Where do you want to go today?" he asked. Hearing this, a pair of fox eyes changed, took out a mobile phone from his pocket, found the memo and handed it to Lin Suhengren. Lin Suhengren took a look and saw 5 places. "It's okay, but if there are only a few places, you can take your time to visit." Han Wenwen blinked. "What do you mean by just a few places? There are more than 10 pages, Brother Suhengren, turn the page." Lin Suhengren scrolled back and found that there were indeed more than 10 pages. There were at least more than 100 places. He was speechless. So many? Let's not talk about whether we can play all of them. Our city is so small and it's a good thing that you can find these places, Han Wenwen explained. "I also collected them bit by bit. It seems that my classmates will go to these places when they are in love, so I want to see them too." Her invisible fox ears fluttered a few times. "Let's get started. There's only a limited time in a day. There are too many places to play. Don't blame me if you can't finish them." I would like to blame it, but is Brother Suhengren so easy to blame? He only beats me and bullies me. Why do you say it as if I am so violent? Lin Suhengren hailed a taxi, and then the two of them started their first stop today, the video game arcade. Although the little fox usually seems to be very stable in what he says and does, it seems to let go of its temper when it is with Lin Suhengren. It's like going to a big forest. After taking Lin Suhengren's hand to the video game arcade, she played with this and that, and dragged Lin Suhengren to look here and there. The fox did not let go of drinks and snacks, and always bought them without noticing. She even asked meaninglessly, "Does Brother Suhengren want to eat this? Does Brother Suhengren want to eat that? Does Brother Suhengren want to? If you want to eat, just buy it, and can you eat so much? So just buy a little of each, and taste it." When eating, Han Wenwen would let Lin Suhengren take a bite, and then put it in her mouth, so it seemed that she was eating. In fact, they each took half. After visiting the video game arcade, she dragged Lin Suhengren to the amusement park in the city. Although many of the projects in the amusement park in the city were not very big, but the small roller coaster, small bungee jumping machine and so on still made the fox have a lot of fun. Until when they were leaving the amusement park, they saw a super large ice cream for sale at the door. The fox suddenly couldn't walk. Pulling Lin Suhengren's arm, with the golden light in his eyes, "Look! Brother Suhengren, look! Such a big ice cream. I want to try it. The ice cream was about the size of a person's forearm. The price was also more expensive than the ordinary ones. The money was not much, but Lin's Hengren knew at a glance that he could not finish it after buying it. Are you sure you can finish it? Han Wenwen was speechless, then bit her lip and looked at Lin's Hengren, slowly smiling. I just want to have a bite. Lin's Hengren flicked her head without hesitation. Han Wenwen leaned her head on Lin's Hengren's arm with grievance, holding it tightly, looking for a fight. Suddenly, the merchant suddenly launched mini ice cream again. The little fox was really anxious this time, pulling Lin's Hengren's arm. Small is okay. This time Lin's Hengren had to go over and buy it. Han Wenwen licked the ice cream happily. Go to see where the next stop is. Then she had a stomachache. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin's Hengren stood outside the girls' bathroom. This was the third time Han Wenwen had gone to the bathroom in half an hour. After coming out, it seemed as if one of the 9 tails behind her buttocks was missing. She staggered out of the bathroom and came to Lin's Hengren and leaned on his arm. Brothers Hengren, this ice cream is poisonous. Lin's Hengren wanted to laugh. Maybe it's not the ice cream that's the problem. The key is that you ate too much messy food and deliberately didn't eat breakfast. It would be strange if you didn't have diarrhea. Han Wenwen looked at Lin's Hengren with fox eyes, aggrieved, but Brothers Hengren ate it too. Lin's Hengren smiled. Han Wenwen faced the reality. Well, I thought I was in good health, but it turns out I'm not. Yes, you are already strong enough compared to ordinary people. Have you recovered now? Do you want to continue shopping or find a place to rest? I want to go home. Lin's Hengren couldn't help laughing. You only shopped for the whole morning? You wanted to visit 100 places at the beginning, Han Wenwen said in a coquettish voice, looking very depressed. My stomach hurts. I can't shop anymore. I want to go home and lie in your arms for a while. Okay, let's buy some medicine on the way. Yeah. Lin's Hengren and Han Wenwen were walking towards home together, but they suddenly saw someone selling dolls on the side of the road while taking a taxi. There was a huge dog doll, about half the size of his body. I don't know what magic the dog has. Lin's Hengren and Han Wenwen both looked at him. After staring for a while, Han Wenwen burst out laughing for no reason. Why do I feel that this dog looks like Brothers Hengren? Lin's Hengren looked at Han Wenwen, and Han Wenwen quickly covered her mouth and shook her head, saying in a low voice. Wenwen didn't say anything, and Brothers Hengren didn't hear anything. She gently pulled Lin's Hengren's arm, and it went without saying that she wanted to buy it. Although it was a bit outrageous, Lin's Hengren felt that it really looked like himself. Especially the eyebrows and temperament were somewhat similar. So he didn't hesitate too much and bought a dog that looked like Lin's Hengren in full. On the way home in the car, Han Wenwen looked at the dog and laughed so hard that her stomach hurt again. Brothers Hengren, I can't stand it anymore. How can there be such a funny thing? But with this dog in the future, I won't be afraid at night. Chapter 145. 2 people alone. Passing by the pharmacy, he bought some medicine for diarrhea and some food for tonight. Lin's Hengren returned to the rental house with a little fox. Although he was holding a dog that looked like Lin's Hengren, Han Wenwen was still a little sluggish. Putting the things in his hands on the table, Lin's Hengren took off his shoes and went to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom too. You warm up a pot of hot water and drink the medicine first. Okay. Han Wenwen saw Lin's Hengren walk into the bathroom and wanted to close the door, and leaned against the wall meaningfully. When Lin's Hengren wanted to close the door, he turned around and saw Han Wenwen looking at him strangely. He didn't lock the door but walked out again. He raised his hand and flicked Han Wenwen's head. The little fox was beaten for no reason, and cried out, Why did Brothers Hengren at me? I didn't say anything. The wrong fox. What did you want to say when you looked at me just now? Han Wenwen's thoughts were revealed. She turned her head skillfully and pouted. I didn't want to say anything. I just wanted to say that there is no need for boys to lock the door when they go to the bathroom. No one will peek. Really? Lin's Hengren asked seriously. Then will the fox peek? Han Wenwen said confidently. Foxes are not human. Of course they will peek. Naturally. She was beaten again. Han Wenwen said petty in pain, thinking that it was okay for her boyfriend to look. Lin's Hengren ignored her and locked the door. I'll take a shower here by the way. You should clean up first. Han Wenwen felt that she was at a disadvantage when she heard about taking a shower. Why does the bathroom in this single-person rental house have to be locked? Isn't this unnecessary? Han Wenwen took off her shoes and hooked her heels to pull off her socks with her hands, revealing her smooth and white feet and walked to the blanket beside the bed. She was actually not used to lying on the bed, and preferred to lie on the furry blanket. She used to change clothes here. Han Wenwen found a pair of super short jeans and a loose sweater with off-shoulder design in the box beside the bed. When she tried to close the box, she suddenly remembered something and touched the bottom of the box. As expected, she touched something. I remember it, she took out the thing, which was an unopened pair of stockings. She had seen this by accident when she was shopping in the supermarket before. Because she often read novels and watched TV dramas, Han Wenwen knew very well that boys seemed to have no resistance to the smooth and mysterious texture of stockings. This thing appeared the most frequently in various works, and its power was obvious. So Han Wenwen also bought 2 pairs, thinking of finding an opportunity to wear them for Lin Suhengren to see. Today was the right time, and it was very suitable. The sound of water running in the bathroom sounded. Han Wenwen heard the sound and looked back. She took out the stockings from the box with a smile on her face. She hadn't worn this thing yet. She sat on the bed and unpacked it and touched the material of the stockings with her hands. What a comfortable texture. I remember I bought pantyhose at that time, right? Han Wenwen held it with both hands to check and it was indeed correct. So she took off her skirt with a blush on her cheeks. She put on the stockings little by little along her toes, and then slowly pulled them up. After the stockings fit her skin completely, she stood up and looked down at her legs wearing stockings. Maybe because of the black color, they were indeed a lot sexier than usual. They also felt unusual to the touch. But she was inexplicably shy. And why did they feel a little uncomfortable to wear? Han Wenwen thought it shouldn't be. Stockings should be quite comfortable. She pulled the stockings at the hips, and the stockings were pulled up and bounced back. She knew where the problem was. So she took off the stockings again. She found another pair of underwear from the box. This time, she put on the stockings first and then the underwear, and the uncomfortable feeling disappeared immediately. It was so smooth. That's how it's worn. It's much more comfortable this way. Han Wenwen put on ultra-short jeans and a shoulder-bearing sweater again, and stood up to observe. Because the shoulder-bearing sweater was a large size, it was a kind of home clothes. So it can directly cover the entire buttocks. Add to that the short jeans. If you stand up and look at her, it's as if Han Wenwen is only wearing a sweater and stockings. It gives people a visual illusion that there's nothing else. She imagined what Lin Suhengren's reaction would be when he came out of the bathroom, and her face turned red. Although Brother Suhengren is very serious, as she said in junior high school, he is still a boy. You may like to be pretentious, but it's not like you really don't have any reaction in your body or heart, right? Han Wenwen sat slumped on the blanket, holding the Lin dog doll in her hands. After admiring it for a while, she heard Lin Suhengren say in the bathroom, "Did you take the medicine?" Han Wenwen reacted and quickly replied, "I'll drink it right away." She almost forgot about it, so she sat up again to warm up the water, waited for the hot water to boil, and then opened the medicine and took it. By the way, she also poured a cup of hot water for Lin Suhengren, and then sat on the blanket again, lying on the blanket with her hands raised high. "Little dog, what do you think will happen tonight?" She was daydreaming. The dog that couldn't talk seemed to be answering Han Wenwen, "You stinky fox, you're overthinking. Nothing will happen." Han Wenwen pouted unconvincedly, "Nonsense. Who said nothing will happen?" She inexplicably remembered that time when she made a wish for her 18th birthday in front of Lin Suhengren. Now she felt that she was too talkative. It was too early to say anything and it lost its mystery. Lin Suhengren in the bathroom heard the voice and asked, "What's wrong?" "What did you say?" The little fox quickly responded, "It's okay. Brother Suhengren, just continue to take a bath." "I'm talking to myself," she laughed shamelessly. Then she used her fox paw to scratch Lin's dog a few times and gently hit the doll's mouth with her fist. Han Wenwen put the dog aside and turned around for a while. The slender jade-like fingers scratched on the blanket, and then the fingers slowly circled. Just as I was thinking about some messy things in my mind, Lin Suhengren came out of the bathroom. Han Wenwen looked back and sighed. "Did you finish the shower? You washed so fast." "It only took a few minutes." Lin Suhengren wiped his hair with a towel. How long would it take to take a shower otherwise? Han Wenwen looked at Lin Suhengren at this moment. He put on his pants again, but he didn't wear a sweater or anything like that. Although Han Wenwen had felt the muscles of Lin Suhengren's upper body through his clothes before, she had never seen it so clearly. The muscle lines of Lin Suhengren's upper body were clearly visible. Although they were not the kind of muscles that were particularly large, they were just right, and his muscle genes were also very good, so he looked particularly sensual. Han Wenwen suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her voice became much softer, but it took me more than half an hour to finish the shower. Did brothers Hengren go in for 10 minutes? Boys are all this fast. Did you take anti-diarrhea medicine? Yeah. Lins Hengren wiped his hair and found that something was wrong with Han Wenwen. He saw that after Han Wenwen changed her clothes, she put on black socks on her originally smooth thighs. Why are you wearing stockings? Where did you get them? Lins Hengren was puzzled. Han Wenwen originally wanted to seduce Lins Hengren after putting on stockings, but Lins Hengren looked like this now. With his muscular upper body and wet hair after taking a shower, he looked even more handsome than usual. She became shy instead, and dared not seduce him. So she put the doll in front of her legs, trying to cover it, and said with a red face, "Of course I bought it." Brothers Hengren, do you think it doesn't look good? Lins Hengren didn't want to complain. He always felt that it was a bit early for this fox to wear this thing. After all, high school students in China don't like to wear this. But it doesn't matter when there are only 2 people at home. Moreover, Han Wenwen is naturally more mature than He Qing and Zhang Zuli. Although they are the same age, Han Wenwen doesn't look abrupt in this. But He Qing and Zhang Zuli would probably look weird even if they wore white stockings. It looks good, but don't wear it like this when you go out. If you want to wear it, just wear it at home. It can also prevent varicose veins. After saying that, he went back into the bathroom to blow dry his hair. Han Wenwen was stunned for a moment. Prevent varicose veins? How did brothers Hengren know that? She supported herself with a blanket and sat up, saying shyly, "And of course I won't wear it when I go out. I only wear it for brothers Hengren to see. I am brothers Hengren's little fox. Who else has the right?" She stood up and walked to the bathroom. She came to Lins Hengren quietly, and asked charmingly in a low voice while listening to the sound of the hair dryer, "By the way, do you want Wenwen to help brothers Hengren blow his hair?" Lins Hengren looked back at the very shy Han Wenwen. "Why are you swallowing your saliva?" "Ah. No, right." She swallowed unconsciously again, a little embarrassed. "I may be hungry. I want to eat something." "I'll just eat something later." She shook her head. "It doesn't matter." She held Lins Hengren's arm with her hand and asked tentatively, "Can I blow brothers Hengren's hair?" Brothers Hengren can't do everything by himself, right? What does Wenwen need to do? Seeing that she really wanted to help, Lins Hengren handed her the hairdryer. "Then you do it." "Really? Okay." Chapter 146 Secretary Job is just around the corner. Han Wenwen took the hairdryer and walked to Lins Hengren. As a result, she had to stand on her pink toes and raise her head to help blow his hair on his forehead because she was not tall enough. But that was what Han Wenwen thought, so that she could support Lins Hengren's chest with one hand. The slender white palm gently touched Lins Hengren's chest. The strong muscles and the touch made Han Wenwen's heart beat faster. She bit her lips and the success of her careful thoughts made her extremely satisfied. It was just because she had to blow the hair, so she had to try her best to divide her mind to blow the hair. Lins Hengren saw her body tense and struggling. "Aren't you tired of standing on tiptoe like this?" Han Wenwen shook her head slightly. "Not tired? Why is it tiring to serve brothers Hengren?" Wenwen was born to serve her brother. Lins Hengren really didn't know where this fox learned these messy seductive words from her. A minute later, Han Wenwen wanted to blow the top of Lins Hengren's head, but this time she couldn't even stand on tiptoe. She grinned awkwardly. "It's not tiring, but it's too high. I can't blow it. My arms are not long enough. How about brothers Hengren go to the bed? There is a socket on my bed to blow dry my hair." Lins Hengren stretched out his hand to ask for the hairdryer. "I'd better do it myself, otherwise the hair that falls on the bed will fall on your bed, which is not easy to clean up." Who knows that Han Wenwen didn't want to give it to him at all, and hugged the hairdryer in her arms. "No, what's wrong with falling 2 hairs on the bed? I'm still happy that brothers Hengren's things can stay on my bed, so I can sleep peacefully at night. Don't you think you're crazy?" Han Wenwen tilted her head and bit her lower lip, her fox eyes full of seduction. "Who let me like you?" Wenwen doesn't dislike all of brothers Hengren's things. In the end, the battlefield was moved to the bed. Because the 2 came back early, it was only a little after 2 in the afternoon. It was very bright outside, and on Saturdays, you could still hear the children playing and dogs and cats downstairs in the community. Lins Hengren sat on the bed leaning against the quilt, and Han Wenwen plugged in the hair dryer, knelt beside him and began to blow Lins Hengren's hair. This was much easier. Her hands sometimes supported Lin Suhengren's shoulders, and sometimes supported Lin Suhengren's chest. The buzzing sound of the hairdryer made the wet hair smooth and dry. Lin Suhengren also accidentally saw the stockings on the fox's legs. It was very interesting to fit the skin curve tightly. It was a little early, but I didn't look closely just now. Now I observed that this fox is really suitable for wearing this. It's just like it was designed for her by nature. Han Wenwen, who is naturally perceptive, naturally noticed Lin Suhengren's eyes. While blowing her hair, she also said something. Brother Suhengren is so lustful, you keep staring at my legs. Are they so beautiful? Lin Suhengren said. Aren't you the same? Why are you staring at my upper body? Are they so beautiful? Han Wenwen was speechless, glanced at Lin Suhengren awkwardly, snorted and continued to blow her hair. Brother Suhengren, how can you say that to a girl? It makes me seem like I'm not reserved. I didn't look at it, at least not now. She stared at the top of Lin Suhengren's head. Lin Suhengren looked down at her hand on her belly. Now you don't look at it. You changed to directly touch it, right? Tell me why you have to touch my belly when you blow your hair. Han Wenwen didn't act this time. She touched the muscles on the other person's belly and made up excuses. What do you mean by touching? This is called holding. Don't I have to hold something when I blow my hair? Lin Suhengren took her hand away, and she got anxious. Lin Suhengren, then just hold the quilt behind you, or hold my shoulders. Don't touch me. No. No, I just like to hold my belly. And what do you mean don't touch you? Brother Suhengren is mine. I have to touch you. Han Wenwen pulled her hand out and put it on Lin Suhengren's belly again, and everyone has a different physique. My physique is suitable for holding Brother Suhengren's belly. Lin Suhengren was too lazy to argue with her anymore. He took out his mobile phone and suddenly saw that Zhang Jingshi had sent him a message. Zhang Jingshi, the procedures have been almost completed, and the last two will be approved soon, but Brother Suhengren has to take time to come over next week to sign. There are several documents that require signatures from both of us. Lin Suhengren replied, I see, Sister Zhang. I'll go over next week. Thank you for your hard work these days, Zhang Jingshi. Why is it hard to handle the procedures? But I remembered something. The ranking results of the little new star list are about to be released. Does Sister Zhang Zuli have her own video account? It's a good opportunity to create an account while the popularity is high. It should increase her income a lot. Lin Suhengren, I mentioned the video to her before, and I'll talk to her next week. Zhang Jingshi, okay, then I'll be busy. Brother Suhengren, call me if you have anything. I see, Sister Zhang. Lin Suhengren put away his phone, only to find that Han Wenwen leaned forward with her chin resting on Lin Suhengren's shoulder, staring at the content on her phone. She didn't see all the content, but only saw the last two sentences, and was very curious. Sister Zhang. Han Wenwen stared at Lin Suhengren and asked curiously, who is Sister Zhang? Brother Suhengren. Lin Suhengren turned his head and looked at Han Wenwen, who was staring at him. The hair dryer was still humming. The little fox's eyes were full of catching an adulterer, vigilance and jealousy. Lin Suhengren replied, didn't I tell you before? I know a sister. You smelled it on me last time. Recently, the two of us have started some business together and are now working on the formalities. Business? Han Wenwen turned off the hairdryer and squatted beside Lin Suhengren, very surprised. Brother Suhengren has started a business now? What kind of business? What are you selling? No, haven't I been cultivating Zhang Zuli and He Qing's respective specialties over the years? But at that time, they were both young and needed a platform to participate in competitions, so they had to join other studios. I think the time is about right now and I can't let them continue to rely on other platforms, so I started a company with Sister Zhang, whom I didn't quite understand. So Brother Suhengren has already made a lot of money. Lin Suhengren replied, the formalities haven't been completed yet. How can you make money? Maybe in the future. Han Wenwen blinked and smiled. He will definitely make money. Wenwen has long felt that Brother Suhengren would be great. But she didn't expect that Brother Suhengren would start a company when he was only in high school. Wenwen's secretary position feels like it won't be long before she can achieve it. She raised one arm. Long live Brother Suhengren. After that, he said, by the way, does Brother Suhengren need money now? If not, how about Wenwen give it to you? I still have tens of thousands of yuan in my hand. No, just keep it for yourself. Seeing Han Wenwen's eager look, it seemed that he still wanted to help, so Lin Suhengren added, if there is a day when I really need money, I will ask you for it. The little fox was happy then. Well, anyway, Wenwen and Brothers Hengren will prosper and suffer together. When Brothers Hengren starts a company, Wenwen will become a capable and competent secretary. If Brothers Hengren goes to beg for food, Wenwen will be by your side to serve you a bowl and accompany you. In short, Wenwen will follow Brothers Hengren wherever he goes, and Wenwen will unconditionally support Brothers Hengren in everything he does. Linz Hengren felt that there was a blind spot on this statement, but she touched the little fox's head and asked curiously, "What if I do something bad?" Han Wenwen answered decisively without any thought, "Then Wenwen will do bad things too. Wenwen is not a good woman anyway. I am Brothers Hengren's little fox. I only recognize you, not good or bad." Han Wenwen's personality meant that she was not joking. What this fox will become in the future depends on the person she is obsessed with. Linz Hengren was naturally aware of this matter and touched her face with his hand. "Don't worry, it will get better and better in the future, not worse." Han Wenwen's eyes were happy. "By the way, Brothers Hengren, where's your company? Can you take Wenwen to see it when you have time?" "Yes, I will take you to see it when I have the chance." Han Wenwen hugged Linz Hengren's neck, but the topic was already in the past. Suddenly, another message popped up on Linz Hengren's phone. It was also sent by Jiang Jingshi. There were two pictures of two different earrings. Jiang Jingshi, "Brothers Hengren, which of these two earrings do you think is better? Or is it better for me to buy both?" At this moment, Han Wenwen and Linz Hengren were both looking at their phones. Han Wenwen blinked her fox eyes. Then he immediately became jealous and puffed up his cheeks with anger. Chapter 147, The Little Fox's Future Responsibilities. In the parking lot of a park, there were all kinds of families and couples playing around. Although her family was well off, Jiang Jingshi liked to stay in such a place alone when she had nothing to do. She sat in the car with her legs folded, staring at the scenery of the community in a daze. She looked down and saw Linz Hengren replying to her, "I think the earrings in the second picture are better to wear. Although Sister Jiang has a gentle temperament, this kind of cool style is more suitable. But it's just in comparison. Overall, they're all pretty good looking." After seeing the message, Jiang Jingshi's red lips curled up. With a gentle face, she said to herself, "Does he think I look better wearing cool earrings?" She wanted to send something to Linz Hengren again. As a result, a message from an employee of Jiang Group suddenly popped up on her phone. The general meaning was that the sales department had not yet successfully cooperated with a customer who was difficult to deal with before. Jiang Jingshi sent a message, "Find someone to talk to." After sending this message, Jiang Jingshi suddenly thought of something. If Brothers Hengren is proficient in various fields, then I wonder if he is also talented in doing business? If there is, she can outsource the publicity work of Jiang Group to the company she founded with her Brothers Hengren. This will save her from having to take care of both ends, being busy and sometimes having to do the same work twice. Thinking of this, she blinked, but if that's the case, Brothers Hengren is too versatile, a bit incredible. Let's give it a try next time we meet. She saw Linz Hengren's message again. As for the colder matching, I will match it according to his preferences in the future. It should look good, in Han Wenwen's rental house. Linz Hengren was leaning against the head of the bed, and the jealous little fox curled up his legs and his upper body was lying on Linz Hengren's legs. The little fox scratched Linz Hengren's belly with his claws. Linz Hengren touched her head with one hand and played with his mobile phone with the other hand, because He Qing and Zhang Zuli also sent messages. Linz Hengren had to reply to them together. Han Wenwen occasionally glanced at Linz Hengren and asked, "Haven't you finished replying to them yet?" Linz Hengren hummed, "I'll be there soon." Just a few words. Hearing that they hadn't finished talking, Han Wenwen let out an unhappy whine in her throat, closed her eyes and felt Linz Hengren's touch on her hair. It was like a small animal feeling the love of its master. "I didn't make it clear about that sister just now, and now Xiao Qing and Lily are out again. It's endless. What's not made clear? Haven't I said what I should say?" Han Wenwen's voice was like a complaint but with a delicate taste. "Come on," a girl asked a boy, "what jewelry looks better?" "The only thing I can think of is fishing and love." "But fishing? Is there a girl who can catch fish like Brothers Hengren? This girl is so amazing, I want to become her apprentice, so there's no need to think about it. She must be in love." Han Wenwen said this and leaned her face against Linz Hengren's upper body again, trying to get as close to her master's arms as possible. But it's normal for a girl to like Brothers Hengren. It just depends on whether Brothers Hengren wants to accept her. After saying that, she rubbed Linz Hengren's belly with her head. Linz Hengren looked at her. "What are you doing?" Han Wenwen opened her charming fox eyes. "Don't chat with them, just have a serious conversation with me." Lin's Hengren was helpless. I'm always with you, he replied to the last few messages. Put down the phone. Okay, we're done chatting. What do you want to say seriously? Han Wenwen looked up at Lin's Hengren. Lin's Hengren looked down at Han Wenwen. The four eyes of the two people stared at each other. They could even reflect each other's appearance in their pupils. After staring at each other in silence for a long time, Han Wenwen's face gradually became ashamed. She blushed and couldn't help but smiled and looked away. Brothers Hengren, why are you looking at me like this? You're making me shy. Didn't you say you wanted to have a serious chat? I'm waiting for you to find a topic. He didn't understand. Han Wenwen snorted. What topic is there? I just simply don't want Brothers Hengren to chat with others. Even if you just stay with me and don't talk, I don't like you chatting with other girls, especially when you are alone with me. After saying that, she saw Lin's Hengren's toenails and leaned over to take a look. Shall I cut Brothers Hengren's nails? Brothers Hengren's nails don't look beautiful at all. What's the use of a boy having beautiful nails? And my nails are not long. I just cut them last week. Who cut them for you? Of course I did it myself. Han Wenwen looked back at Lin's Hengren and suddenly spoke righteously and seriously. Brothers Hengren is not allowed to cut his own nails in the future. Only Wenwen can do this kind of thing. I'll go get the nail clippers. She got up from the bed, found the nail clippers and went back to bed. Before cutting her nails, she looked at Lin's Hengren. Keep touching my head. How can I cut my nails if Brothers Hengren doesn't touch me? I won't be able to concentrate. How can I touch your head while you're cutting your nails? It's so far away. Brothers Hengren, just curl up your legs, then you can touch my head. Lin's Hengren was really convinced and had to reach out again. He had never seen a girl so addicted to touching her head. He sighed that a fox is a fox. But when his hand touched her head, Han Wenwen's expression really seemed to calm down. She was cutting Lin's Hengren's nails seriously, and then she also prepared wet wipes for wiping and pedicure, everything she needed. While doing these little things, Han Wenwen finally remembered something important. By the way, Brothers Hengren, I have something I have always wanted to discuss with you. What is it? She cut her nails seriously, being particularly careful and gentle. Brothers Hengren will become the head of the family in the future. With so many girlfriends, the responsibilities of everyone must be divided. Otherwise, all kinds of small things will be a mess if you grab them from me. She turned around and smiled. So how about I divide the responsibilities among everyone today? Because when one is very good at observing everyone's habits and knows what everyone is best at, it will be absolutely fair. Lin's Hengren let her talk. Today was the day to rest anyway. Han Wenwen cut one foot and then moved on to the other. Let's start with Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing has a calm personality and doesn't like to show up all the time. When everyone graduates and works, I guess she will only occasionally practice taekwondo and participate in competitions. Most of the time, she will definitely stay at home to take care of Brothers Hengren's daily life, such as the placement of things at home, what to buy more things for the family, and various small family matters. Xiao Qing should have the final say on these. What do you think, Brothers Hengren? Lin's Hengren nodded. What He Qing said is indeed similar to what you said. She is very frugal. Han Wenwen looked up at him proudly, as if to say that she was great. She went to the side and took out a pen and paper and handed it to Lin's Hengren. Write it down quickly. This is how we will arrange it when we live together in the future. Lin's Hengren simply wrote down what Han Wenwen said. After cutting both feet, Han Wenwen trimmed Lin's Hengren's nails. She even changed the nail clippers on purpose, and then sat on Lin's Hengren's lap, sitting with her legs apart, facing him, asking for his hand. Lin's Hengren extended his left hand, and Han Wenwen continued to trim his nails. While trimming, she said, "Then it's Lily. Lily is usually more active. At first, I thought she was a pure tsundere, but it turned out to be different from what I thought. She seems to be an evolved version of its tsundere. How about she be mainly responsible for coaxing and educating the children at home in the future?" Lin's Hengren wanted to laugh. Let's not talk about this matter too far. Just taking care of children is not an ordinary job, Han Wenwen explained. I know, so it's not that she is in charge of everything. I just said that Lily has the final say in terms of children's education. Because although I am very good to Brothers Hengren, I am actually a little fierce to children. Xiao Qing is too gentle, and it is definitely not good to educate children. It will spoil the children. Lily is just right. She will be fierce when she is angry, but she is also gentle to people on weekdays, and she is also very interesting in daily life. She is much more suitable than the two of us. So in the future, if everyone has a baby with Brothers Hengren, they will definitely take care of their own little baby on weekdays, but once it comes to the education of children, they will listen to Lily. How about it? Linz Hengren smiled and nodded. Yeah. After Han Wenwen trimmed his hand, she asked Linz Hengren to take note of it before trimming the last hand. The last one is me. Wenwen is the best and most serious about one thing, which is to serve Brothers Hengren. From now on, how about I change Brothers Hengren's clothes, cut his nails, massage him, and even wash his hair and brush his teeth and other intimate small things. She looked at Linz Hengren with her fox eyes. Linz Hengren looked at her, and they both laughed. Linz Hengren was curious, so I don't have to do anything. After Han Wenwen trimmed her fingers, she held Linz Hengren's fingers and looked at him closely. Of course, there is no need for such small things, but Brothers Hengren has to take care of all the big things in the family. You are the head of the family, the backbone of everyone. Chapter 148 Preparation before going to bed. I didn't know what I did in the whole afternoon, and it was getting dark. Han Wenwen took a bath in the afternoon. When she came out, the house smelled fragrant, and the whole house was filled with the scent of the fox. At dinner time, Linz Hengren called his parents to express his condolences. He asked his parents if there was anything going on at home this week. Most of the calls at home were answered by his mother Lin Xiaoli. Hello, Ranran? Nothing happened at home. Ranran, how are you doing in school? Do you miss your parents? Although Linz Hengren returned to the town this week, he actually told his parents that he was staying in the dormitory, otherwise he would tell his parents that he and Han Wenwen spent the night together. His parents would definitely not agree, for fear of something happening. Linz Hengren, school is still the same, as long as nothing happens. As for whether I miss you or not, it's okay. I miss you guys a lot. He felt shy for thinking about Lin Xiaoli in such an ordinary way. He felt that his son's personality was really different. He could say directly what others felt shy about. Mom misses you too. Ranran has been away from home for half a month since he started high school. Isn't it like this in high school? And mainly because there are really a lot of things to do recently, and it's convenient to study in school. If nothing happens, I will definitely go back. He glanced at Han Wenwen who was leaning on his shoulder. This fox was not honest even when eating, and had to stick to him. Lin Xiaoli, will Ranran come back next week? If you come home next week, there will be guests at home. Yes, I will definitely go back next week. But guests? What guests? Lin Xiaoli and her husband on the other end looked at each other and they both laughed, thinking that there could be no guests, maybe a baby marriage. Lin Xiaoli waved her hands awkwardly. Nothing, nothing. Ranran will know when the time comes. Can you talk to your dear father again? Yes, that's fine. I didn't even hear my dad's voice. Lin Yingjin coughed. I've been listening. After that, Lin Xiaoli suddenly smiled and said, your father is busy with something. He has work to do at the company. After chatting briefly for a few more sentences, Lin Xiaoli said, then hang up if there is nothing else. You go ahead and do your work, Ranran. Linz Hengren hummed, I see. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. After hanging up the phone, Linz Hengren ate a few more bites and got up to wash his hands and asked, by the way, Wenwen, have you bought my quilt? Of course I've bought it, she answered and stood up and ran to Linz Hengren to wash her hands. Then she found a big box under the bed. She took out a very new quilt from it. Dang dang, the quilt had no pattern and was pure blue, but the material looked very good. Han Wenwen spent a lot of money to buy it. Little Fox carefully spread the quilt on the bed. After finishing it, she was a little confused. When I bought it in the mall, I felt that the texture was very high-end, but why did it suddenly look ordinary when it was placed in the rental house? Linz Hengren came out after washing his hands and saw that it was obviously a single bed, but there were two quilts. He commented, it's the environment. Your rental house is originally a single room, and you put a lot of things on the bed, so it seems a bit crowded. Linz Hengren observed that Little Fox's single bed was much larger than the single bed in his own study. It even looked like a small double bed at first. But luckily your single bed is big, almost like a double bed, otherwise we wouldn't be able to sleep together. How much is this quilt? It's not cheap, is it? Han Wenwen covered her mouth and whispered the price in Linz Hengren's ear. Linz Hengren sighed, you really spent a lot of money. Your own quilt is not so expensive, right? How can it be the same? Wenwen must buy good things for Brothers Hengren, and the quilt is not like anything else. After Brothers Hengren uses it, Wenwen can use it too. There was something else in her words. Han Wenwen took Lin Sehengren's arm and said in a charming voice, "Then let's go to bed? The quilt is all made, now." Lin Sehengren took out his mobile phone and took a look. It's only 6:30. Han Wenwen had her own little thoughts. Her fox eyes turned from bottom to top, and finally looked at Lin Sehengren. "Anyway, there's nothing to do tonight. I came home so early during the day, and I have finished all the work. It would be great to lie down and soak my feet together, don't you think, Brother Sehengren?" Lin Sehengren didn't know what she was thinking, but it was not bad to lie down and rest early. Han Wenwen excitedly went to find a foot bath. "I'll go get the water for foot bath. Brother Sehengren can just sit on the bed." Lin Sehengren, "Then I'll brush my teeth first." Who knew that Han Wenwen would not let her? No. Brother Sehengren, don't brush your teeth, I'll brush them for you. Wait a minute, Lin Sehengren was puzzled, thinking of the things they talked about in bed in the afternoon. "Are you serious, Wenwen? How can you brush my teeth for me?" Han Wenwen put the foot basin on the ground, filled it with hot water and put it aside to cool down. "Of course I'm serious. Besides, why can't I brush my teeth for Brother Sehengren? I've learned it." "Okay, learned it? I learned it from the internet. Brother Sehengren will know after trying it." Han Wenwen walked to Lin Sehengren's side, found a new toothbrush from the cabinet, and then picked up her own toothbrush. She waved it in front of Lin Sehengren, "One blue and one red. Brother Sehengren, which one do you want to use?" "The blue one on the left is the new one, and the red one on the right is mine." Lin Sehengren was surprised that the two toothbrushes looked the same except for the color. Girls are really amazing creatures. Boys' toothbrushes will basically become frizzy after using them for a while. The new one on the left, Han Wenwen pursed her lips, but she also guessed that Brother Sehengren would definitely not use the same one as her, but it didn't matter. She pretended to be disappointed and said okay, and found toothpaste to squeeze on it. "Dip it in water so that your mouth will not be so dry when brushing your teeth." "Ah, Brother Sehengren, show your teeth first. I will brush the outside and then open your mouth." It felt like they were just playing house. But Lin Sehengren was still very fond of this fox's teeth, and Han Wenwen couldn't help laughing. "Brother Sehengren is so cute like this." She carefully brushed the surface of Lin Sehengren's teeth. After brushing the surface, she started to let Lin Sehengren open his mouth and brush the inside. After observing, Han Wenwen was very curious. "Brother Sehengren's teeth are so good? It's okay that they don't have cavities. But they are so neat. Does Brother Sehengren take care of his teeth on a regular basis? How can I have so much free time? Does Brother Sehengren usually have toothaches?" "No." Han Wenwen filled Lin Sehengren's mouth with toothpaste bubbles. "I'm a little envious. I always have toothaches if I eat too much candy now. Fortunately, I brush my tooth diligently, otherwise I would definitely have cavities." Tooth decay. Lin Sehengren inexplicably thought of the last time she burned her finger. Although being proficient in everything can make Lin Sehengren learn everything quickly, the only aspect of medical skills is that he must find tools or medicinal materials on the spot, so that there will always be no urgent things in the future. In this regard, Lin Sehengren sometimes wants to study it carefully to see if there is any ability that can make this field faster. After brushing his teeth, Han Wenwen poured a glass of water for Lin Sehengren. "Okay, rinse your mouth and spit out the dirt in your mouth." Very attentive care. After brushing her teeth, Han Wenwen looked left and right, and she was very satisfied with her white teeth. Han Wenwen even asked Lin Sehengren to look in the mirror. Standing next to Lin Sehengren, she asked, "Wenwen, did you brush your teeth carefully?" "I said that I was born with the talent to take care of Brother Sehengren. Although I am not good at other things, even kicking is definitely not as good as me in this kind of thing." Lin Sehengren really couldn't refute this point, because just the daily massage plus some messy and intimate little things. It is obvious that Han Wenwen is indeed much better than He Qing in taking care of people. Han Wenwen was happy and smiling, and her invisible foxtail was swaying, as if saying, praise me quickly, praise me quickly." Lin Sehengren complimented her. "It's really amazing." He touched her head again. The little fox felt satisfied physically and mentally. "Then Brother Sehengren, go soak your feet, I'll brush my teeth too." "Yeah." When Lin Sehengren returned to the bed and sat down, Han Wenwen's shrewd figure turned around and stared at Lin Sehengren's used and recharged toothbrush. She carefully squeezed a little more toothpaste on it. Then, with a blush on her face, she put the toothbrush in her mouth and brushed her teeth. In fact, there is no difference between a washed toothbrush and a new one, but Han Wenwen thought that this was Lin Sehengren's thing. Her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously, especially the feeling of secretly using his things behind her Brother Sehengren's back. which made her an already accelerated heartbeat even faster. What she didn't see was that Lin Sehengren, who had already gone to soak his feet, suddenly returned to the bathroom. Frightened, Han Wenwen quickly took out the toothbrush in her mouth and put it in front of her to block it. With toothpaste foam in her mouth, she asked, "What's wrong? Why are you back again? Where's the towel for wiping your feet?" "Oh, there, I'll get it later." She looked to the side. Lin Sehengren was about to go back with the towel, but he accidentally noticed that Han Wenwen was brushing her teeth, but her pink toothbrush was quietly lying in the cup, and it was clean. Han Wenwen stared at Lin Sehengren's reflection in the mirror with a guilty conscience and dared not speak. Lin Sehengren raised his hand and knocked Han Wenwen on the head before leaving. "You don't mind the dirtiness either." The little fox shrank his neck after being hit, and retorted, "What's dirty or not, Wenwen doesn't understand Lin Sehengren didn't care about him." After Lin Sehengren left, Han Wenwen secretly looked back to observe and continued to brush her teeth. She thought to herself, "What's dirty about this? Isn't it just a toothbrush used in the mouth?" Wenwen was eager to do that with Brother Sehengren. After brushing her teeth, the little fox came to Lin Sehengren without stopping and ran to the bed. "I won't wash it, I just took a shower in the afternoon." "Yeah." Han Wenwen put all the messy things on the bed under the bed and tidied the bedding again. Looking at Lin Sehengren sitting on the bed, soaking his feet and playing with his mobile phone, she slowly hugged Lin Sehengren's neck from behind. The little hug rested on Lin Sehengren's shoulder, and the whole upper body was also pressed against Lin Sehengren's back. A soft feeling emerged on the back. "What is Brother Sehengren thinking about now?" she asked deliberately. "Nothing, I'm thinking about Lily's next week, and her ranking next week." Han Wenwen covered Lin Sehengren's mouth with her hand and said unhappily, "What? Don't say it. How can Brother Sehengren think about those things in such a good atmosphere? You should be thinking about what's going on tonight." Lin Sehengren glanced at Han Wenwen, and his covered mouth made a humming sound. He teased her deliberately because he knew her little thoughts. "What can happen tonight? Aren't we all going to bed?" The little fox was angry, but couldn't point it out. "That's what I said, but..." She bit her lip with shyness and looked very interesting. Lin Sehengren smiled and pried her hands apart. "Okay, go to your bed and lie down. I'll lie down after washing my feet." "How can you lie down now? I still have to pour water for Brother Sehengren to wash his feet." "Oh, by the way, I still have to wash Brother Sehengren's feet." Lin Sehengren felt that this guy was really a bit too much. "No need this time, I can do it myself." Who knew that Han Wenwen was really not polite and didn't even mean to refuse. She got off the bed and knelt on the blanket. Putting her hand into the footbath, her eyes, which were so charming, were still unconvinced. "Didn't I tell you to let Wenwen do these things?" "What do you mean by no need?" Han Wenwen's idea was indeed different from Lin Sehengren's. Lin Sehengren felt that it was unnecessary after all, it was just a small matter. But Han Wenwen was really willing, and even felt that this kind of thing was very intimate, and she was willing to do it. Secondly, if she didn't do this, she dared to guarantee that it would be taken away by someone else in the future. And washing feet is different from other things, because the time for washing feet is at night, which means Han Wenwen washed her feet today. Otherwise, washing feet would turn into soaking feet, and if soaking feet, two people would sit together or even hug each other to soak their feet. If such a thing was taken away by other girls, Han Wenwen could imagine that if their relationship reached a certain level in the future, whoever soaked Sehengren's feet, Sehengren would probably stay in the other person's room all night without coming out. "Brother Sehengren doesn't understand," Han Wenwen suddenly said. "Anyway, I'm the one who said I should do it, and you can't wash it secretly." From this moment on, Lin Sehengren also lost his autonomy in washing feet. However, it was Lin Sehengren who finally poured the water for washing feet, because Han Wenwen did a lot today. Lin Sehengren touched her head. "You can pour the water next time. I'll do it this time. You wash your hands and lie on the bed." When Han Wenwen heard the word bed, she didn't refute it, and nodded shyly. "Then I'll wait for Brother Sehengren in bed." The night deepened, and the sky outside the window was dotted with stars. Although it was too early, you could still hear the chats of some children or adults outside the community. But the atmosphere in the house was always quiet. Lin Sehengren and Han Wenwen lay in their respective quilts, and the former looked at the ceiling and breathed a comfortable sigh. Han Wenwen lay on the bed and looked at Lin Sehengren. Her heart was not relaxed at all, only nervous. Leon's voice became very charming. "I turned off the lights. You won't even play with your phone for a while?" he asked. Han Wenwen bit her lip and shook her head slowly. "Why are you playing with your phone with Brother Sehengren? What a waste of time." She turned off the lights with a remote control, and the room fell into darkness. Then, the little thoughts of a certain vixen began to stir, and there was no intention of sleeping honestly. Chapter 149 The Reasons for Those Vows. The curtains were drawn, but there was always a gap between the two curtains that couldn't be closed. This ray of light shone obliquely into the center of the quilt. The quiet quilt made a small movement, as if a fox's tail was swaying inside. Han Wenwen asked in a low voice, "Brothers Hengren? Are you uncomfortable sleeping in pants?" Lin Hengren closed his eyes as soon as he turned off the lights. "It's okay," Han Wenwen retorted. "What's wrong with that? It's so uncomfortable to sleep in pants, right?" Lin Hengren didn't say anything. Han Wenwen lowered her voice, "Brothers Hengren? Why don't you speak?" Lin Hengren still didn't speak. "Zhengren brother, say something." Lin Hengren opened his eyes speechlessly and looked at Han Wenwen, who was very interested in the dark. "What do you want to do? How can I not wear pants here? Fortunately, this is reality. If it were in the novels you often read, the book would be banned if I didn't wear pants." Han Wenwen laughed out loud, and then she suddenly buried her head in the quilt and magically took out a pajamas from it. It was a pajamas with only the lower body. Handed it to Lin Hengren. "Here, wear this." Lin Hengren stretched out his arm and took the pajamas from her hand, very puzzled. "When did you put it in the quilt?" "I put it in there a long time ago. After all, pants are so uncomfortable. Pajamas are better. They are thin, loose and comfortable to wear." Lin Hengren was curious. "Only pants? What about tops?" Han Wenwen shook her head. "No tops, I bought this online, only pants, and I have washed them. They are very clean, you can wear them with confidence." Lin Hengren was really convinced by this stinky fox. So after a while, they changed their pants and changed into pajamas. Han Wenwen had a smile on her face. The two people's eyes had adapted to the darkness and could see everything around them in the dark bedroom. Han Wenwen looked at Lin Hengren and closed his eyes again, and asked again, "Brothers Hengren, is this your first time staying overnight at a girl's house?" Her little hand slowly got out of her quilt and explored Lin Hengren's quilt quietly. Lin Hengren told the truth. No. Han Wenwen was shocked. "Then whose house was it the first time?" "It was also at yours. Did you forget that I kept it for you last time when you had a fever?" "Oh, that's right." Her hand just reached into Lin Hengren's quilt. As a result, Lin Hengren hid her in the quilt. Han Wenwen took her hand back. Lin Hengren deliberately said, "I think I hit something just now. There's something in my quilt." Han Wenwen replied unhappily, "What is it? What can be in the quilt?" "It can only be the quilt." "Really?" Lin Hengren looked at the ceiling. "But it's really quiet here at night. The noise downstairs is not loud." Han Wenwen hummed, "It's so quiet that I can even feel my heartbeat. Thump thump thump." Lin Hengren looked at her with amusement. Han Wenwen used her hands to play with her hair, and her long hair was scattered on the pillow to prevent pressure. She reached out again tentatively. "Besides, this is the place that Brothers Hengren picked for me. It must be different." Lin Hengren felt her little hand on his arm and grabbed it with one hand to look at her. Han Wenwen also looked at Lin Hengren. Lin Hengren was curious. "Can't you be honest?" Although her hand was grabbed, Han Wenwen refused to admit it. "Why not be honest?" Wenwen didn't do anything. Lin Hengren knew that he would not be able to sleep well, so he turned over and looked at Han Wenwen. The two pillows were close together, observing each other in the dark. Lin Hengren held her hand in his quilt and asked with concern, "Do you say you are scared when you sleep here alone?" Han Wenwen was a little more honest when her hand was held, and nodded slightly. "Sometimes. Most of the time I don't feel anything, but I get scared when I occasionally have random thoughts in my head or think of something in the past." "Things in the past." Lin Hengren stretched out his hand and brushed a hair away from the corner of her mouth. Han Wenwen said excitedly, "Well, it's about my mother and my uncle when I was a child. Why didn't Wenwen meet Brothers Hengren earlier? Even if it was just one day earlier, we met early enough. We can even say that we knew each other in elementary school. It's still too late. We should have seen each other as soon as we were born." Both of them laughed suddenly. Then suddenly, Lin Hengren felt something. Surprise, "You didn't take off your stockings." At this moment, the little fox's paws stretched a little bit dishonestly and rubbed Lin Hengren's calves with its feet. Han Wenwen said shyly, "Of course not, I'm still wearing a sweater now. I haven't changed my clothes." Lin Hengren had forgotten about this. "I really didn't see you change clothes." "Then why didn't you change into pajamas?" "Shy, how can I change with Brothers Hengren here? My pajamas are very loose, especially if you don't wear underwear." Lin's Hengren didn't understand. This was really not something Han Wenwen would say. Are you shy? If you are shy, you would put your feet and hands into my quilt now? If you are shy, you would wear so little when you are with me on weekdays? Today you even wore stockings. Every time he said this, Han Wenwen would shyly lower her head. Her eyes seemed to be blaming Lin's Hengren. Brothers Hengren, stop talking. That's Wenwen just wants Brothers Hengren to see Wenwen's beautiful side. But normal times are normal times. Today is today, and Brothers Hengren is staying here tonight. Even if Wenwen does that or something on weekdays, I am still a girl after all, and I will be shy. Han Wenwen blinked her fox eyes, and her long eyelashes made this fox look particularly attractive. Han Wenwen whispered, actually, there is not much difference between girls, especially in front of the person they like. Wenwen is the same. She will be shy and afraid. She also wants to kiss and hug the Brothers Hengren she likes. She wants you to coax her more and be on my side. Although Wenwen seems a little shameless on weekdays, she laughed when she said this, and added, I mean in terms of being reserved. I mean Wenwen is not so reserved in front of Brothers Hengren, not in other aspects. Lin's Hengren smiled and nodded, I know. In fact, I think Wenwen is a little cold when she tries normally. It's just that when I'm not around, you seem to ignore others. Han Wenwen snorted and was very proud. Of course, since I fell in love with Brothers Hengren, I never want to talk to other boys again. I don't want to pay attention to them, because Wenwen belongs to Brothers Hengren alone. But, she whispered, even though I think about how to seduce Brothers Hengren every day, I don't always have the courage to do those things. I can't do it whenever I want. Han Wenwen's voice suddenly became a little softer. In this environment, she seemed to be more sincere than usual. Her expression was even a little pitiful, because although I know that Brothers Hengren will not lie and will not abandon anyone if he says he will, Wenwen is still afraid that if I don't take the initiative, Brothers Hengren will no longer want me and will think that it doesn't matter whether I am there or not. What are you thinking? She pursed her lips. Really, Wenwen actually knows that although I don't want to admit it, with my personality, a woman like me is only suitable to be a lover. After playing with it, it should be thrown away. I can never be as thorough as He Qing and Lily in many things. I tried to learn how to cook and do housework, but I made mistakes frequently. I couldn't stand the things I did, so apart from pestering Brothers Hengren to serve him every day, it was almost useless. Lin's Hengren looked at Han Wenwen's smile, and she was a little helpless in that smile. He asked, so that's why you brushed my teeth and washed my feet today and didn't let me do anything? Han Wenwen nodded, well, I just want to be useful to Brothers Hengren, and occupy a place in Brothers Hengren's heart. That's why I want to do these things before other people dare to act coquettishly with Brothers Hengren. I'm afraid that one day in the future, Brothers Hengren will slowly stop spoiling me and find that everyone can act coquettishly. Otherwise, why do I always ask you to spoil me the most? I am simply afraid of the future, so I want to use meaningless things like oaths to give myself a sense of security. Lin's Hengren reached out and touched Han Wenwen's face, and Han Wenwen rubbed Lin's Hengren's palm like a little fox. He explained, that's just what you think. Don't you realize that your strength is that you can clearly observe what others are thinking? For example, the things we talked about this afternoon, you can know the strengths and weaknesses of others and even their thoughts. This is a very important strength that no one else has. Otherwise, why would I want you to be my secretary? Is it because you are so beautiful, the most beautiful? Han Wenwen was amused by the other party's words, and said aggrievedly, I don't think so. Wenwen knows that I am not the most beautiful. At most, I have some characteristics in my appearance. Lin's Hengren smiled and said, too modest, but what I said is true. There are some things that only Wenwen can do, and only Wenwen can help me in certain aspects. No one else can do it. Wenwen is unique to me and will not be replaced by others, never. Han Wenwen stared at Lin's Hengren's gentle eyes, bit her lips and laughed completely. Really, of course, when have I ever lied to you? With tears in her eyes, she leaned towards Lin's Hengren. I want a hug. I want to be hugged by Brothers Hengren. Chapter 150, Staying in Bed. There was a quilt between them. But Han Wenwen tried to get closer. She put her face close to the other person, and her eyes seemed to say that the two quilts were in the way. What do you think, Brothers Hengren? It's all because of these quilts that separated us. Lin's Hengren really had no way to deal with this vixen. So he temporarily lifted the quilt. Come over, but be honest. Yeah, the little fox's pitiful eyes turned into joy, and she happily got into Lin's Hengren's quilt at the speed of light. Although she was wearing a sweater and stockings, she was hugged by Lin Sehengren. The little fox was also satisfied. Feeling the warmth in Lin Sehengren's arms, she smiled and sighed. Brother Sehengren's quilt is much warmer than Wenwen's quilt, and Brother Sehengren's body is also warm. Her face was leaning against Lin Sehengren's chest, and her hands were also hugging Lin Sehengren's back. She even unconsciously clamped Lin Sehengren's calves. Lin Sehengren stroked her long hair, feeling the fox trying hard to get into his arms. But this time Han Wenwen was really honest and didn't do anything. She was also shy. After a while, she even blushed and asked in a low voice, "Can I stay in this bed all the time tonight? Can I not go back? I'm cold in bed." Lin Sehengren slowed down his touch on her head. "It's not winter yet. Why are you cold?" "I'm just cold. Girls are naturally cold, okay?" Master Lin Sehengren let out a long breath and looked at the little light on the curtains. "It's okay if you behave so honestly all the time." Han Wenwen smiled and looked up at him slightly. Lin Sehengren noticed her gaze and lowered his head. "Anything else?" Han Wenwen shook her head. "No, I just want to say. Is Wenwen really unique in Brother Sehengren's heart? I didn't see Brother Sehengren's eyes clearly just now. Now I want to stare at Brother Sehengren and listen to you say it again." Lin Sehengren had to stare at her and repeat, "It's true, in my heart Wenwen is unique and a very special existence." Han Wenwen's eyebrows and eyes were all smiling. She didn't expect Lin Sehengren to really say it again. That kind of seductive charm was particularly strong. And she actually saw it clearly just now, and now she asked again just to hear it again. "In the next life, Brother Sehengren, remember to find Wenwen as soon as possible. Wenwen will follow Brother Sehengren and will always follow you." After saying that, she kissed Lin Sehengren on the cheek and buried her face in Lin Sehengren's arms to avoid responsibility. "This is not dishonest. I won't talk anymore. I want to sleep comfortably in Brother Sehengren's arms. Good night." "Yet, good night." Lin Sehengren also stopped touching his head. "I have to say that this fox smells really good." When she came over, it was almost all her smell. The next night was quieter than expected. Han Wenwen had a dream after she fell asleep. She dreamed that Lin Sehengren found her when she was young, took her with her in kindergarten, held her hand to accompany her to grow up, played games with her, and studied with her. After her mother left, she kept coaxing herself not to be sad. They have been childhood sweethearts until today. On Sunday, Han Wenwen and Lin Sehengren got up and originally planned to continue visiting the places they didn't visit yesterday. There were still more than 90 places to go. As a result, Han Wenwen insisted on staying in Lin Sehengren's arms and didn't get up. Lin Sehengren even wanted to get up, but she wouldn't let him. She kept crying and begging to stop him from getting up. Because once Lin Sehengren got up, she guessed that he would never be able to lie like this again. "Lin Sehengren, aren't you hungry?" No, I'm not allowed to get up anyway. I have to stay in bed on weekends. If Brother Sehengren is hungry, I'll get you something to eat, and you're not allowed to get up even if you eat in bed." "I'm not allowed to." The two of them chatted aimlessly this time, talking about this and that, but they just couldn't get up in bed. It was more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they couldn't stay any longer. Han Wenwen reluctantly got up from the bed, packed up and had lunch, and then they took the bus back to school. Another week later, the little new star list officially ended, and Zhang Zuli was undoubtedly the first. And the result was completely crushing the second place, so Zhang Jingshi planned to take advantage of Zhang Zuli's popularity this time and wanted to build a team specifically for her. Shoot a few music MVs and release a few new songs. Promote vigorously. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.